Yes, yes, can hear you. Raceway, just a short drive out of 𝗥𝗰𝗄𝗆, the setting for one of the great events on not just the state motor racing calendar, but also the national motor racing calendar, ladies and gentlemen. As we welcome you to the Paddock area here at Champions Way in Willowbank, and the 2025 instalment
and it's nice to see Brett Peters back front and centre. Queensland Raceway
on the calendar. It is the Hyundai Excel World Enduro this year, presented by Nankang. 2 150-kilometre races ahead of us over the course of the next 2 days. And the weather, you couldn't ask for better in this part of the world. It's a little bit blustery at the moment, wind sweeping through central commentary as we speak. But we're heading for a top temperature of 32 degrees today. Very hot for the fans, and a little bit on the uncomfortable side for the fans as well, and the drivers too. But for us in central commentary, hopefully the air conditioning plays fair game throughout the course of the day. Good morning, everybody. 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗆 with you here, live, local, exclusive and free on the platforms of your home of sport in 𝗥𝗰𝗄𝗆, the one and the only West Bromwich Radio on West Bromwich Sport. We are streaming via the West Bromwich Radio YouTube channel. We are streaming audio only on West Bromwich Sport. It's a massive weekend. Of course, we've got the AFL Grand Final stealing some of the limelight today down in Melbourne. The Brisbane Lions, of course, staring down their third start on the last Saturday in September in as many years. But here at Queensland Raceway, our focus, and I hope, for the next 7 hours is of the Queensland XL Cup Endurance event. First started back in, of course, 2012, and we've now entered our 13th year, our 14th edition. There were 2 in 2019, of course, and there was none in the COVID year of 2020. The format has evolved and changed over the course of time. This year, for the second year in a row, it'll be 2 150-kilometre races, but the big difference is, year on year, those 250-kilometre races are stretched out across the course of the weekend, not back-to-back on Super Sunday. Today, on West Bromwich Radio and West Bromwich Sport, we will be live with qualifying very shortly from up in central commentary. Moz Rudge and Mark Jones will be alongside me. Then, of course, we'll have a fair bit of fanfare from around the paddock. We ducked out here yesterday, of course, to interview quite a few of the stars of the show this weekend. You'll hear from, among others, the General Manager of Queensland Raceway, Josh McFarlane, the Category Manager, Brett Peters, and a whole host of drivers. Qualifying, of course, for Driver A coming up this afternoon. And then, of course, we get stuck into the first 48-lap Enduro, scheduled for approximately, don't blame me if it's not, 2:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be with you live here for the duration and pretty much commercial-free as well. We're a bit tight for time at the top here. We've got the XL's about to head towards marshalling for their 30-minute qualifying session. I'm not sure we're going to have the time that we would have liked to hear from Brett Peters, so we might hold that over until the end of qualifying. What we will do in the meantime, however, is remind you of the state of play and the championship standings coming into this round, remembering that for the first time ever, the Enduro counts towards the outright championship fight, which this year is being staged over 6 rounds. The first 3 have already been put in the can. The first 2 were here at Queensland Raceway, the third out at Morgan Park Raceway in Warwick. And you couldn't ask for a better scenario coming into this weekend. The top 4 of the championship separated by 103 points, and there are 252 on offer this weekend. The championship points leader is 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗧 by a single point over the 2023 AASA National Champion 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗂𝗍. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗧 on 579 points finds himself in 3rd place. Josh Richards 4th on 549. Both of those two have worn the wrath of a disqualification or a DNF throughout the course of the season, unfortunately for them. And all of those non-point scoring affairs do add up and do make a difference in the grand scheme of things at the end of the season. But what works in their favour is there are 100 points on offer in each of the 2 Enduros this weekend, and then 2 full sprint rounds after that here at Queensland Raceway, October 17 to 19, November 7 to 8. Plenty of time to claw back the deficit that they currently have to 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗂𝗍 and 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗧. A whole host of superstars lining up on the grid this weekend. Harrison Stock on 492 points. Haven't caught up with him yet. Not sure if he's on the entrance, actually. 𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗂𝗏 486. James Simpson 480. Pat Trabbett 462. And Tom Manwaring 423. Brett Parrish, the old experienced head of XL Racing, on 405 points, makes up the top 10. And then, of course, in the Junior of the Year point standings, 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗧 652. Tyler Collins 251. And Caleb Patterson 579. The Rookie of the Year contest is an epic scrap, ladies and gentlemen, because you've got a dead heat at the moment through the first half of the season from Fraser Sturgis and Brooke Wilson. They are neck and neck on 400 points. A good little advantage back to Corey McCullough on 322 and Brett Chandler on 321. 29 cars are going to contest this Enduro this weekend. We are so excited about what's coming your way. We, of course, will be taking you inside the Nangkang hub. Not the setup, but very similar to it. We hijacked the commentary box here at Queensland Raceway yesterday to pick apart this event in great detail. The history of it, the ins and outs, the scenario for this weekend, the format, because as I said, it's changed and evolved year on year. So we'll have that for you straight after qualifying, as well as Brett Peters as well. We're looking forward to that immensely. A little bit of cloud around today, but we aren't expecting any rain, so no expected spanners in the works this weekend as far as race strategy is concerned. Looking forward to 2 48-lap races, but before that, 2 10-lap sprint races as well. One each day, so Driver A today, Driver B tomorrow. We've also got, like all big Australian motorsport events, a top 10 shootout to look forward to first thing tomorrow morning, and that's on the back of course, the drivers that finish in the top 10 today automatically qualifying for that top 10 shootout. So the top 10 at the finishing post after today's 48 laps automatically get a roll of the dice in the top 10 shootout first thing tomorrow morning. It is magnificent to be back here on the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich and bringing you motorsport on that note. We haven't done this since 2023. We haven't, of course, covered this particular event since 2019. Brock Feeney, Declan Fraser winning on that occasion. So a lot to be excited about here at Queensland Raceway. And the good news is we've got cars rolling down pit lane. So I'm going to shoot up to the booth and hopefully there to pick it up for me as I make my way up the stairwell. The Encyclopedia of Queensland Motorsport, Mark Jones. And for the first time today, and for the first time on West Brooklyn Radio, we welcome Moston Raj as well.
Welcome to Queensland Raceway, where we're underway for qualifying for the Nankang World Enduro. 300 kilometres of racing this weekend at Queensland Raceway, and we cannot wait for it. So 30-odd cars coming out on track now to get their qualifying session underway.
The 11th running of the XL Enduro here at Queensland Raceway, and it's fantastic to have as large a field as it is, Moz.
Yeah, absolutely. So Moz here, Moz Raj with Mark Jones, and of course 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗏. He's just made his way from downstairs. We had to start without you, Zach. They're all out on track, but this is your show to run with West Bremer Radio this weekend. Good morning and welcome to commentary.
Very good morning to you two gentlemen. Great to see you. Of course, we're looking forward to an enormous weekend here at Queensland Raceway.
Problem on the back straight. There's a couple of cars going very slowly. It's bunching the field up. I'm not quite sure what's going on. The B-Pro team, that's 3 of the 4 B-Pro cars, are all bunching up together on the circuit, and that's slowing things down a little bit. For a second there, I thought one of them was wounded.
We'll follow that with interest throughout the course of the weekend. It was interesting too, thank you, Moz, onto it in a flash. Timing right up here in front of us right now, ladies and gentlemen. Remembering, boys, that this is, well, it's supposed to be a 30-minute session, but we're currently seeing that it's 17 minutes to go. So maybe we've been dudded 10 minutes there. I'm not sure what's going on. In the meantime, let's continue, because we've got a lot of great storylines coming into this weekend. And Jonesy, hard to believe that the event is now in its 14th or 13th year, 14th edition. I reckon you've covered a lot.
Yes, I have done them all. Yes.
And it's amazing when you look back through the history of the event, just how many drivers have been on top of a championship without netting an Enduro win, and vice versa. The Enduros are a whole different kettle of fish, and we should expect the unexpected this weekend.
Well, frequently that does happen, and on top of all of that, it hasn't always been the priority for high championship runners to go all out in the Enduros. So we are seeing, though, the bulk of the front runners in the Nankang Queensland XL Cup running here this weekend. Luke Rinaldi, our series points leader, and back-to-back round winners coming into this weekend. He's racing this weekend with his brother Zane Rinaldi. Zane, who races in 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗏 racing. The Rinaldi family. So they're second in the point score. Former national champion Tyler Collins, and Tyler is racing this weekend. I saw he had a superstar co-driver, and I'm just lost where Tyler is in the entry right at the second. Oh yeah, Riley Beggs, former front runner in XL Cup racing, and these days spends his time as part of the Erebus crew. As part of the Team Erebus supercar team. However,
exciting news from him. And I'm going to not say any more than that, because we've already picked his brain about it in an interview that we recorded this morning. You'll hear it throughout the course of the weekend on West Bremer Sport. But the next step in his motorsport journey is imminent.
Good.
Yes.
He's a proper
on the spanners, driver. On the spanners, not... Yeah. So, but again, loves getting back in the car when the opportunity presents itself. We've seen some great XL racing this year, haven't we, Moz? But for 1 point to cover the top 2 in the championship coming into this round, makes it even more important that those 2 get through unscathed this weekend. There's a lot of pressure on those co-drivers to play their part.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly in the championship of the round, I suppose Luke Rinaldi only holds that top spot by 1 point over Tyler Collins. So 1 point separates the championship here, and I tell you what, over 300 kilometres of racing here at Queensland Raceway can make all the difference in the championship weekend. In particular, there's only around 2 rounds to go effectively in the QRDC championship at least. So the cars are out there at the moment, and it's Caleb Patterson currently with the fastest lap with a 1:30.364. Connor Roberts close behind with a 1:35.11. So only 2/10 separating those cars. In fact, less than, it's about a 10th and a half. Then Brett Parrish, the old dog, he's still got it, and he's going to show us that time and time again right throughout this weekend. Currently sitting in P3 with a 1:31.004. Luke Rinaldi in P4 with a 1:31.716. Then it's 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗃. No, sorry, it's just refreshed. So it's Caleb Patterson, Connor Roberts, Brett Parrish. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏 is up in position number 4. He's just been knocked down by Josh Richards, Tyler Collins. They've gone up to positions 3 and 4 respectively. Brett Parrish relegated to 5th. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗃, Angus Bales. I'm going to stop reading out the top 10 order because that's changing every couple of seconds.
And it will do for the duration of the session. And that timing issue has been sorted as well, ladies and gentlemen. We do have 23 minutes to go. I feel a lot better about life now. So a lot of time for this to play out and evolve, but also as well, boys, the opportunity for these competitors to come in, put the co-driver in for a hot lap. At the end of the day, it's not an aggregate system. It's fastest lap. It doesn't matter who posts it, but track time is king this weekend. There's no shortage of it, but for the guys that may not be as well versed in these cars because of their co-driver capacity, some early mileage won't go astray. Will McSwan sitting 21st at the moment. We have a total of 30 out there. Misty Grimsley only having recorded 3 laps so far, 1 minute 42.892. They were chasing a couple of issues with that car yesterday, and that would appear to be potentially still the case.
Yeah, she's been in the pits.
Hang on, Jonesy. 1 minute 30.093 for Caleb Patterson. We're on the cusp of the 29s early on a Saturday.
Well, there's only 2 cars that got into the 29s yesterday. See, one of the B-Pro cars peels off into the pits. It's the purple car that Tyler Collins is sharing this weekend with, and I've once again lost Tyler in the entry list. Oh yeah, Riley Beggs, we made mention of that before. So he comes down the lane. Bunch of cars coming across the stripe right at the moment. Caleb Patterson and Connor Roberts, who were the 2 fastest drivers yesterday. Now, one of the cars has had a particular issue over the last couple of days. Josh Trappett, unfortunately, a guest driver was aboard the car on Wednesday, I think it was, and slid off the track into turn 1, and the car dug in and rolled.
Yes, it's been well publicised in the news in the later half of this week, hasn't it? So Todd Hazelwood, he's had a big couple of months. He obviously won the Bend 500 Enduro in supercars with 値Kostecki and the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 racing team. He's won the World Time Attack Challenge at Sydney Motorsport Park with a record-breaking lap down there. And, of course, he continues to do very well, win races and lead the championship in the Trans Am Series as well. So we see a car struggling down into turn 6 at the moment. We'll identify that.
Is that the Buster Bailey car? Maybe? Or, no, hang on, a white car with a single number. That sort of screams... well, it would have screamed Kent Quinn, but that the number 8 car that Kent drives is, well, we've got a different number 8 this weekend because it's Will McSwan that bought the car. The car's coming around to us now, and it's the number 10, Trevor Lansdowne, who's sharing the car with... Oh, my goodness, I have not seen that name in forever.
Yes.
Trevor Lansdowne sharing the car this weekend with Tim Sipp.
And had the audacity to ask Brett Peters earlier in the week, is there a Masters division this weekend? And Brett was quick to say, junior and rookie only. Look, it's a junior and rookie sport. We'll of course acknowledge you older, experienced gentleman racers, but yes, no specific trophy, unlike, of course, Series X3, where they do have a trophy and Masters division. So, Caleb Patterson, of course, lining up with Matty Boylett this weekend, the defending Series X3 champion, boys. He's out there in pit lane at the moment, so there might be a driver change going on. Luke Rinaldi, Zane Rinaldi. And the one thing I've noticed over the years, Jonesy, and you're well versed to comment on this more than anybody, the reality of the XL Enduro, yes, we bring in the occasional heavyweights, you know, I mean, and let's not forget, it's AFL Grand Final Day, and Jason Ackermanis once raced in this thing, the 3-time Premiership superstar, but it's one thing to have the supercars and Super 2 and Super 3 and Trans Am and all that superstars come in and have a rock and roll in the XL, but there's something to be said about the credibility of the XL experienced co-drivers that are coming back to the category this weekend. I'm thinking Ryan Casher, I'm thinking Max Gagan, I'm thinking Brady Owen.
Well, Connor Roberts and Ryan Casher have been a partnership on several occasions in the past.
Winners last year.
Exactly, and just the moment I mention it, the number 19 car peels off into pit lane. So there's some service incoming now for the Roberts and Kasha car. So watch out for the Arrow Transport number 19. That will definitely be a front runner. But you do remind me though, yes. It was one of the most remarkable of the XL Enduros was 2 years ago here, where
300.
Yeah, the 300 when they actually did a refueling race for that one.
Yep.
And Alice Buckley and Nash Morris, Sticks and Flash, pulled off a remarkable race victory where they pitted on so early. There was an early safety car after barely more than 100 kilometres.
A safety car in XL racing. That's new.
Well, yeah, it was the first of that race. Of that particular race, and the first and only, actually,
yes.
Which made things very interesting because, yeah,
Cody Grimsley on pit lane now as well.
Yeah, well, several cars in the pits now as well. I see the car number 1, Josh Richards, our reigning champion, who has one of those returning front runners in Darren Whittington co-driving with him this weekend.
Whittington somewhat back home, actually, considering that he's back in the B-Pro stable.
Yeah, and that's been a little bit. One of the Racing Together cars just coming down the lane right now, and that's Cade Davey, who's sharing the car this weekend with Oliver Wickham. And also, car number 2 is just coming down pit lane as well, the SP Tools car that's being driven by James Simpson and Kobe Tucker. And a shout out, of course, to Michael Simpson. Shout out to
Trouble over.
It was turn 2, I believe. I was just watching the broadcast coverage, and the car coming out of turn 2 now took a big spin and went drifting. Front wheel drive. Yep.
And now we have actually a broadcast monitor in front of us as well, boys. So we've picked up, I want to say that's Buster Bailey, the new recruit for the B-Pro stable, alongside another new recruit in Jackson Cooper. Of course, Cooper no stranger to the XL Paddock, but of course, slowly immersing himself further within the B-Pro stable. Caught up with them both yesterday. It's interesting that Buster's a karting graduate, can take some learnings out of Jackson's experience in the sport. And one thing that I've constantly praised throughout the course of the season in commentary when we're seeing Jackson Cooper in action is the way in which he's gone about his business. And you've noticed the change in his mindset and his approach and the maturity that has arrived for that young man. His racecraft is a lot more relaxed, a lot more it's not as rip, tear, rush, bust. It's not the urgency's not there the way that it used to be. So he's being a little bit more mindful about how to go about it, which I mean, that will serve him well when he goes and races in other categories down the track, Moors.
Yeah, and we're seeing that right throughout the field, to be honest. We're seeing a lot of drivers who are in their second or third year in the category, really maturing and coming along. The likes of Tyler Collins, Caleb Patterson, who's now, you know, exploring in other categories. He's having a crack in the Aussie racing cars. You know, Will McSwan's coming a long way as well from when he first started in the category. He's driving really well. Often luck doesn't go his way, though, unfortunately. But, you know, he's, I suppose, driver craft and maturity in that aspect is coming a long way. So, of course, you're tuned in to West Bremer Radio on the live stream and on the airwaves. Caleb Patterson is in pit lane but is holding on to the top spot at the moment, where his fastest lap was a 1 minute 30.093. Now, I was speaking to Carlo Warner this morning, who told me and Jonesy that a couple of guys were in the high 129s yesterday, which is super impressive for a Hyundai XL around the 3.126 kilometre national circuit.
Although it is interesting to highlight that, gentleman, in the sense that I'm not sure that's where the race pace will be, especially when, I mean, it's already steamy down there. It's a typical stinking Queensland September morning, but that humidity...
You say that like it's a bad thing.
I do, and it is. I don't handle the heat too well, and we're not as close to the air conditioning duct as we probably should be. But no, the reality of the matter is that we'd had a rather tapered start to September on the weather front, but the humidity's come back with vengeance this week. That will play a factor this afternoon, and the track temperature, I can imagine it'll be pushing 40, 50 degrees, so it'll be nice and sticky out there for these guys. And also think full tanks of fuel, tyre wear, and a few other factors. Moz, I'm not thinking that we're going to see 29s on the regular this afternoon.
Yeah, very good point, particularly as it heats up. So, it's a definitely close battles up there in qualifying. 13.5 minutes remaining. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗃 the top spot. Rinaldi in P2. Connor Roberts rounding out your top 3. Then it's 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Josh Richards rounding out the 5. Collins down to 6. 𝗪cie𝗿𝗃𝗏𝗏 has come all the way from the bottom. Of course, didn't start straight away. And she's now currently occupying position number 7. 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗏𝗍, Tom Manwaring and 𝗏𝘅𝗃𝗏𝗏 rounding out the 10 right at this moment, but still a long way to go in this session.
I reckon watch out for 𝗪cie𝗿𝗏𝗏 for the entire weekend, actually, because with Cooper Barnes as a co-driver, that's a class co-driver selection for her. And both the Grimsley siblings have been pushing up into deeper and deeper into the top 10 in recent rounds. So they're very distinctive cars, the Grimsley family cars. And bright yellow and pink for Misty, and bright yellow and blue for her brother Cody.
Angus Bale's heading back out onto the racetrack. In fact, it may be Matthew Titani, his co-driver. We'll keep an eye on that. Angus, of course, well versed in a little bit of bush bashing and rallycross through turn 1 and 2 last time at the paperclip. As we have a look at the images coming through turn 1 at the moment. Onto the back straight.
Yeah, we're just watching Will McSwan's car by the look of the colour scheme.
Good recruit for him with Brady Owen. And of course, Brady dead set unlucky in the fair income department. Yes, he's got an XL Enduro win to his name, but he could have very easily had an XL Nationals as well. He and Ryan Casher came together late in the 2022 piece, and that was to the advantage of Ethan Griggold, who is now a 3-time XL National champion. It's important to note. Where are we? About 12 minutes left. We're at Queensland Raceway, of course, but we're 12 minutes left in the session, so we're 60% of the way through. 12 minutes to go. 𝗘𝘅𝗏𝗏𝗏 3/10 on the field, if you don't mind. Connor Roberts in 3rd place behind Luke Rinaldi, then 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Josh Richards, then Tyler Collins, Misty Grimsley, Thomas Manwaring, Angus Bales, and Cody Grimsley. You mentioned the 2 Grimsleys, of course. Brett Peters tried to instill a supercar rule into the race this year, and that you cannot team up with a season regular. There were a couple that said, no, we're doing that. Try and stop us. We need entries on the grid. But at the end of the day, Cody and Misty have gone their separate ways, but there are 3 sibling pairings in the field at last check. The Brennans, of course, Adam and Joel from Series X3, they've got a track attack car that sits at home there, so they're having a run in that this weekend. The 2 Rinaldi boys, of course, and the 2 Clements boys as well. And on the subject of the Clements, people that are usually in their corner when they're at the racetrack, and they're not actually here this weekend, but they are watching from home. A very good morning to Mr. and Mrs. Brown, one of the first couples of XL Racing, Rach and Josh. And
Team IRB.
Absolutely. And great to have them on deck watching from down in the Gold Coast hinterland part of the world. And have a look at the logjam out of turn 3 now. It's on in earnest in the closing stages of qualifying here. You've got 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 on screen. You've got... Hang on, did I just see a car pulled up somewhere? No. My eyes must have been deceiving me. I thought I saw a still shot on our camera for a moment there, a split second. No, we're good. We're still running. We're green. We're flying away. It's the Cooper Bailey entry and the Parish entry coming out of Snake Gully once more. You'll hear us reference Snake Gully, ladies and gentlemen, this weekend. That is, of course, turn 4 and 5. That's Connor Roberts and Ryan Casher making their way through on the inside, trying to find some clear air. But there's something to be said about the importance of the toe in qualifying.
I was just going to pop in and say there was just overtaking the car number 18, which has an interesting co-driver. There's Scott Kinsey, who has acquired Zoe Woods for a co-driver, who's running in GT4 at national level these days. Yep. So fantastic to have Zoe aboard. But yes, drafting, the Aero Draft here at Queensland Raceway, where I once tried to get the circuit ring nicknamed as Frogger, because when you look across from the front straight, it looks like the old Frogger video game from years ago. But anyway, but yeah, with 4 straights linked by braking zones, Yes, the aerodynamic draft, a big lockup, so down into turn 6 just there, although that's not what we're watching on camera. Just right at the second, the camera's looking over at turn 3 where we see the 19 car there, the Connor Roberts and 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃 car leading out of turn 3, the gaggle of cars spread out behind. But yes, as I've tried now to pick up on Zach's comment 3 or 4 times now.
Correct.
But yeah, aerodynamic drafting is everything for XLs, because with relatively little horsepower, they get into you can't really get away from another car in a straight line. And there's not a great deal of difference in horsepower from the best prepared cars to the cars that haven't had as much money spent on them. I'm trying to put that as delicately as possible, but there's not a great deal difference in straight line pace. So yeah, drafting is absolutely important. It's NASCAR at 100 miles an hour less.
Correct. Yeah.
What I like to call it is a $3,000 XL putting on a $300,000 show right here at Queensland Raceway. Of course, we know these days they do cost a little extra than a little more than three grand. And we've got a spinner up into turn 2.
Scott Kinsey's Zoe Woods car. It was operating in close company with 𝗏𝗃𝗃 and Roberts, but has stepped off the track, of course. Now that's something that we will see frequently throughout every race over the course of the weekend, that we will see cars stepping off the track, sometimes invited, sometimes assisted, and sometimes just because they feel like it or they've run out of talent.
We're starting to see a bit of a traffic jam now from turn 3 up into 4. We're going 2 by 2 by 2. You can see on screen now as well. So Carly Warner on the inside there. You've got a few others. I think Kate Davies closely behind as well. So plenty happening here, which I don't know whether that's going to actually impede them or not. Do they remember that this is a qualifying session?
Well, that's exactly right. But more than that, they've also got to be mindful of the fact that they've got 360 kilometres of racing ahead of them this weekend. You don't want to be getting caught up in qualifying. And on that subject, Josh Richards, Darren Whittington looking for some clear air right here and now. As we tell you, we've got 6.5 minutes left in the qualifying session, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying it live, local, exclusive and free to the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich. It is Caleb Patterson, Luke Rinaldi and Connor Robertson. If Patterson can get the job done here...
Patterson's in the pits with the bonnet up.
Yeah, interesting.
Open. I'm not sure that they're going back out again.
No, but he's got 3 tenths on the field, so hopefully it's nothing to worry about, because if he can hold on from here... pole position number 3 on the trot.
Well, yeah. I mean, you'd have both doors open like that purely for ventilation purposes.
Correct. And could do with some of that ourselves, actually.
Well, maybe we just cut down on the production of a hot air here in the commentary box.
There'll be plenty of hot air this afternoon. Don't worry about that.
Now, it's getting a little bit fraught out on the track in several places. We're just looking across now at the... that's Thomas Mainwaring car, the lock and load machine. Just going.
He's having a good season.
Will McSwan, actually.
We did have a quick look at the championship standings downstairs in the hosting position earlier. We will have a look very shortly too.
Championship round though, this is it?
No, it is. It is this year. Yeah. So that's one of the big year-on-year changes, and that's why the winner will be determined on an all-points count format, ladies and gentlemen, rather than the winner of the Sunday race taking home the chocolate. So we will go through that in more detail. Straight after qualifying, you're going to hear from the category manager, Brett Peters. We wanted to run that before qualifying. Time got the better of us, and thankfully we were running on time here at Queensland Raceway this morning, so we were able to get going on schedule at 9:35. Or actually, I think we got ahead at 9:30, quite frankly. So 5 minutes left here in the qualifying session. We're going to be done by 10 o'clock. What's interesting about all that, Moz, is when we have a look at the history of the event, the evolution and change of the format, now that it counts towards the championship, it brings with it extra value, extra incentive, extra importance. I mean, there's still bragging rights on the line, but the pressure stakes are high, particularly for the championship contenders this weekend. And you're going to be torn between, I'm sure, at one point, XL World Enduro glory or thinking bigger picture and there's still 2 rounds to go in the championship?
Well, it's very convenient timing, isn't it? Because it's almost like the Bathurst situation in supercars. Do you want to conquer the mountain or do you want to win the championship? This year, I suppose, in that championship, it's all broken up in the new final system and all of that. That's not the case here for the Hyundai XLs. Of course, the Track Attack XLs, supported by Nankang, it's simply points-based right throughout the year. And this being a championship round will have implications on that. I alluded to that earlier with Luke Rinaldi currently on top with just 1 point separating he and Tyler Collins. So,
oh my goodness, just for a second there, Thomas Mainwaring, who's sharing his car this weekend with Jesse Dixon, just hit a little bit of a bump wrong coming into turn 1, and the back of the car just stepped out quite markedly. I guess one of the advantages of this session that we have going now is we can use this to try, for those of you picking it up on the stream, we can familiarise viewers with who is driving each of the cars and help to pick up the colour schemes. There's several cars in this field with sort of a white, green and black colour scheme, but that car there we're following at the moment, Thomas Mainwaring and Jesse Dixon. Now, for those of you who remember a little thing called and I don't remember what it's called, but the race driver reality TV show that was sponsored by Shannon's, and Jesse Dixon was the original series winner, and out of that came a co-drive at the Bathurst 1000. It was with Grant Denyer alongside him.
Yeah, of course, on the lock and loaded car. And don't forget, we've got a top 10 shootout coming up as well. So that'll be cool. Actually, I think that might be tomorrow. I'll have to double check the schedule. But we've got the top 10 shootout, and I can't wait for that. It's going to be fantastic. Really, really cool to see them all go out, have the track to themselves as we start to see a little bit of gamesmanship out on track at the moment. But Caleb Patterson, even though he's in pit lane, is still hanging on to pole position with a lap time of 1 minute 30.09. Luke Rinaldi in 2 and Connor Roberts rounding out your top 3. But keep in mind, you've got Brett Parrish, Josh Richards, Tyler Collins, Mr. Grimsley, all there just behind, who will be no doubt looking to take over those times in the last few seconds of the qualifying session with just over a minute and a half remaining.
Now we've got a group of 5 cars just coming across the stripe here. In fact, 6 now, because they've picked up onto the tail of what looks like, I think, Pat Neville's car. But the number 6 here, that's Buster Bailey and Jackson Cooper. The blue car immediately behind them is one of the 2 racing together race team cars, the Indigenous Initiative of Motorsport, and you can tell
that's been around 4 or 5 years now too, Jonesy.
Indeed, yes. You can tell the 2 racing together cars apart. Carly Warner's car is red themed, and Cade Davies' car is blue themed. Cade's on screen there right at the moment, the 116 car, with Oliver Wickham co-driving this weekend. Tucked in immediately behind Cade there, that looks like, I think, the number 34 car of Pat Trappett and Lincoln Evans. Evans, a former member of the, was one of the original drivers in the Racing Together team.
Just having a look at the margins, Jonesy, a little bit surprising to see it so ballooned out. Thomas Mainwaring goes up to 6th spot late in the session, 130.939, and that's Mainwaring up into 6th, and his best qualifying of the season so far, 2 top 5s, but the field's a bit more heavily stacked than what it was out at Morgan Park in Warwick 3 weeks ago, and that's the other point too. Tight turnaround between those rounds, and a lot of XL races on track that weekend because we had 2 state championship rounds on in the space of 100 kilometres. Down the main straight we go. This is getting heated on the run down towards turn 1.
Yeah, this is Cade Davey, and that will be the number 89 of Pat Neville. Pat Neville's actually got himself quite the coup for a co-driver in a former front-running XL Cup racer, but now a front-running Porsche racer in Oscar Target.
Stand by, we're going to see, there it is, checkered flag imminent right now, ladies and gentlemen. Session done. The last chance, last flying laps ahead of us here as these guys look to set their grid position for the driver 18 lap sprint race today, ahead of The 48 lap of this afternoon, of course, finishing positions from the sprint race determine the starting grid. It's just like a normal round in the sense of a progressive grid today. We reset again the top 10 tomorrow. Everyone else, 11th back, will be progressive grid into the Driver B sprint race, etc. But the two Enduros come with more weight as far as points are concerned, and quite rightly so.
Which 10 cars go into the shootout?
The top 10 finishes from
race 2.
The top 10 finishes of race 2 straight into straight into the shootout tomorrow morning. Checkered flag out, session done. Caleb Patterson, Matty Boylett, 1:30.093, and when you look back on the season that was 2025 so far, ladies and gentlemen, that'd have to be getting close to pace setting record territory for the 2 rounds we've had here at Queensland Raceway. No, 1:29.881. Caleb Patterson back here in round 2, and Brett Parrish 1:30.856 back here in round 1. So it's the second fastest pole time of the season here at Queensland Raceway. The margin's 0.3 of a second. It's Luke Rinaldi, Connor Robertson, Brett Parrish and Josh Richards. So you've got 2 B Pro entries in the top 5. Tyler Collins has come through 7th ahead of, just behind Tom Memorandum, but ahead of Misty Grimsley. And Grimsley ahead of Bales and Cody Grimsley.
The number 28 car is rolling to a halt on the front straight. There's Kent Quinn and Craig Coleman sharing that car.
So let's hope they can limp it around or at least pull it up.
No, it's not going to make it to turn 1.
No. And if they can pull it up there, at least they'll be able to be towed back, and we won't lose too much time in the track schedule there. But that one's coming to a halt. Yeah, they're pulling it up to the left-hand side now on the approach to turn 1. So that was lively at various different points, ladies and gentlemen. Just looking down.
Kent Quinn, of course, second of 3 generations of the Quinn family.
Yes.
Of his father, Tony, of course, the boss here at Queensland Raceway. And we also have Ryder Quinn coming up through the ranks in all kinds of rapid national series cars.
Buster Bailey, so reminding you, ladies and gentlemen, 1.1 covered the top 10. Buster Bailey 11th, Carly Warner 12th, Josh Trappett 13th, and we scrolled down the leaderboard here. 14th home in all of that. Actually, it's just disappeared on me too. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. James Simpson. We are actually, if you're tuning in at home, we're getting used to the MyLaps SpeedHive system this weekend. If you're looking for the timing on NatSoft, you won't find it. Go to SpeedHive, go to MyLaps. We should point that out if you want to follow along live timing throughout the course of the afternoon.
I just wanted to also point out, when we're highlighting James Simpson there, starting from 14th fastest, shout out to James's father, Michael.
Correct.
Who's not doing so well at the moment, and hoping that you're enjoying the action from home. And of course, Michael Simpson, a veteran Queensland racer, former supercar racer, Mike. So he's got a couple of Bathurst 1000 starts to his name.
Indeed. Hey, they're the people that make it possible for us to do what we do, ladies and gentlemen. The Peters Motorsport Promotions Nankang Queensland XL Cup of 2025, proudly brought to you by Nankang, Castrol, MPI, K&N Australia, SP Tools, and WinMax Brakes. Now, I just want to quickly, whilst that's on the screen there, boys, leave that there for me, remind you that James Simpson was 14th. Josh Marsh has got Max Gagan in 15th there. Maxie, of course, no stranger to XL Racing here, has had a couple of wins in his time. And also important to note that early suggestions were that 1B Feeney would be here with Josh Marsh this weekend. That fell through because Feeney's in the States, and Maxi Gagan has drafted in there, and drafted in quite beautifully as well, quite frankly. Brooke Wilson 16th, Ashton Clements, Kyler Clements 17th, Fraser Sturgis, Ashton Edwards, the Oscart boys 18th, Will McSwan, Brady Owen 19th, and Pat Trappett rounded out the top 20. Behind them, Scott Kinsey, Dion Jarvis, Joel and Adam Brennan, Paddy Neville in 24th, Cade Davey 25th, Ben Doughton, Kent Quinn, Trevor Lansdowne, you mentioned him earlier, and then, of course, Corey McCullough down there in 29th position. We've got 2 readings on Adam and Joel Brennan for some reason. They're not terribly sure what that's all about. They're towing the Kent Quinn car away and Craig Coleman car away from the exit or the approach to turn 1. That was fun, gentlemen. A nice way to start the weekend here at Queensland Raceway. 360 kilometres of racing still to come, ladies and gentlemen, plus a shootout tomorrow morning as well. We want to thank off the top all the drivers that have submitted a little bit of info regarding who they are and what they're about to, because that was one of the requests that was made by our good mate here, Moz, with regards to stuff to talk about in the shootout. And hopefully between that and the paperwork I've got sitting in front of the boys at the moment, we'll have no shortage of talking points this weekend. And we've also got no shortage of paddock content to get through as well, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of the 2025 Nankang XL World Enduro from the paperclip. More live coverage very shortly with the driver race, sprint race coming up in a couple of hours' time. But on the way there, some content that we put in the can yesterday here at Queensland Raceway, and we caught up with the great man Brett Peters, the category manager of the Peters Motorsport Promotions XL Cup, to have a chat. By the way, for those of you tuning in at home, approximately 11:22 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9:22 on the West Coast is when the XLs are due out on the track again. Again, we say approximate, subject to change. Don't blame us if you tune in 2 minutes either way and find that things are already underway here. It's motor racing, Jonesy. There will be.
I would always blame you.
Yeah, well, yeah, you wouldn't be the only one either. Let me get out of here. I'm going to leave you two to look after the circuit commentary for the moment. There are 3 other categories, of course, on track here at Queensland Raceway this weekend. But our focus is the headline act, the 2025 instalment of one of the great events on the calendar, the Korean Pocket Rockets, the Nankang XL World Enduro. And as I said, the head honcho of the series, the main promoter, and he has been for a while, but he's also one of the busiest men in motorsport at the national level as well, with Peters Motorsport. His name is Brett Peters. We caught up with him to have a chat about all things XL racing yesterday afternoon.
The Peters Motorsport Promotions Nankang Queensland XL Cup wouldn't be Peters Motorsport Promotions without this bloke, ladies and gentlemen. And it's nice to see Brett Peters back front and centre at Queensland Raceway for a number of different reasons, BP, because there's always that extra air of anticipation that comes with Enduro weekend, even more so now that it's forming part of the overall championship as well, mate. And let's start off with the obvious elephant in the room. You've finally caved to the social media pressure and inserted the world name and word into the title, mate. Nice to see you.
Well, thank you, Zach. And as you know, part of the reason that I was happy to say world is thanks to you, West Bremer, Nankang, that the event will be live streamed for the world to watch. So, you know, why not go with it?
Very hot, challenging conditions for us here this weekend. It's going to be a monster weekend of racing. Probably year on year, the most significant change to the format, and probably a relief to the drivers at least, is that the 150-kilometre races are split over 2 days and not back-to-back morning and afternoon.
Yeah, look, we've had all sorts of conditions for our enduro over the years. This one is going to be warm, and I think that whilst there's still an overall winner for the weekend, having the 2 150 races is been very popular.
Indeed, it has. Let's talk more broadly about XL racing at large. We normally consider it a lottery, try to pick the bingo, that sort of stuff. But this year, there are 4 real key protagonists and 6 different race winners throughout the course of the first 3 rounds so far. And it's interesting to note that had Brett Parrish and Jackson Cooper had the luck in your series that they've had in the other series, we'd have a genuine 6-horse race at the front of the field, mate. It's a really close and competitive championship, and that bodes well for the second half of the season.
Look, we have been absolutely stoked with how close it's been. XL racing's always been close, but this year particularly, it's really, really tight at the top. Then there's great packs back through the field as well. So there's racing going on everywhere, but it's impossible to pick a winner.
Let's talk about entry numbers, because it seems as though 2 things have happened here, Brett. One, the race date has found some sort of stability at the very back end of September. This is the 3rd year in a row in which that's the case. But 2, we had that enormous career in 2022 of 48, I think it was. Now we're pushing 28, 29, 30. It's not that the popularity of the categories fallen by the wayside. It's still one of the most, if not the most popular at state level anywhere in Australia. But different climate, different market, more categories. There are a few different challenges that you've got to overcome at the moment.
Yeah, look, I think what we strive for is quality, not quantity. Don't get me wrong, the days of 40-plus cars was great, but it was a lot of hard work, a lot of red flags, a lot of visits to the stewards. It really did create, it stopped being fun, I suppose, whereas what we've got now is just absolutely A-grade quality fields. XL racing around the country isn't what it used to be, and that's, as you already said, there's more and more categories. Toyota 86s has taken a lot, and everybody's just doing their best to put on great racing.
You know yourself, I mean, you're dabbling in GT4 now as well, and I might ask you about that at a later point in the weekend. We've got another interview subject standing by, and we'll get to him in a moment. But the interesting thing for mine is when you talk about the Toyota 86s, it seems as though there are a few people that are happy to bypass the XLs and go straight there. What are the challenges that we face in terms of trying to convince people of the importance of not missing this step on the way up the pyramid?
Yeah, look, it's the battling. If you're coming from karts, obviously you've got to be really careful with the wheel-to-wheel stuff there. I know they have their side pods and so forth, but in Queensland particularly, there was always Gemini racing, then there was HQ racing, and now there's been XLs for over 15 years now. And it's the door-to-door pack racing that sets those young drivers up to be able to race into the more senior categories and race hard and race well. Paul Morris famously said it's like being in the trenches, and obviously that's very much tongue-in-cheek, and of course our Anzacs are the greatest, but it's where you learn to race, and young drivers that skip categories like XLs, they get found out in the senior categories and they get beaten up and tossed out because they haven't raced wheel to wheel. So that's where XLs are absolutely critical.
And in the subjects of a step up, there's a whole different element of racecraft and strategy required when you go from sprint mode to enduro. Let me rattle off some names for you, right? When I had a look at the honour roll, Cam Wilson, Scott Green, Frank Mamarella, among others. Tyler Collins is another one. All have had success in a championship status, be it the AASA National Series or Queensland, of course, be it Series X3 or this one, and yet haven't yet conquered the enduro. It's a very difficult thing to do, and for someone like Brett Parrish, who has more podium finishes than anybody in this thing, it just goes to show how well versed he is, not just here at the Paperclip, but in the caper at large.
Look, enduro racing in any form has a totally different boxes to tick, and an XL enduro is no different. From the very first one we put on, it's been hard to win, and that won't change, particularly this weekend.
Evolution of the format. You went 300 kilometres a couple of years ago, then you've stripped it back and gone 2 150s, and if it's not broke, don't fix it. You've tweaked it a little bit, but the format remains the same year on year. Have we found, I mean, it's constantly changed over the last decade or so, but have we found the happy medium now?
I think so. Look, we had to try a fuel stop, but look, it's club/state level racing. There's the safety aspect of fuel in pit lane, there's the cost aspect of it. Having tried it, it didn't add anything to the event. If anything, the second half of the race was a bit dull. It's about entertainment, it's about the drivers getting out and just absolutely, you cannot wipe the smile off their face. So I think we'll be sticking with this format.
I mean, we can talk about the championship, 1 point separating the two leaders at the moment, but the Rookie of the Year standings, even Steven, 400 apiece, Sturgis and Wilson. Extraordinary contest there. No love in the room for the Masters, though, and judging by correspondence from you earlier in the week, no plan to change that either.
Look, every year the Queensland XL Cup seems to be more and more and more for young drivers, and that's just the way it's been. Goodness me, look at how many things Parrish has won. We're not going to stop gentlemen drivers, but it is, the focus is definitely on the younger drivers. And you talk about your roll calls. When you actually go and look at supercars, GT, Porsche, and see how many of those top-level drivers have been in this category, in XLs, at Enduros around Australia, phenomenal.
Yeah, and on that subject, great to see the likes of Brady Owen and Ryan Castro and Connor Roberts sliding back into the paddock this weekend. Of course, Connor and Ryan, the defending champions, mate. Zane Rinaldi back as well. They just can't wait. They jump at the chance. Obviously plagued by conflicting commitments for some this weekend in South Australia, but great to see some of the old regulars back in the fold.
Yeah, obviously a bit of a shame we've got a clash with some, a big event in Malala, but numbers are still very, very strong, and we've got some absolute class drivers this weekend. Indeed
we do. Righto. I am going to have another chat with you at the midway point of the weekend for our Sunday morning broadcast, but I'm going to let you off the hook at this point, not before I pick your brain for a potential hot shot, dark horse, a tip for the weekend. Who's your money on if you're a betting man? You're not allowed to be as the category admin, but
no.
Who do you reckon? Who do you reckon? Breaks through and salutes the judges on Sunday afternoon?
As I said before, it's actually impossible. I don't believe for 1 minute there'll be anybody run away with it. There's still a compulsory pit stop. No, I wouldn't be brave enough to try and pick one.
No, I'll see if you've changed your mind by this time.
Harder than the Melbourne Cup, Zach.
Yes, yeah. I'll agree with that. Harder on the vocal cords as well. Good to catch up with you, mate.
Thank you.
Long time between drinks, but well overdue, and looking forward to the weekend ahead. And we will reconvene at some point and chat about everything else that's going on in the PMP fold, mate. As far as the XLs are concerned, I'm sure now's the time before we let you go to acknowledge the people that make this possible. It's not just West Bromwich, but it's the guys that support you all season long.
Oh, look, absolutely. Nankang's been an amazing partner now for several years. Castrol have been with us, K&N oil filters, MPI, Max Pappas Industries, giving away those wonderful steering wheels for the Up on the Wheel Awards, been incredible. SP Tools have got some great stuff for the winners at the end of the year. So we've got some absolutely super partners, obviously Queensland Raceway, AASA, but huge thanks to West Bremer for live streaming our weekend. And to you, mate, thank you.
It's a pleasure and a privilege, and we're looking forward to it immensely. And, of course, Moz and Jonesy in for the ride as well. We're going to have a lot of fun and hopefully a lot of eyeballs. Hopefully a couple of people have got their sports bar set up this weekend. AFL on one screen, us on the other. It's a big day for the Lions. Good to see you, mate. We'll chat throughout the weekend.
Thanks, Zach.
First cab off the rank in our paddock wander on the platforms of West Bromwich Sport this weekend, our coverage of the Nankang XL World Enduro. On the actual pace, or Paddo backwards, as he told me before we got on air here, Caleb Patterson, his superstar co-driver for the weekend, the defending Series X3 Queensland champion in Matty Boyle. You've got a already crowned XL champion alongside a potential XL champion this year. He's just got to keep it on the black stuff and keep bagging championship points, because as we found out, Caleb Patterson, unfortunately, nice to see you by the way, at Morgan Park, those DNFs can be costly. You had 4 race wins under your belt, but that DNF cost you the round.
Yeah. Pace was mega there. Won 4 races, polled it, topped the practice sessions, and a car fault in the fuel pump letting go. Let us down that weekend, but it was still decent points. We're still in the fight. I think the 100 points this weekend, each race, really helps us, which... Matty's here to help me with.
It's amazing, isn't it? Let me digress for a moment. We've got to talk to you about the fact that you're a dual coder of sorts this year, in the sense that you're running in the Aussie racing cars as well. We'll talk about that juggle and how you're handling that in a few moments' time. But talk to me about Morgan Park, because looking at the qualifying results and looking at how far ahead of the pack you were, it was almost as though the thing was on rails and perfectly decked out. Or what was the secret? Because that sort of a margin in this class is extraordinary.
It's the Haltech. No, I'm joking. We've been working at this for 2.5 years non-stop. Me and Dad are always out in the shed together. We've got sponsors like Pete Phillips Performance. We've got a 6-car team that we can throw different setups at constantly and try different things. We found the perfect setup. It works everywhere. The first time we actually found that was down at Winton end of last year. Used it ever since, and it's just quick. It's quick, and then obviously the motor package we're getting from 𝗡𝗍𝗄𝗏 Performance is unreal as well. Just putting everything together is it's perfection at the moment.
Indeed. Now, XL Enduro weekend, third last round, championship points paying round this year, so a little bit of history being made there, but it adds to the importance and the stature of the event and the significance for those of you that are in the championship fight at the moment as well, mate. So how easy a phone call was it to draft the defending X3 champion in to co-drive this thing with you this weekend?
Yeah, me and Matt started about the same time in XLs, so we've been running the category together for a while now. We're pretty good mates. We chat outside of racing, and I spoke to 𝗡𝗍𝗄𝗏. We had a couple of guys on the cards who we thought would be a good match, and we couldn't move past Matty. He's just too good in one of these things. He's been really good in RX8s this year, and then once we gave him the contract with a whole big lump sum of money, he decided to come down from Cairns.
So they're paying for the flights as well as your meals this weekend.
We're paying for nothing. He's here for a laugh, aren't you, Matty?
Big team this weekend. Your socials have been pumping this week with regards to announcing some marquee driver pairings. If the threat for this weekend doesn't come from within your own stable and your teammates here, who does it come from?
There's a couple of really good teams. Like, you got the defending champions, Ryan and Connor. You got racing together, like 𝗘𝘅𝗍𝗲, and I think he's with 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄, who's looks really quick. And then obviously the B-Pro stable as well. But judging off practice one, I think we could have this weekend, the pace is there, definitely. We just got to execute and hope the car holds up. Hope my bad luck has ran out and we're onto the good luck side of things.
Indeed, there's a few people enjoying their fair share of good and bad luck already this morning. For context, for those of you tuning into our coverage, we are chatting to these boys fresh off the back of practice 2 of 7. Yes, you heard that correctly. There were 7 15-minute sessions here today at Queensland Raceway. How are you guys going to split that up amongst yourselves to get Matty prepped and familiarised with this car and ready for co-driver duties this weekend and the important role that he has to play in your championship fight?
Yeah, so obviously there's 7 sessions. We're not going to run all 7, so I went out in the first one, did 5 laps, set the new unofficial lap record of a 29.4. Came in, parked it up. Matt went out that last session, only about a second off of me, so we'll give him one more and he'll be on the pace by then, and we'll park the car up for the day and get it ready for the big weekend ahead.
Well, he's been standing there for about 5 minutes already, so it's about time we hear from the great man, actually.
We'll pass it over.
Thank you, Caleb. Stay there, though, because I'm coming back to the Aussie racing cars in a moment. But as you said, he's graduated. Some guys go to Toyota 86s, others go to Formula 1. We've spoken at a few different points throughout the course of the weekend just how different Queensland Raceway looks from the last time West Bremer Sport broadcast the Hyundai Excel Enduro for you back in 2019. And one of those added features is actually what we're going to refer to as the picnic area out here, out the back of the Brett Parish Racing Organisation garages. And the main man himself is here on the left-hand side. I didn't realise that things were going to be so calm, cool, collected, relaxed and laid back on a Friday afternoon, BP. It is nice to see you. Hello. But it's even nicer to see the bloke on your left-hand side, our right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you're one of the more prominent figures of XL racing, but when you go back through the history books, he's one of your more prominent co-driver constituents as well.
Too.
You've had a few. You've had a few co-drivers over the years, but nice to be able to draft this bloke back in as per usual.
It's great to have him back up here.
And for the benefit of everybody that's playing along at home that doesn't recognise him.
He hasn't been up here for over 12 months.
No, I was going to say, don't recognise him because they're so used to seeing a helmet on his head. That's Jalin Robotham, of course, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. There he is right there.
Okay, boys, let's deal with the big news topics. 7 15-minute practice sessions on a Friday here. It's a rarity to get that much track time, but the schedule is a little bit on the light side as far as categories are concerned this weekend because you guys have got so much track time. How'd you utilise it? How'd you find it?
Well, we were lucky enough to come out on Wednesday and do the open pit lane, so we got a lot of time then to get the car pretty much right. Rated some new tyres for the weekend. So we did a lot back then on that Wednesday. Come out this morning, Jay hadn't been in the car, and what was the lap time you did?
Don't know.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, it was. Anyway, he's on the money.
He's giving up.
He's on the money. He's on the money, so, yeah.
But he usually is, right?
Well, absolutely.
Let's just remind everybody that you've scored a couple of podiums alongside Brett in the past as well, mate. A win back here in what was the fastest race on average speed back in 2019. How easy is it after you go away and dabble in other machinery to come back and pick up the XL in the hands of Brett Parish?
No, it's been good. Love coming up here every year to race with Brett. His cars are always set up mint and always a good laugh with him. So it's been good to get back. I haven't driven in a while, so it was good to get back in the car again today and get my confidence back, and hopefully we can have a good weekend. So
how far in advance does he pick up the phone to try and book you in, and how quickly do you go check the diary and make sure the weekend is clear?
He didn't even call me this year. This is like what, our 6th year?
Yeah.
I think it's just So it's been a quiet year for me. I haven't really done any racing. So diary was open this year, and love coming up. It's cold back home, so good to get up here in the sun and soak it in. So
although that being said, picked a bad weekend to be getting out of Victoria, I would have thought.
No, it's good.
With the AFL Grand Final on, we'll have one eye on the screens here at QR this weekend with regards to the footy finals.
Well, you just wanted a public holiday, so you didn't want to hang down there. You wanted to come up here. So.
Yeah, well, again, it's a big draw card, but also, of course, mate, nice to reacquaint yourself and have a look at them, just working out who's going to be spoken to and palming the microphone off in each direction. Nice to be able to get back in, get some seat time, and try and restore something in the way of match fitness, considering it's been a quiet year for you.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit different jumping back in the car. It's obviously pretty hot up here, so it was it took me a couple corners to get used to it, and it felt awesome. So love being in the car. The XL is good fun to drive, and being here at QR doing this enduro it's always fun, and look forward to doing it. So good to get back out of cold Melbourne and enjoy this weekend. So
I think if I've done my homework right, BP. We look back at last year and the results sheet, and the fact that you guys won the first race and were on the podium in the second. But
it's only the points awarded on the Sunday. So
that's right. No. In the afternoon of the Sunday, because both races were on the Sunday last year. Let's just clarify that.
Are they?
Yeah, one on Sunday morning, one straight after.
Oh, yeah, it's right.
Yeah, so
okay.
This year, the all points count format does work back in your favour, because had that been in play last year, you probably would have had your third XL Enduro crown.
Yeah, we would have won the round. Oh, we'll do it again this year. We'll try to anyway. Actually, he's handling the heat better than me today, so yeah.
Well, youthful exuberance, right?
Well, I think that's what it is. It has to be.
Now, it's not lost on anybody either, too, ladies and gentlemen, that when it comes to XL racing, I don't want to use the term too loosely, but King of QR is probably a term that I'm going to throw around a bit in commentary this weekend.
No, please
Legendary
don't.
status. You're a 4-time XL Cup champion, right?
Yeah, but
you're a 2-time Enduro winner, Brett, and when I did the research going into this weekend, the most successful driver in the Enduros in the 13 years that we've run them, in the sense that you've got 7 podium finishes. But unfortunately, 4 of them are bronze.
Yeah, I know that.
One of them, of course, was a post-race penalty, but we won't go there. Listen,
I had that one.
What is it? What is it about you and the way you go about your business, setting up these race cars, that you can take what is predominantly a sprint racing car and turn it into an endurance package? Because when you think about the Enduro and you think about the guys that have had success in the XLs, your former teammate Cam Wilson being one, Scott Green another, that haven't notched up an Enduro win, and yet you've got 2 of them. What's the secret?
I don't know if there's an actual secret to it. It's just go out there and still go a bit hard, but learning when to go hard is the real key, I reckon. So they don't get out there and just burn, blaze, buggy your tyres up and everything else. So you still got to give him a good car to bring it home. So, yeah.
Let's also, before we bring Jalen back in, because
there's no tyre swaps or anything like that either, so that's just going to bring more mistakes into it, so we don't do any of that.
I'm really interested to get his thoughts on Sunday morning in just a moment, but before that, I want to start with you, because...
Sorry.
Threw you a dummy there, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Because I want to get your thoughts on the difficult decision you had to make a couple of weeks ago, right? You had to hedge your bets.
Where's this going?
You've put yourself potentially out of contention as far as this championship is concerned. So you now become one of those protagonists.
There's still 3 rounds left.
Yeah, I know that, but
there's heaps of time.
But you've been dropped to 10th on the point score, Brett, because of the fact that
I'm just trying to give everyone else a bit of
you're here
confidence.
racking up Masters trophies in
let's
Series
not talk about
X3. But in saying that, mate, difficult decision had to be made. And you proved yourself right by
really, it was just a test for this weekend. That's why I did it.
That's right. And it was a magnificent performance. You held your own, took it to the young guys, etc. Right?
Yeah.
But now, as far as this series is concerned, you've got 2 teammates that are still, in the top 4, less than 100 points covers the top 4, still firmly in the mix there. What sort of a role do you play?
There's no team orders or anything like that.
No, but what sort of a role do you play? Because at the end of the day, you might not necessarily be a championship contender from 10th, but you can make and shape it for the others that are still in contention.
Are you suggesting maybe run blocker or something, Zach?
No, I'm
from
just
other
saying,
people coming through?
I'm just saying that you're not alone. I mean, Jackson Cooper's another one that on his day will be there as well, and he's not in championship contention either. It's an interesting position to be in.
It's all about having fun.
You can that's right. When you can be competitive without having to think long game, right?
Yeah.
Is that more fun for you? Do you feel less pressure in that situation?
No, I don't feel any pressure at all. I just come out here and have some fun, drive fast, try to win everything. That's what I'm trying to do.
Now, Jalen.
And so is he.
Yeah, exactly. You got a job to do on Sunday morning. Driver B race is going to be more cutthroat than ever, right? Because not only is it the first 10 are set on the grid from the top 10 shootout, the results of the top 10 shootout, the rest of the grid set on the results of Saturday afternoon, but you guys will go out there and set the grid for the second 150 kilometres. Are you expecting fireworks as much as we are?
Nah, I think the race was, once the race settles in, I think, you just got to race to the front and keep it in the race. Like, we've 2019 when we won, we started last, so it can be done. Just there's no pressure, no need to bin it in the race. So for me, I think we'll just go out and, because is there championship points for that race?
Yeah.
So
not championship points, but certainly event points.
Okay.
Mate.
Yeah.
Event
So
points.
it's no real pressure at all. Just go out and maybe the others might have a dig, but
Do what you do.
Yeah. I'll see if I can sneak my way through. We'll see.
Now, can I just pan over to the Brett Parish marquee over here? There's a fair gathering of spectators here now, team members, etc., and so forth. It looks like you two are now left vying for one seat, which is probably why you're going to stay on the ledge here on the tree trunk, Brett. But that's okay. The interesting thing is that would also explain why I saw Jackson Cooper's dad bringing in a case of grog earlier in the day whilst we were interviewing 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏, because there's a little party going on here for happy hour after the fact. But and happy hour is actually starting earlier than usual.
Part of the beer economy.
Well, I was going to say, last year there were people watching the racing here at the circuit, watching the AFL Grand Final on their tablet, and sinking a cold one at the same time. I couldn't think of a better trifecta than that. Let's have a chat about the strategy this weekend. Have you guys worked out who's going to start, who's going to bring it home?
I'll start. He'll bring it home.
Okay.
Because, on Sunday afternoon I want to watch the Broncos game, and they said they were going to put on Quinny's big TV. So as soon as that's finished, I'll let them go and I'll just run around the other side.
Well, actually, that's going to make it interesting for the presentation, because we're going to have the rugby in the
that's
background.
true.
People aren't going to be cheering about what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
They're going to be cheering about the Broncos. In saying that, though, mate, talk to me about the rest of the stable. I mean, we caught up with Tyler and Buster and also Jackson earlier. Great to have Jackson part of the fold.
Well, it's great to have Jackson here with Buster, and he's learning a lot. Buster's learning a lot from Jackson this weekend already, this morning. So they're doing some good times. And consistency, Zach. Consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard a little bit of a bit of speculation in the paddock that suggested that you could have had as many as 6 B Pro cars here this weekend.
I could have, yeah.
But unfortunately, 𝗔𝗍's over in South Australia, and who else?
Well, that was going to be between 𝗔𝗍 and another V8 supercar driver wanting to come and do it together. But yeah, 𝗔𝗍 forgot that he was running at Malala. So yeah. Thanks, Jacko.
I meant you could see yourself through, Jacko, not slam the door on us, but that's okay, that's all right.
Door's
nice
shut.
to see you too.
Hey, I had plenty of other people that wanted to do it as well, but you need to stop it at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, we're thin enough now, so with mechanics and everyone else helping and all that, but
no, I'm just a little bit disappointed, right?
Why?
Well, I love your work, Brett, but at the same time, when I look at your stable at the moment, it's almost, and I'm going to use
it's stable.
Here,
is it really stable?
Yeah,
I don't think it's that stable.
I'm going to use a reference here that I'm hoping that you're both old enough to jog on straight away.
Okay.
Right? You've got blue, you've got red, you've got purple, and you've got green. So you've drafted out Greg and brought in Dorothy.
Okay, have we?
Oh, you didn't watch the Wiggles? Okay.
No, I don't. I didn't. No,
okay,
a bit before my time.
Wyatt probably did. He'd probably get the reference.
Yeah, well, I was well before the Wiggles. Yeah. You would have went to the concerts, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Where's your favourite Wiggle, Jalen?
I think it was a blue one.
Oh, the blue
Anthony,
one.
Right.
Anthony, is it?
I
Okay.
just feel as though that was a...
What colour's Jeff?
Purple.
Oh,
so
okay.
That's Tyler. And you got Murray for Josh Richards and Darren Whittington, who I'm going to ask you about in just a moment. But the funny thing about this is Buster again makes a cameo appearance over my shoulder during an interview today.
Yeah.
Second time. He's on a hat trick. Now, the other thing we talk about, you're a marketing person, you're a commercial person. That was a missed marketing opportunity, I would have thought, actually.
With whom?
With the Wiggles.
Oh, I didn't even think about it. Like I said, I wasn't a fan, didn't grow up with it, so I didn't know. Other people have pointed it out to me this morning when we got here, but yeah.
I'd pointed it out to a couple of people on social media. I was hoping that there was a social media opportunity there this weekend, but anyway, that's okay. Listen, great. One of your... Brett's losing the plot here. One of your great stablemates, right?
Yeah.
D. Whittington. Part of the fold way back when, enjoyed great success. He's gone away. He's back in the fold this weekend, and he's with your defending champion. That is a dark horse combination, isn't it?
Well, it is. Both of them know how to do it. They've had success around here, so they could do it.
And what about...
It's just great to have Widow back. I mean, he come and drove the 86 in the fight in the night, had so much fun, and he's just looking for an excuse to get behind the wheel of a race car again.
And if the
So it's very easy to convince him to come back.
Well, that's exactly right. And, of course, Riley begs as well, mate. So, I mean,
the fittest man in the supercar pit lane.
100%. Very rarely in a race car these days, so nice to see him get.
We got out here on open pit lane the other day and smoked it straight up. So I was like, wow, okay, good. Yeah.
Jalen, I have to ask, because you mentioned it's been a bit of a quiet year, mate. What's in the pipeline going forward? Is it a case of trying to use the last 3 months of the year to make 2026 the year of the comeback?
At this stage, probably not. We made a decision after the 12 hour this year to kind of hang it up. It's been a tough year, just can't justify the money involved in doing it. Back to work, and we'll see. Maybe something might pop up. Like I won't throw away any opportunity, but
and
we'll
he's
see.
not going to give away any potential spoilers either, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
He's keeping the cards very close to his chest, but watch this space.
We'll see. Something might pop up.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Yeah, no, it's we'll see.
Far too good a steerer to not have behind the wheel or something going forward. Although his point is quite prominent, and we've been talking about it throughout the course of the afternoon. Brett Peters has mentioned it, Josh McFarlane's mentioned it. The financial crunch at the moment, mate, that's probably deterred a few people from the grid as well. But still, when you look at the consistency of the last couple of years, 30 seems to be that threshold that we find for this Enduro.
Well, I think the numbers are still pretty good.
Yeah.
That's for sure. So anyone that's done the event out here is always like, wow, that was a great event. I think the being live streamed and having you here and that as well has certainly enabled people to justify, look, we be out there looking, show off our sponsors and everything else. So, yeah.
Indeed, and I guess the other point as well, I have to ask, you've got obviously 4 dark horses in your garage, and we throw back to 2019 when you had 4 in the top 5, you absolutely carved it up that day. And actually, it's not, it's quite, what's the word I'm looking for, appropriate that 6 years on, nothing's changed, Brett, because back then, you put him in the hot seat for the run to the 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏.
Well, I'm going to do the same thing again.
He put Brock Beattie and Declan Fraser all the way home. And, of course, they won the race on that day for you, and you were second. You actually were up in the commentary box with us for the closing stages.
Correct.
Heart in mouth and everything. But, so the more things change, the more they stay the same. But if the threat doesn't come from within your own garage, who else are you looking at as a, hang on, we've got to try and find a way to beat this bloke this week?
Well, Casher and Roberts, they're going to be there. They were there last year, so they're always a very good partnership, and they set up a very good car. So, anything could happen, really. They're racing together, crew. Their things are going well. So just stay mistake-free, really, is the key.
And we're looking forward.
And all endurance racing, so yeah.
100%. That is the and that's the other thing as well, mate. The fact that it is 2 races over 2 days means that you can't really afford to put a foot wrong on Saturday.
Correct.
More to the point, the fact that there is a championship at stake here as well, so there's even more pressure than usual associated with this event.
And you don't want to be banging cars up and then spending all Saturday here, getting them ready for Sunday and that as well, so you're just trying to catch your tail.
Yep.
So do it cleanly.
Indeed. How have you enjoyed being back in the fold, Jalen, and having a chat with, obviously, it's par for the course, teaming up with Brett, but catching up with the rest of the stable as well?
Yeah, it's good. We have a good crew here. Purple Dinosaur will be quick, and the Red Machine will be quick. So, I've raced all these guys, in XLs, and it's good to, be a team and, hopefully work together tomorrow. And, it should be good. There's a few quick cars out there, so, it'll just be who's in it at the end and see how we go. So, just got to keep it straight and look after the car and all that other stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, when you look back at the history of XL racing, your name features quite prominently, of course, in both this series and also Circuit XL Racing Association events as well. So it is nice to see you back in the fold, mate. And Brett as well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's still the most anticipated event on the XL racing calendar. I don't think that changes anytime soon, but obviously the field continues to change and evolve year on year, and it's nice to see some of these new guys coming up and making their mark, but literally using it only as a platform to bigger and better things. You have been, for lack of better words, a mainstay here, And it seems as though you're not in a hurry to change that. You're content with running around in the XL.
Well, no, not at this stage. I mean, there's no point changing, so we're just going to leave it as is. Billy's coming through for next year as well.
Ooh,
so
another parish on
yeah, look out.
Is that is that a little bit of a scoop for us, or is that? Well,
yeah, there's a scoop. Yeah, dun. There you go.
Yeah, beautiful. All right, excellent stuff. We've notched up 20 minutes, gentlemen. I think I'll
really?
be off the hook on that.
God, that went quick.
It flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
They go quick.
Did
that go quick?
Yes. The interesting thing will be, of course, qualifying tomorrow morning. You know the importance of that. I'm looking forward to that battle because it's only one part of the bigger story, mate. But getting through that unscathed is important. And you put on an absolute fly here 3 weeks ago. It'll be interesting to see if you can back it up in the other.
True. It will be. You never know what might happen, Zach.
Yeah, no.
Hey, or who's doing what here,
Well, that's exactly right. Yeah, both of you keeping the cards
very close to the chest there. Thank you.
Looking forward to it immensely. I did have one other question that escapes me at the moment.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll get a chance to chat again.
We've got all weekend for you to find it.
Of the weekend,
yeah.
You've been very good with your time as always.
Oh, thanks
you. For allowing me to interrupt happy hour.
Thank you,
Good
Jalen.
to see you again, Mr. Rowbotham.
Thanks, mate.
And good to see you as always, BP. Go well this weekend, gentlemen.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
Normally, the gentleman on the right, who's still trying to decide which way he's going to wear his hat in shade, normally he's rocking and rolling in a yellow and black machine, which is more to my liking, I must say, because of the fact that my favourite colour is yellow, but that's not important at this particular point in time. The good thing about packs and mobs, ladies and gentlemen, they usually go together. So where you find one 𝗏𝗏𝗃, you find another. And let me introduce you to 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗆 on the left and Ashton Edwards on the right. Ashton, if you've been watching our coverage, my coverage throughout the course of the season of Series X3, you'll be very familiar with his exploits there. But he's the co-driver this weekend to young 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗆, who is going along very, very nicely. Even keel with Brooke Wilson in the battle for a Rookie of the Year. It's been a magnificent performance from you so far, mate. A great result at Morgan Park to vault you up the order to set yourself up for the second half of the season, and no doubt the eyes now firmly. Normally, the gentleman on the right, who's still trying to decide which way he's going to wear his hat in shade, normally he's rocking and rolling in a yellow and black machine, which is more to my liking, I must say, because of the fact that my favourite colour is yellow. But normally, the gentleman on the right, who's still trying to decide which way he's going to wear his hat in shade, normally he's rocking and rolling in a yellow and black machine, which is more to my liking, I must say, because of the fact that my favourite colour is yellow. But Normally, the gentleman on the right, who's still trying to decide which way he's going to wear his hat in shade, normally he's rocking and rolling in a yellow and black machine, which is more to my liking, I must say, because of the fact that my favourite colour is yellow. But that's not important at this particular point in time. The good thing about packs and mobs, ladies and gentlemen, they usually go together. So where you find one 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏, you find another. And let me introduce you to 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃 on the left and Ashton Edwards on the right. Ashton, if you've been watching our coverage, my coverage throughout the course of the season of Series X3, you'll be very familiar with his exploits there. But he's the co-driver this weekend to young 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃, who is going along very, very nicely. Even keel with Brooke Wilson in the battle for a Rookie of the Year. It's been a magnificent performance from you so far, mate. A great result at Morgan Park to vault you up the order to set yourself up for the second half of the season, and no doubt the eye is now firmly on securing that Rookie of the Year title.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good year so far. We've
Normally, the gentleman on the right, who's still trying to decide which way he's going to wear his hat in shade, normally he's rocking and rolling in a yellow and black machine, which is more to my liking, I must say, because of the fact that my favourite colour is yellow, but that's not important at this particular point in time. The good thing about packs and mobs, ladies and gentlemen, they usually go together. So where you find one 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏, you find another. And let me introduce you to Welcome back, everybody. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗃𝗏 company, wherever you're tuning in, all around Ipswich, Queensland, Australia, or indeed the world. We are live, exclusive and free from Queensland Raceway this Saturday morning. This is race number 1 of 4 for the weekend in the Nankang XL World Enduro for 2025. And this is the sprint race for driver A. Nerves, tension, lifting, rising, building here at Queensland Raceway as we get ready for 10 frantic laps. Zach Cabin inside central commentary alongside Moz Rudge and also Mark Jones. We will, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we've had to do a Control-Alt-Delete. We will get back to those pre-recorded interviews after race 1 has wrapped up, but we are live and commercial free for the duration here for race 1. Jonesy, Caleb Patterson continues to be the form man in qualifying, and he's going to take up front running from pole position. And he's got Matty Boylett watching on eagerly from the sideline. In fact, the co-drivers, this would be probably some of the most relaxing and also nervous time for them, watching the guys in the thick of the action, knowing that they haven't got a role to play. So they're relaxed in one respect, but they're also anxious, knowing full well that if anything goes wrong, it's going to upset the apple cart for the balance of the weekend.
Well, yeah, and there's also a bit of, don't you dare mess up the car before I get to race it.
Exactly.
And on that subject, the one car wasn't moving very much in pit lane as it looks like he's going now. Tail marker in the field. Yeah, it looks like it's the number 44 car of Corey McCulloch.
Anthony Levitt alongside him this weekend.
Indeed. For those of you who don't know, a purveyor of Mercedes V8 loudness in production car racing. But yes, Caleb Patterson, as we started to make mention of, starting out of pole position for this race in the car that was raced by the much-missed Cam Bartholomew in years past. Joining him on the front row of the grid is Luke Rinaldi, the Rinaldi family car holding on to the outside front row spot.
Indeed. Connor Roberts, of course, on the inside of row 2, very impressive in his first appearance of the season at Morgan Park 3 weeks back. Alongside him, old 4-time himself. More podium finishes in Enduro than anybody, Brett Parrish. Of course, there were 20 different winners over the course of time in the Enduro and 49 different podium sitters. And BP's got more podium prizes than anybody so far, 1/7 of the complement. His teammate Josh Richards shares row 3 with Thomas Manwaring. Then we go back to Tyler Collins and Misty Grimsley on row 4. Angus Bales and Cody Grimsley from 5. And then back into row number 6, we have the 4th of the B-Pro entries, Buster Bailey, alongside the first of the Racing Together entries in Carley Warner, Josh Travitt and James Simpson from the 7th row, Josh Marsh, Brooke Wilson, the 8th row, Ashton Clevitz and Fraser Sturgis, the 9th row, Will McSwan from row number 10, and he's going to start alongside Pat Trappett. 11 is Scott Kinsey, alongside Dion Jarvis. Good to see him back behind the wheel. The 7th row, Joel and Adam Brennan. The 12th row, I should say, Joel and Adam Brennan, number 14. 7 times 2 is 14. I can under.
They're not both driving.
No, that's right. Well, they're both listed on the timing screen here, so I've had a Anchorman moment of just reading everything in front of me. But it will be Joel. He's listed as driver A. Then we go back to Patrick Neville. Cade Davey, not sure what the problem was there for those guys in qualifying. They won't be happy with that pace. They've got more in the tank than that. Ben Doughton, Kent Quinn, of course, back out there. Trevor Lansdowne and Corey McCulloch are going to make up a 29-car field for you, ladies and gentlemen. Race distance, of course, 31.26 kilometres on the 3.126 kilometre national circuit paperclip layout here at Queensland Raceway. And what a sight that is, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time this weekend, all 29 of them lined up and ready to unleash. 10 laps now, 48 later, 10 tomorrow morning, 48 tomorrow afternoon, 116 for the weekend. And there's never been a more important enduro than this, because it counts towards a vitally important Track Attack Australia XL Cup in 2025. Nankang XL World Enduro Weekend, 5-second board. We go red. Formula 1 style, 4 lights, 5 lights. Once they extinguish, let's go to work. Caleb Patterson
Patterson a good start on the inside. Luke Rinaldi with him. Parrish got the jump on Roberts, but Roberts is going to go back side by side, 3 wide further back as well. Clement's in the thick of it as they make their way down towards the first corner, and have a look up on the outside. That is a magnificent start from Caleb Patterson, and Connor Roberts got up on the inside there in 4th spot, slotting in behind Brett Parrish. So Parrish has got the jump on Roberts, and Luke Rinaldi tucks into the slipstream down the back straight for the first time. We're up and away on XL Enduro Weekend presented by Nankang in 2025.
Yeah, that we are indeed, Zach Cabin, and have a look at the traffic jam down into turn 3. This is where we always see some entertainment here at Queensland Raceway. It's a pinch point for the congestion, and you've got to get out the other side safe as we see. It looks like Brooke Wilson going wide on the exit. Bit of bush bashing, but he's back on track now, good to go. So, Caleb Patterson out in front, Rinaldi reading part numbers. Then Brett Parrish is relegated to 4th position now by Connor Roberts. So he got that position back. Then it's Parrish, then it's Richards. And Thomas Manwaring close behind as well. Don't forget Josh Richards, Tyler Collins, all protagonists in this race, and they're going to go all the way through the weekend here for the Nankang World XL Enduro. We cannot wait. So lap 1 completed. Caleb Patterson has the lead over Luke Rinaldi. Zach, this is setting up to be an absolute ripper of a race.
As is standard procedure, par for the course in the Hyundai XLs. Wherever they are around Australia, of course, you've got the Peters Motorsport XL Promotions Queensland Cup here this weekend. The Nankang XL World Enduro, the second hit out of XL Racing at the Paperclip this month. Back straight, second time. Look at the lead that Caleb Patterson has opened up. He won't be too far away off being able to break the toe, but being able to break it is one thing and hold it's another, because you usually find that if you work together as a pack, you can actually reel in anyone that's got some sort of advantage on you, and they've done that down the back straight, back to within 2 lengths of Patterson. So Patterson, Rinaldi, Roberts, then you go back to Parrish, and of course Joshy Richards has got his hands full at the moment. 6th place there is Thomas Manwaring, maintaining his starting position. They've gapped Tyler Collins and Cody Grimsley, and on the way down into turn 4 we go for the second time. Fever pitch here at Queensland Raceway. A magnificent clean start. 2 packs of 3 at the front, and then those 2 latching on, trying to latch on at least, Collins and Grimsley.
Yeah, there's a bit of battle starting to form between Cody Grimsley and Tyler Collins at the back half of the top 10. Then there's a bit of a gap back to McSwan, Misty Grimsley. That's actually Angus Bales, Buster Bailey, and Misty Grimsley. The Buster Bailey car looking similar to the McSwan car at times out on track. So far, so good. 2 laps completed. No interventions from the Llewellyn Motors Hyundai N-Class safety car. And all's looking good so far, nice and neat. I think these guys are well aware of what's to come this weekend, including 48 laps later on this afternoon.
Yep, and I'm not too sure too, by the way, whether this is going to be as frantic and as aggressive as a usual sprint race would be, because they've got the bigger picture in mind of that 48 laps this afternoon. Back straight, and we've got trouble out of turn 2.
That's Misty Grimsley, I think. She's buried there in turn 2.
And we've got a car on the inside as well. So Misty on the outside at 2 is bogged. On the inside, another car trying to resume. We'll try and get a rego on that in just a moment, partway down the back straight. So 2 cars caught up early on here at the Paperclip, and I don't think Misty's going to be able to remove herself out of that situation. So I would not be surprised if we do see that Llewellyn Motors Hyundai safety car that you just mentioned, Moz, very shortly. They'll be keeping an eye on Grimsley, where she's parked and whether she's in a safe enough sort of position. But given that it is at turn 2, it's on the outside, that's where trouble usually goes to. I would not be surprised if we see a neutralisation of this.
You might have to get those.
Actually,
here we go.
Safety car is on the circuit. Track. There you go. Sorry, folks, we were just having a look to see if it was going to be displayed on our light board.
Oh, flip! That was crazy. Sorry, I just caught it out the corner of my eye at turn 4. It actually flipped, and I can't. Well, who was the Rego? It was the same car involved in the 𝗪cie𝗿𝗄𝗏.
Yeah, it was. And I'm just trying to work out who that is right now. The cars are still coming across the line, ladies and gentlemen. Our leaderboard being updated, and I don't think we're getting sector times here, so we've just got to wait for them all to roll their way through, and we'll try and get a Rego on that one.
So I only just caught it out the corner of my eye, but it looked like
it's 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏.
Yeah, and
𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏.
we just saw it on screen there. It is significantly damaged, so it definitely went upside down in the 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏 car. So that will neutralise the race quite significantly. And he's actually going again. He's driving.
Trying to get it out of there and trying to get it back to pit lane, but I don't think they'll be doing that. I think medical's on scene there just to inspect the situation, and 𝗪și's being towed out as well. So that's bad luck for her and Cooper Barnes. Remember the implications of this one, boys. Progressive grid. Where you finish this is where you start the Enduro. So we've already got our first little, twist in the plot here. Subplot, if you like, because we're going to be keeping one eye on 𝗪ci and Cooper Barnes being able to drive their way through this afternoon. And as for the 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏 car, Mark Jones, let's hope that these guys will be able to repair the 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏 car and get them back out there as well. As Moz said, it did look a little bit damaged. Let's hope that it's not terminal and they can get back out there this afternoon.
Yeah, we definitely want to have Zoe Woods get out some laps at some point over the course of the weekend, even if she can't start the...
they're driving it away.
Oh, well, there we go. That's always a positive manoeuvre. And the windscreen glass looks intact as well. So for a car that's rolled over, it hasn't punctured, I say that, some of the side window glasses, there's no, and the rear windscreen is, in fact, the front windscreen is the only window glass that's remaining.
Yeah, I don't know how many times that went over. I only just caught it in the corner of my eye, and unfortunately, I don't think we got it on camera. I don't even know how they've managed to get that done. But
that's not the first flip we've had so far this weekend.
No, I heard the skids, and I saw it upside down, and then it landed on its feet again.
And everybody, of course, taking caution through that turn 4-5 section of the racetrack at the moment.
You reckon
they're going on the grass? Do you reckon there might be some glass on the circuit? There might be some debris that they're going to have to sweep off?
Yeah, I absolutely know that there's some glass on the circuit because I've seen some glinting coming out as far as outside of turn 5. I mean, that might have just been a mirror that's come out after turn 5.
Yep, there's a leaf blower cleaning machine. Red flag. The race has been stopped.
Yeah, there will be some debris. I'm wondering if he's ridden the curb on the inside of turn 4 especially hard, and that's what's caused the flip.
Well, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to try and pick apart. I know our camera operator at turn 4 there was quick onto the scene, but whether he's actually captured the footage or not, I'm not entirely sure. We were looking at a different angle at the time. But what this means, boys, is that we've completed 4 laps as they go by the control line. They'll bring them back down pit lane. That'll be 5. And then they'll go back out there. So is this... We've got to work out whether this is a dead neutralisation or whether it's like Formula 1 and supercars these days in the sense that when they have a red flag period, the in-lap counts, the out-lap counts, and the race resumes. So it'll be interesting to see what race control do here with regards to the restart, which will hopefully not be too far away. But our first incident of the weekend, and this is the point, isn't it? Unfortunately, wherever you look in the history of the XL World Enduro, dating back to 2012, we always start the Enduro portion of the weekend with less cars than what were entered for the event.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate part of the event, but you certainly don't want to do it on lap 3 of the first sprint race of the weekend. Super unfortunate, and it has copped a fair whack of damage. Look, if they can get the glass, depending on the suspension componentry and that sort of things, it looks relatively intact. They might be able to tape it up and get it back together. But our main concern is that 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏 is okay, of course. Correct. Because whilst we didn't visually see it happen, I saw one flip, but that damage sort of demonstrates there might have been more. the health and safety of our drivers is the main concern, as we see the wonderful Queensland Raceway recovery crew out on track at the moment to clean up the debris.
Just for the benefit of everybody tuning in at home, you were seeing that from our camera position down at turn 1. So this will bring about a fair bit of activity, won't it? Because the cars, the race has not been declared. We can't. We're not at 75%. We're not even at 50%. We're on lap 5 now. That will get us to 50%. But 75% ruling and other things will hopefully get back out there and get a restart. Pretty tight packed schedule today here trackside. For the benefit of those of you that are tuning in via West Bromwich Radio that might not be aware, our mate Moz here is on double duty today because they've got one of their very big marquee recreational events, roll racing, taking place, bikes and cars actually, from about 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time this afternoon. So this first delay of the program, not ideal, but I guess it's a saving grace that we were actually probably 10 minutes ahead of schedule in the first place.
Yeah, got to look after the vocals, that's for sure. And I was just about to point out that we are indeed ahead of schedule. So I think we will resume the race and see it go the whole distance. And of course, as I said, for me, 15 hours on the trot today here at Queensland Raceway. So look after the vocal
Plenty of
box.
energy drinks.
Yeah, I'll have a few of them, that's for sure. And, press on. So the XLs will definitely go, they definitely make me lose my voice. We know that. Both of us have the same problem. We'll finish up an XL race, particularly wait for the Enduro, folks. We'll sound a bit like that former Broncos captain,
Darren Lockyer,
later on. So,
this is what happens when you commentate with. This is what happens when you commentate with youngsters. Never, ever, ever say we're running ahead of schedule. No. You are just inviting the curse of the black jelly to come along and ruin the day.
Listen, I had to stipulate it in the Nankang hub, which our audience at home will see very shortly, we hope, that all times were approximate and subject to change for that very reason. And I mean, it's motor racing. Normally we don't have that situation. Hey, hello to the spectators down towards turn 1. What an afternoon you guys are having as well. Actually, that is on the outside of turn 1, I think.
Give us a wave, you're on TV.
Good on you, folks.
Nice
Good to have you along.
Nice skyline.
Absolutely. Beautiful day here at Queensland Raceway. Heading for a top temperature of 31 degrees, or 32 degrees, 31 tomorrow. It is balmy. It is going to be tough work for these guys in the cockpit this afternoon. This stop right now gives them a little chance to get out of the cockpit, catch their breath, reset, go again. But at the same time, it's going to ramp things up a little bit because they're going to get back out there and they're going to have very few laps to run. So the gloves are going to be off, and anyone that might have missed an opportunity there, Jonesy, to make some inroads in the first portion of the race, they're now going to have the opportunity to make that ground back, and they've been given the free kick of the field being neutralised.
Now, I just wanted to point out right at the moment that 𝗏𝘅𝗰𝗲's car going over on screen here, the car number 56, the red roof with the blue body there, the car driven by Josh Trappett and Cormac Murphy here this weekend, that car flipped and rolled only a day or so ago. So, if you've had a relatively gentle rollover, you can get back into racing again.
Well, Mr. Grimsley did that earlier in the year at Morgan Park.
Well, yeah, I'm just demonstrating. That your car might look a little bit dimpled, a little bit, sort of a bit hail damaged, but nonetheless, he's still strongly in midfield position there.
And the first thing that I can think of with regards to, I just mentioned Misty Grimsley, huge free kick for her, as the trackside officials are picking up the loose bits of windscreen left behind by the Kinsey entry, and a fair bit of it. That's why they had to neutralise the race, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Too much debris on the racetrack, and had to. And could you imagine the tyre damage that would be capable of if it wasn't neutralised? That's why we saw cars going to the inside, to the pit, to the grass at turn 4. Now, red flag here at Queensland Raceway. For those of you just joining us, we're live, we're local, we're exclusive and free on the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich, West Bromwich Radio and West Bromwich Sport. I've just had to say goodbye to the trackside audience for the moment because I think Moz needs to make an announcement there. But for the benefit of those of you tuning in via the stream, Mark Jones, the history of this event, let's go and pick that apart for a few moments, because when you talk about here we go. Sirens on pit road. That can only mean a good thing. That means that we're going to get wheels turning back in anger once more and get back underway. That was the signal from pit lane for drivers to go back to their cars, get strapped back in and get back out onto the racetrack. What's not yet known is how many laps we're going to have left in the piece. Our timing screen says 6 at this particular point in time, and actually, so that's another interesting point as well, right? Timing has been frozen. So even though we've been running longer than 10 minutes and 42 seconds, timing is frozen at 10:42 at the moment on our timing screen here in central commentary.
It's laps rather than time, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but still, when we're racing here under the old timing system in that stuff. By the way, if you are tuning in this week and I'm wondering why you can't follow along, C5 on my runs is where you need to be, ladies and gentlemen, for all of that. And we need to ensure that you're aware of where you can obviously follow along with what's going on here at Queensland Raceway. This will be a Indian file, single file restart as drivers make their way back out onto the circuit, because and this race gets back underway.
Because we got 4 racing laps completed, then yes, of course we do a single file restart rather than 2x2. We would go back to a grid format if we had not completed a full lap.
Correct. Now, as far as the running order is concerned, Caleb Patterson, Luke Rinaldi, Connor Roberts, Brett Parrish, Josh Richards, Tom Manwaring, Tyler Collins and Cody Grimsley. Free kick for Misty Grimsley, of course, in the sense that we do have our trackside audience back now too, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to have you along from the paperclip. The interesting thing with all of that, because it is an Indian file restart, because the race has been neutralised, you and I are old enough to remember the days in which we didn't have safety cars, we didn't have that sort of neutralisation of the race. It was a virtual safety car equivalent. But a free kick for Misty Grimsley to try and redeem some ground and make less work for her and Cooper Barnes at the start of the Enduro this afternoon.
Yes, indeed, the prominent pink and yellow car down there at the tail of the fields, and watch out for Misty. And then when Cooper gets on board for the second sprint race this afternoon, as they try to recover ground. Now, looking to see the
restart
running order.
Restart this time by.
So Caleb Patterson will control the field to the start. He's hanging back for the moment. This is just like every other safety car restart you see from Formula One to everywhere, where it's the driver at the front of the field that decides when the field takes off. And out of turn 6 they come onto the Dick Johnson straight. Patterson's gone now. He's got a car length already on Luke Rinaldi. That's an excellent restart from Patterson.
Phenomenal jump from Caleb Patterson. 2 car lengths on Luke Rinaldi. Left the pack in the rear view mirror. Looking to go about recording another race win in a season full of them for Caleb Patterson. He's been the dominant force of this campaign so far. It'll be interesting to see if he can continue that form into the Enduro this afternoon, with Matty Boylan, of course, driving alongside him.
Cody Grimsley's looking to pick up a spot here. We can see him ranging up on the outside of, I think that was an attempt on Brett Parrish. I'm not sure if that's worked. They're bunching up.
Well, Richards is in there as well, and so too is Whittington and Collins, I should say.
It's
wide.
That's the other Grimsley. Cody's gone.
Kicking up some dust.
Both the Grimsley siblings are now being dumped down the field as we watch Patterson and Rinaldi are front runners. Into shot comes Connor Roberts now in 3rd place, then Brett Parrish, and just behind Parrish we see a frenetic battle going on here. Mainwaring is being monstered here by
Richards.
2 other B-Pro cars, Richards and also the 55 car of
Collins. And that's where you don't want... Collins is going for 2 for the price of 1. Locks up down on the inside of Richards, if you don't mind. Richards is wide. Manwaring's on the inside. They are 3 wide through turn 6, ladies and gentlemen. And down the main straight as well. And pushing them along in behind is the entry of Simpson and Tucker as well. Still 3 wide. What a spectacle. A
was just about to say that this is the opportunity for the B-Pros table to gang up and work together to get past 𝗪𝗪𝗻, but he's managed to hold them off.
Richards slightly wide through turn one. Just trying to hang on. 𝗪𝗪𝗻 put his car as the front runner. He could pull ace it anywhere he likes, and he put in good position to keep this 4-pack of cars that are chasing him down. Richards in the number one, then the number two there of James Simpson, followed by Tyler Collins.
This is like 7 to 10, by the way, folks. Like 7 to 10.
𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏's climbed into the back of this group now to make it a fight amongst 7 cars.
Meanwhile, Brett Parrish is street clear, consolidating fourth at the moment. Remember, 50 vitally important championship points on the line here, and Caleb Patterson, the winningest driver in the season so far, is out in pursuit of win number 7.
Oh, Spinner at turn 4.
Spinner at 4. We'll pick up the rego in just a moment on the inside at Snake Gully. My eyes aren't that good at this time of the day, I must say. And I haven't got my glasses on because I've been trying to use the binos. Round onto the main straight. 3 laps to go. And Caleb Patterson continues to lead it. Luke Rinaldi giving chase, but fending off at the moment. Of course, 𝗓𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗶. Now, Rinaldi's in the best position here because as far as the championship contenders are concerned, I mean, Patterson's the furthest away, 103 points. He's only going to lose 5 of that, so the margin will be 98 between the top 4, but how that varies between Rinaldi, Collins and Richards remains to be seen. And look at this on the inside. Richards has got by 𝗪𝗪𝗻, so he's aware of the situation as well.
So Richards, having got past 𝗪𝗪𝗻, that's him bringing James Simpson into it. In fact, Simpson's got a run on 𝗪𝗪𝗻 here. I think he'll get him on the run down towards turn 3, gets up alongside the all-white number 2. In fact, may not get there. Here's our 3 leaders. Patterson ahead, and that was Roberts was briefly into second place, but he's on the wrong line for turn 4. So that should allow Rinaldi to reclaim. In fact, Rinaldi's already reclaimed second place as they hit the brakes into turn 4. And that's just inviting Patterson to move further and further away. As Parrish falls away from this battle for second place, Patterson is running away in front of it.
2 laps to go at the line. 6.250 kilometres, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind. Sorry, 6.252 kilometres, I should say. Round onto the main straight. Patterson is streaked clear. Rinaldi's got his hands full with Roberts. I misspoke earlier. It's Josh Richards, of course, that's fourth, so it's 103 between Rinaldi and Richards, and therefore the margin will actually balloon out, and Patterson will take 5 away from Rinaldi at this point in time, which will bring it back from 73 to 68. Look at the battle further back as well. Battles everywhere you look at the moment, Moz. This is why we love XL Cup racing.
Yeah, absolutely it is, as Caleb Patterson's built that gap just over a second over Luke Rinaldi now. But the battle is heating up with Roberts indeed. So Rinaldi, Roberts up the inside, down the back straight into turn 3. He should be able to get this move done nicely. Brett Parrish comfortably in fourth there before we go back to the rest of the field. So that's Josh Richards, Tom 𝗪𝗪𝗻 and James Simpson in a scrap there. Thank you very much. So here we go. We're going to come around for the 1 lap to go board. It's in the hand of our timekeeper, so there'll be 1 lap to go next time by from Caleb Patterson as Rinaldi goes back up the inside of 𝗓𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗔. Says, thank you very much, I'll take that second position back if you don't mind.
And this is the important thing for Luke Rinaldi at this point of the year. He's mindful that he's 3 positions clear of six positions clear of Tyler Collins and 3 of Josh Richards. He might lose a little bit in his advantage over Caleb Patterson, but he's going to actually extend his championship lead out beyond 1 point. And look at 𝗓𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗔 around the outside at turn 6, trying to set himself up for the run down the main straight. Magnificent from Roberts. He had his nose in front of the post. Will he be able to hold on the run to turn 1? We've seen it executed perfectly on a number of occasions. Not so this time from Roberts. He'll have to reset and go again down the back straight. Unbelievable. Patterson Patterson's broken clear. Margin out to 1.852 seconds over this pair. Rinaldi's got his nose in front as they head to the back straight for the final time. If you're Zane and Ryan, you're watching on, just enjoying every piece of this at the moment. What a cracking scrap for second between a guy that was very impressive at Morgan Park, but not in championship contention, and the guy that has one finger on it at the moment, with that 1 point advantage over 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗃𝗃 about to become a little bit more than that.
Yeah, Manwaring's coming after Richards for position number 5 as well. Richards with a slight lock up into turn 3. But we're out of third 3 now, up into 4 for the final time. Caleb Patterson's in the lead. Luke Rinaldi currently holds on to position 2. That's going do-si-do, swing your partner between he and Connor Roberts. That's not going to be over until the checkered flag. Brett Parrish holds 4th position. 5th is unsettled. 6th is unsettled as Collins goes around the outside of Simpson and claims that position. Thank you very much. Coming around to finish this race, Zach, bring us home.
One last chance for Connor Roberts to have a crack on Luke Rinaldi on the run to turn 6. Again he opts for the outside. Again he hangs tough. Again he goes the long way around. He won't be able to get it done this time by. Strike up race win victory number 7 of the season in the Nankang Queensland XL Cup for Caleb Patterson. Rinaldi in for 2nd and Roberts 3rd. Brett Parrish, a nice return to the paddock in 4th place. The 4-time champion Richards in 5th, and then of course in 6th place it was Thomas Manwaring out of Tyler Collins. Have a look at the battles further back, photos all round. We've expected that over the years in the XLs. 2025 no different. 7th place went to Collins, 8th to Simpson, 9th to Bales, and 10th to Fraser Sturgis. Pat Travitt in for 11th, Ashton Clements, Tirthi Grimsley, Will McSwan, Josh Travitt, Buster Bailey and Josh Marsh back into 17th spot. Beyond that, you had Dion Jarvis, Cade Davey, Carley Warner, Brooke Wilson. The Brennan entry was 22nd. Quinn Ben Doughton, Patrick Neville, Corey McCullough, and Trevor Lansdowne with Misty Grimsley finishing a lap down. And Scott Kinsey, of course, not being classified at all. It'll be interesting to see if they can get that one sorted for the Enduro this afternoon. And these guys now, Moz, will go about rectifying their setup, adjusting it, thinking long game rather than short, sharp, snappy sprint mode.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it's a shame for Misty Grimsley as well. No doubt she'll come back fighting through. She's got 47, 48 laps to get it done. So we've seen the pace in that car recently in other series as well. So she'll come charging through. Unfortunate for Scott Kinsey. Hopefully they can at least put a bit of a Band-Aid fix on that car and get it sorted out. But congratulations to Caleb Patterson, who won by, 9/10 of a second in the end.
Indeed he did, and what a striking performance, what a statement-making performance it was from him to start the weekend. Disappointed with how Morgan Park wrapped up, of course. He couldn't complete the clean sweep out there. He won 4 of the 5 and is ruining that DNF in context to the championship fight. Now we note that we had 45 points being scored there by Luke Rinaldi, but he's outscored Tyler Collins by, in the end, 5 race positions. So that'll have an impact as far as his advantage at the top of the table is concerned. It'll go beyond 1. It might even extend out into double digits now. Caleb Patterson has taken 5 away from him. It was 73 between the pair coming into that race. It'll now be 68. And Josh Richards, of course, has lost ground on them, and he really couldn't afford to do so. But in saying that, it only takes one slight hiccup, one mishap, one DNF, one mechanical failure, whatever the case may be, for any of that top 3, and the game changes again.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, absolutely. And hey, long race to come this afternoon. Anything can happen. Who knows what we will see? Well, what we do know we'll see is a little bit of chaos, a little bit of a show as well, an absolute ripper show. As I said earlier, a $3,000 car putting on a $300,000 show. That's what you get here at the Nankang World Enduro. The XLs cost a little bit more than $3,000 these days, but nonetheless the ratio stays the same. Still, they put on absolute value of a performance here every time they come out to Queensland Raceway. You throw 47, 48 laps into that mix, I can't wait.
It's a price tag that is nowhere near the
the sum of coin that one S Dog is getting at the Melbourne Cricket Ground this afternoon, courtesy AFL, but it's still a very good quality value for money show. Nevertheless, the Peters Motorsport Promotions Queensland Rankang XL Cup. We've got some track activity here in the form of a stunt bike, almost doing a 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏 from Bruno in 1998, if you don't mind. He nearly had the thing up and over ending.
Yeah, of course, that's the resident stuntman here at Queensland Raceway, TJ Stunts. So I'm going to say farewell to you guys on West Bremer Radio. Go and do my trackside stuff.
You do that.
And I'll catch you back here later this afternoon for the Enduro 150-kilometre race.
You will indeed. Thank you, Moz. Appreciate that. I'll give you the trackside microphone as well. We'll say goodbye to the trackside audience. We'll continue, however, for a couple of minutes here with Mark Jones and I on West Bremer Radio. The Peters Motorsport Promotions Nankang Queensland XL Cup proudly brought to you, of course, by Nankang, Castrol, MPI, Max Pappas Innovations, K&N, SP Tools and WinMax Brakes. The events, of course, facilitated as part of the headline act as part of the Queensland Racing Drivers Championship at Queensland Raceway, and of course sanctioned by the Australian Autosport Alliance as well. Live, local, exclusive and free on our YouTube channel, and of course streaming via the audio only option of West Bremer Sport via the West Bremer Radio app as well. It's nice to be back doing some radio. It's nice to be back doing some play-by-play commentary with you, Mark Jones, as we remind everybody that that's what it's all about this weekend, the Nankang XL World Enduro. Thoughts on all of that? Who surprised you? Who disappointed? Who's got some ground to recover? And who's just made life a little bit more difficult for themselves, I should say, ahead of the Enduro this afternoon?
Well, I guess one advantage of finishing a lap down in all of this is that whichever driver starts the pink and yellow car, whether it's Misty Grimsley or Cooper Barnes, they don't start the Enduro this afternoon a lap down. They get that lap back, even though they are off the back of the grid.
And to continue along the lines of small takeaways, small positives, the only way is forward. The only way is forward.
Literally, the only way is forward. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. There is one option of not going forward, and that's if the Kinsey car is repaired in time and does better than them.
Indeed. There it is on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. We've ticked off the first of the 10-lap endurance sprint races, I should say. We've got two 48-lap races ahead of us, one, of course, today, one tomorrow. The total for the weekend, 116 laps around here. You'd be getting dizzy, wouldn't you? 3.126 kilometres, 362.616. Interesting to note, year on year, 4 laps more across the event than last year. The difference being that last year the sprint races were 8 laps, not 10. So a little bit more ground to cover this year, but therefore a little bit more value for money and bang for buck for competitors and spectators alike.
Well, certainly that battle for 14th position from Will McSwan backwards, that certainly was a very interesting additional 2 laps where basically there was like 11 cars in that battle that came to the line together.
Indeed. And of course this time last year, mate, you were in the box seat, the best seat in the house here, calling all the action. And of course last year, the difference year on year, we were classified based on the results of race 2 to determine the event. This year it's changed because it is a championship round, all points count. So last year, had the rules of this year been implemented, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Jalen Robotham have another Enduro win to their name. But of course on this occasion, Connor Roberts and Ryan Casher were noted as the victors, and they'll be looking to go out and make a statement and go back to back. But I'll tell you what, Caleb Patterson and Matty Boyle are going to make life very difficult for them, I think.
Yeah, and looking at this on the screen there, we've got 2 of those 4-driver combos on the screen there are in the race here. We're missing the Wood brothers, unfortunately.
And of course, Nash Morris is out, and Cade Davies got a different co-driver this year.
Indeed. But yeah, Parrish and Jalen Robotham, one of our superstar co-drivers. Looking forward to see Jalen on board the number 54. And Ryan Casher, who's gone on to be a potent Toyota 86 driver, steps back aboard an XL with Connor Roberts. So there's certainly some potential to be going on there. And shout out actually also to a driver who we would have expected to see in the field here this weekend, was recovering from injury in Alice Buckley.
Yep.
Unfortunately, she hurt her hand, I think, in a crash at the Bend in her TA2 car.
Trans Am, TA2's this weekend at Mallala. In fact, she probably would have been there too, given half the chance. Jared Hughes is there too. It's important to know. So, We've ticked the first 2 boxes, ladies and gentlemen. Race 1 taking a little bit longer than normal due to that 5-minute red flag interval. But approximately 2 Eastern time this afternoon, join us back here for race 1 of the Enduros. And then, of course, we'll settle up and do it all again tomorrow, Jonesy. Remember, those times are approximate and subject to change, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed. Don't blame us. Shootout, 10:55 Eastern, 1:10 driver B race, and then 3:15. So about an hour later, a day on day, but that means, of course, we don't have anything following the XLs tomorrow. So if we have to, like we did in 2019, go into the dark, we will. Let's hope that isn't the case. It's been a long enough weekend.
Well,
already.
That being said, we've got some candles on standby if we need to light the circuit up.
Well, that's a very apt reference from you, considering that I normally talk about that with regards to early sunset times in this part of the world. And we were only talking about that before we got on air, quite frankly. Hey, very nicely done.
I wasn't talking about that.
No.
Bangtang World XL Enduro, 150 Ks coming up. Very, very, well, not immediately, but sooner than you think.
Well, that's exactly right. So, on that subject, ladies and gentlemen, we might take this opportunity to step away. We've put a heap of content in the can from yesterday, so continue to enjoy that. Hopefully, we'll be able to do that for you. This is the 2025 Nankang XL World Enduro. It's live, local, exclusive and free on the platforms of West Brom Radio and West Brom Sport. We've got about 2.5 hours ahead of us here to fill with Paddock content from yesterday before we're back in the booth for live and commercial-free coverage of Race 2 of the weekend, Race 1 as far as the Enduro component of the event is concerned. And you better believe it, we're pumped up and excited. We hope you are as well, and we hope you're enjoying our coverage here on the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich. Moz, Jonesy and I back with you soon. In the meantime, let's go back to the paddock and the content that we put in the can yesterday. Good to have you company from Queensland Raceway and West Brom Sports live, exclusive and free coverage of the 2025 Nankang XL World Enduro. This is the point of the broadcast in which we welcome you inside the commentary position, but behind our actual commentary point. That's a couple of metres to the right, your left, as I put this to air for you. We've gone to the back of the booth. And we need to thank Queensland Raceway for wheeling the monitor in from downstairs, literally. It's one of those monitors on wheels, ladies and gentlemen, that have brought this in so that we can take you through the ins and outs of this weekend and the event's history at large, as we welcome you to what is round 4 of 6 in the 2025 𝗏𝘅𝗻 Motorsport Promotions Nankang Queensland XL Cup. This is the Nankang Hub, and we are going to pick this weekend apart in great detail for you as we gear up for what will be a fascinating 2 days of racing here. So thanks to Matt and Josh for facilitating that for us. It did save us bringing an extra monitor to the circuit this weekend, and you'll see this screen featuring a little bit more prominently as we go on throughout the course of the next 2 days. Let's set the scene for you. This is the 14th edition of the event. Next year will be number 15. This is the 13th year in which the Queensland XL Cup under races or AA sanctioning has, of course, been staging an enduro. The year that we missed out was, of course, 𝗙𝗏𝗏 year in 2020. 13th year, 14th running of the 𝗏𝘅𝗏𝗏 Motorsport Promotions Enduro, and this is the second year in which we've adopted the 2x150 kilometre race format. I'll go into more detail with regards to the different formats and the variations thereof that we've had over the course of the history of the last 14 years a little bit later on. One of the big changes, of course, was in 2022 as part of the takeover from John Tetley of Tony Quinn to Queensland Raceway, the switch to AASA sanctioning from races, and this is the 4th year in which the event has been sanctioned by the AASA after 10 years of races sanctioning. And this is the 4th QR-XL Enduro. And it's important to note that of the 14, all 14 have been staged here. We haven't adopted the format and taken it anywhere else yet, to Lakeside or to Morgan Park venues that have also hosted this series. All 14 have been staged here at QR, and this is the 4th of those to be staged in the month of September, and we've found some sort of stability in the positioning of the event on the season-long calendar, because this is the third consecutive year in which it's been around about this last weekend of the 9th month of the year as we reach the three-quarter mark of 2025. Geez, the year is getting away from us, isn't it? This circuit, our playground and real estate for the weekend, opened in 1999. It was 12 years later in which we saw the first XL race staged here, and another year after that in 2012, the year of the London Olympics, of course, we saw the first XL Enduro at Queensland Raceway. We've been running it every year since, except for 2020. Of course, important to note that there were 2 of them in 2019, and I'm getting to that in just a few moments as well. Clockwise the direction, 3.126 kilometres, the length around here, the track distance. Nothing has changed in that regard over the last few years. It's important to note that this configuration that we're running this weekend is the one more synonymous with the venue for those abroad and those interstate. But locals will know that on any given weekend they could be throwing the challenge of racing on up to 5 different configurations here at the Paperclip. It's hard to believe actually and hard to fathom at times that they can squeeze that many configurations into that smaller circuit, but they've done it, and they've done it very, very well, having added the switchback in the last few years. As well, the supercars are here running this weekend on that configuration. The national circuit, the Paperclip, as it's famously known, is 6 turns, 4 to the right, 2 to the left, and of course those 2 to the left are turns 4 and 5, and it's important to note that it might look deceptively simple on paper, but it's anything but. Every corner is different, and the challenge is multiplied, amplified here in the XLs, because like all good one-make category racing, and not even think about the open wheelers, Formula V, Formula Ford, some of their best racing is on circuits like this, where you've got 4 long straights, you've got therefore 4 legitimate overtaking opportunities, but the XLs, you've got 6 opportunities, because every corner is an overtaking opportunity just waiting to happen. So you'll see a lot of drivers dicing and slicing their way through this weekend, looking for track position, clear real estate. You'll also see a couple of these drivers looking in their rear view mirror rather prominently. Outside overtaking opportunities are achievable. Normally going out of the dirty part of the racetrack, not an option. Try telling that to these guys. You're going to see some great racing this weekend, and of course that's one of the great aspects of why we love this circuit and why we love these race cars on this circuit. So 2 big braking points at turn 3 and turn 6, and the other thing as well, very hard to consolidate executing is one thing, consolidating an overtaking opportunity quite another around here. So you've got to be very, very clever with your racecraft in this Hyundai XL at this venue. The most successful driver in the history of the format is 𝗏𝗏. That'll come as no surprise to long-term followers of the category. The 4-time champ, Mr. B-Pro, has 7 podium finishes to his name. He could have had a 3rd win, but it became a 4th third place finish for him back in 2018. He copped the post-race penalty that relegated him off the top step of the podium to the 3rd. So he is the perennial bronze medalist of this event, with 7 podium finishes and 4 thirds. He's got more of both than anybody else. His 2 wins came with Peter Nankervis and Jalen Robotham. They were in 2014 and 2019, and of course he is one of 5 2-time winners of this race, but he's the only one on the grid this weekend, therefore the only one possibly with a chance of becoming a 3-time Enduro winner. Interesting to note, 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏, Declan Fraser, Nash Morris were all due to be on the grid this weekend. It was all touted and suggested that they would be. Brock took off to the United States, being the jet-setting globetrotter that he is, and superstar. We say good day to him if he's tuning in. Declan Fraser's injured at the moment. We send him our best wishes. Nash Morris, of course, no one was left to hold up the fort at Norwell, so he's drawn the short straw there, and we'll be tuning in from there this afternoon. We wish him all the best. And John McLaughlin, of course, the 2-time winner of the race in 2016 and 2018. It's interesting when you look at the statistics here. Brock Feeney's won with Declan Fraser and Nash Morris. Nash Morris's second win came with Alice Buckley, the only female to win the race. She's injured at the moment as well. We sent her our best. And of course, Declan's won with Brady Owen, who's back on the grid this weekend as well, albeit with a different co-driver. And John McLaughlin remains the only driver in the history of the concept to have won flying solo. Again, we talk about the evolution and the changing of the formats and regulations over the years. McLaughlin in 2016 won it flying solo, and then they changed it to a two-driver mandate rule for 2017 and beyond. Now, you might be looking at this and thinking, what the hell is he talking about? The fastest race, average speed, and slowest race, average speed. We talk about race records all the time, and my colleague down in New South Wales, who notched up 20 years in the industry, both in media and commentary this week, 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗆, loves poking the bear with me with regards to this one, extracting a little bit of the proverbial. We say get under him if it's tuning in as well. But the only decent, reasonable, logical sort of way that I could provide you with details with regards to the fastest race and the slowest race here was to look at average speed, such has been the difference in formats over the course of time. Fastest average speed, November 2019, so there's the only correlation. It was both in 2019. The fastest race from Brett Parrish and Jalen Rowbotham, 50 laps, 1 hour 19 and 21 seconds, an average speed of 118.19 kilometres an hour. Now, it's interesting when you look at that. 50 laps around here, 40 at a minute and a half gets you to the hour, another 10 gets you to 15 minutes, another 4 minutes in there somewhere. Put into consideration pace, maybe a caution, and maybe the pit stop transit as well. That was a very quick and very clean race, it's important to note. However, same can't be said for this one. The September 2019 race held at the end of the weekend in which the venue hosted the Australian Formula B National Challenge. Brock Feeney and Declan Fraser winning in the dark. Yes, we went beyond sunset on a Sunday night here in September of 2019. The EFS 4x4 accessories won 74 laps longer than the November race. It's important to note. Average speed only 98.97 kilometres an hour because we had the first and only ever race suspension in the history of the format. That came due to a 3-car wreck down at turn 3. If you're one that's mathematically inclined, you'll appreciate the irony of that. But yes, turn 3, and as a result of that, everybody parked down here below our commentary position on pit lane for the better part of 15 to 20 minutes, just pushing back the inevitable end of the program a little bit further. It was a very long weekend for us that we're privileged enough to be here to enjoy it. Now, let's go and have a look at the track density here at Queensland Raceway. 50 cars. We've only really flirted with that being an issue for the grid size of this race on one occasion. That was in 2022. 48 cars on the grid, 47 starters on that occasion. But it's been a while since we've seen those numbers. We've been very steady around that 28, 29, 30 marker in recent times. Now, quickly, I want to elaborate on a couple of things here. Last year's grid 28, I did hear whispers of 29, 30 this morning. I can confirm, courtesy of this entry list, which landed on my desk in my lab about an hour and a half ago, that it is 29. So on that subject, nothing contained in here will talk about the entry list for this weekend because unfortunately we only got it when we arrived trackside. We finished putting this together. What is it now? As I record this, it's 1:15 on a Friday afternoon. This was put together, finished being put together at about 2 a.m. this morning. It's been a week of burning the candle at both ends. Don't worry about that. But yes, 29 is the number we're settled on, which is about on par with where we've been the last few years for the format of this race. Now, interesting to note, pit window rules. It opens at the start of lap 17, closes at the end of lap 32. That's the end of the first, well, the start of the second third and the end of the second third of the race. No driver can run more than 2/3 of the race distance here, which is 48 laps. This is, of course, a pit window for 2 Enduros. It's important to note, ladies and gentlemen, pit lane speed limit 40 kilometres an hour. You can transit that in 34 seconds. And that brings me to this point here. 1 by 1 minute and 15 second transit stop. So that is the time in which it takes you to transit from pit entry to pit exit with a stop for a driver change in the middle. They'll be on the stopwatch this weekend trying to nail a 41-second driver change because that's the number between 34 1:10:75 to nail the pit stop and lose as little time on pit road as possible. So 1 minute 15 seconds. That is a transit time stop, not dissimilar to what you see in Willowbank 300s in years gone by, in Sydney and Winton 300s in this day and age, Wakefield as well. It's a transit stop. We're not worried about the stationary time. It's going to be what the timers pick up. The timing system picks up between pit entry and pit exit, 1 minute 15 seconds. You do not want to enter the circuit at a minute 14.8 or 0.9. They will slow you an invoice. As I said, correlation in the calendar, consistency with where this event is scheduled these days. It's exactly 52 weeks since we're last here rocking and rolling here, but the big difference is it was 2 races on the Sunday. The Enduros were both back-to-back on the Sunday with a lunch break in between morning and afternoon. Today and tomorrow, we've got 150 kilometres each. So we've got a little bit more time to catch our breath between the two Enduros this time round. And it's QR, it's XL Racing. There is a 100% probability of seeing the safety car at some point throughout the course of this weekend. Let's move on and have a look at the season so far. And there is the calendar. That's where we're up to. I mentioned at the previous round, of course, we were here with Series X3 the same weekend that these guys were out at Morgan Park, September 5 to 7. Tyler Collins winning the opening round, Luke Rinaldi the last 2. It's a 2-horse race as far as the championship's concerned, but it's really technically as many as 4, and I'll elaborate on why in just a moment. But QR's our playground this weekend and for the rest of the season as well. 4 rounds in the space of 9 weeks, 3 in the space of 7 to get us to the end of the season. It's going to be 3 weeks time back here, 3 weeks time back here, so actually that's a better part of 44 days. It's not even the full 7 weeks between the start of the second half of the season and the end. But yeah, it's been one-way traffic so far between Tyler Collins and Luke Rinaldi. Tyler getting the leg up in round 1 back here in April. And back here in May, the event that was rescheduled for March, of course, for the non-event Tropical Cyclone Alfred, and then, of course, September 5 to 7 out at Morgan Park Raceway in Warwick. After a very long mid-season break, I'm coming back to Morgan Park in just a moment. But yes, that's the setting, that's the season, that's the agenda, and that's who's dominated to this point. Championship standings. Now, I want to go back to round 2, and the reason I want to do that, as you can see, Tyler Collins had a 20-point lead over Luke Rinaldi. It is now just 1 after they went duked it out in Warwick. But I want to highlight the guys in yellow. One of the real frustrating aspects of what we do for these competitors, there is a good percentage of the cohort, as you can see there, that race both this series and Series X3 under the Motorsport Australia sanctioning. And these guys, highlighted in yellow, were here 3 weeks ago, running in the penultimate round of that championship. So they clean missed Morgan Park. And I never like those situations. I don't want to get too political. I don't want to upset or ruffle feathers. But at the same time, it is an ongoing issue of angst amongst the paddock when these guys who are competitive in both, Brett Parrish is a prime example, when they're competitive in both, and they've got to hedge their bets and sacrifice one in order to maybe benefit in the other. But that was the state of play after 2 rounds. And now, have a look at the positional changes after Morgan Park and the guys that took the trek out along the Cunningham Highway to go and race out in regional Queensland. Luke Rinaldi has turned the tables on Tyler Collins. It is 1 point between first and second. You couldn't ask for a better scenario. 103 points covers the top 4, but don't rule out Josh Richards just yet. 100 points on offer for the winner of both Enduros this weekend. Should something go awry for any of the guys above him, same for Caleb Patterson, who's only, 73 and 72 points away from those 2 guys respectively. The tables could turn, and there's a minimum of 750 points still on offer based on the fact that we've got 250 on offer this weekend for the championship competitors, and then another 250 across the more exclusive, more featured, more prominent 5-race format at rounds 4 and 5 of QRDC here in October and November. The big movers included Harrison Stocker, 5 spots, Brett Parrish dropped 7 as a result of running here at Queensland Raceway in Series X3, and he did so quite well, by the way. Kobe Tucker jumped up. James Simpson, the only one in the 36 list here, 36 names long, that didn't move a position at all. He remains 7th after Morgan Park is, of course, teaming up with Kobe Tucker this weekend. We wish the boys the very best of luck. Those combinations I do know. Let's have a look at 11 through 20. Fascinating battle here between Fraser-Sturgis and Brooke Wilson, not just for 11th in the championship, and they're on the cusp of the top 10, but they're also, of course, battling it out for the Rookie of the Year. And Fraser had a breakout round at Morgan Park in Warwick, jumping up 9 positions. Brooke Wilson up 1. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏 wasn't on the grid at Morgan Park, wasn't on the grid here either. He dropped 7. 8 positions gained for Corey McCullum, 6 for Grant Chalmer. 𝗪cie and 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏 both here, both paid the price, 16th and 17th now, only 28 points between the two siblings. Scott Kinsey up 8 spots. Josh Trappett wasn't on the grid at either round. Jackson Cooper was here and cleaning up, I might add. He dropped down to 20th position as well. There were a couple of new names that dropped onto the grid for the first time this season at Morgan Park. Highlight 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏 there in position number 24. Kent Quinn wasn't on track at Morgan Park, nor was Matt Dunphy. Patrick Neville was here at QR. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏's up 8 spots. And the reason for that was he was the 32nd name on the list of point scorers once I put the points from Morgan Park into the matrix, crunch the numbers, so that's an effective gain of +8, but it's his arrival into the championship with a formidable round in Warwick. Did everything but win the round, really. Ticked all the boxes required to be on the podium and bagged 5 podium finishes. But Luke Rinaldi was able to pip him, of course. Hamish Drysdale only a point away. Good to see the Shannon Supercar Showdown superstar Jesse Dixon back in the XL, 176 for him. He's on the grid here this weekend as well. Josh Shelley was a new arrival in the series. Josh Marsh wasn't on the grid because he was here. Craig Coleman wasn't on the grid. Ben Doughton, a new name to the series, and then over the page, Scott Pegley down 5 spots, not contesting the round. Sam McCall and William Wallace made their season debut at Morgan Park. David Glasgow wasn't on the grid, nor was Darren Whittington, and Will McSwan was here. He's got Brody Owen with him this weekend. He's got every opportunity to vault up the order, there's no doubt about that. Let's have a look at the Junior of the Year standings. Luke Rinaldi and Tyler Collins also duking it out for dual honours, if you like, and Caleb Patterson as well. Josh Richards outside that junior threshold age cut-off. Kobe Tucker, James Simpson, Paddy Trappett, Fraser-Sturgis, we've mentioned him again. Brooke Wilson as well. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗪cie and 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏𝗏, and Jackson Cooper. But look at that, 405 points between 1st and 12th. Even when he's been on the grid on the 2 rounds in which he's graced this series with his presence, Jackson Cooper just hasn't had the luck or the run of the mill that he's had in Series X3. He's champion-elect there at the moment. And now we have a look at the Rookie of the Year standings, and Fraser-Sturgis and Brooke Wilson in a dead heat at the moment. Only broken by the only tiebreaker determining factor as to why Sturgis is on top and Wilson's on second there in the listing, ladies and gentlemen. Alphabetical order of the surname. McCulley, Chandler, Kinsey, Neville, Dunphy, Coleman, Pegley and Glasgow making up the top 10. Let's have a look now at a little bit of information for your benefit at home, ladies and gentlemen, as what the points matrix will look like this weekend when it comes to points allocation in the sprint races. It's not quite double points for all positions for the Enduro, but it certainly is for first. 50 points for the winner in the sprint races, and they are important too, for reasons I'll elaborate on a little bit later this afternoon. The interesting thing about this is you've got 50 points available for the race winner, you've got 102 Enduros, 250 points on offer, but there's also a Driver B race this weekend that counts for 50 points as well, and that's with regards to the event specifically, not with regards to the championship proper, because remember, some of those drivers are not full season competitors. There was a rule that Brett Peters was trying to stipulate this year whereby you couldn't team up with a season regular co-driver. You had to find somebody external to the series or somebody that wasn't committed to the series full time. There are a couple of exceptions to that rule, but there it is. Every single point vital, because whilst we've had split rounds before, whereby we've had a championship sprint round on the Saturday and an Enduro non-championship on the Sunday. Everything counts towards not just this weekend and determining the XL World Champion, but the actual season-long battle itself. So they're the points to be mindful of for the sprint race, and they're the points to be mindful of for the Enduro. A 10-point difference between first and second, 100 plays 90, 82 for third, 76, 72, 70. Those points gaps do shrink a little bit the further down the order you go, all the way down to here in 50th position. Everyone from 40th down to 50th would get 2 points. We don't have to worry about that. We only have to worry about 29. So the least number of points you can walk away with if you finish the Enduro, if everybody finishes the Enduro, is 24 points. We're hoping to have a few more on the grid, obviously. The ones you want to avoid are these. DNF did not finish. DNS did not start. Non-classified, meaning you didn't complete 75% of the race, or disqualification. Unfortunately, Josh Richards has had an exclusion against him already this season. He wouldn't want a second one. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗶 can't afford another DNF as well, especially if they want to stay with Tyler and Luke in the title fight. But yeah, you don't earn anything for failing to trouble the scorers, for failing to reach the checkered flag or 75% distance thereof. So zeros are very costly, particularly at this point of the season when you get into the crunch end, particularly when you've got tight turnaround between the next 2 rounds, particularly when you've also got a title fight where there are 4 genuine contenders, and one of them could be the difference between being in the fight and not. Right, let's have a chat about the evolution of the Enduro format, ladies and gentlemen, because for the first 5 years it was just a 1-hour endurance race. And at the time, and I spoke to 𝗏𝗏𝗏 about this in the lead-up, offline. We're going to have a chat with him online throughout the broadcast this weekend as well, but he said entrants could run solo if they wish to, and that was just his way of trying to, the series was still in its infancy. They were still trying to build it up. You may have seen an order on social media in the lead-up to this event, ladies and gentlemen, that had all the way back to 2014 listed. Well, after some more digging, and a big thanks to Mark Jones for his assistance with that, by the way, through the driver database website, we went back to 2012. I was only involved in Queensland Motorsport from 2017, so I wasn't as fully across it as I probably should have been, or certainly someone like Jonesy is. The race was extended to 200 kilometres, and the co-driver rule was mandated in 2017. Of course, the fact that they could run solo was why you saw a top 3 finishing solo on the outright podium in 2016 of John McLaughlin, of course, remaining the only solo winner of the Queensland XL Cup Enduro. 200 kilometres, 64 laps for 2017 and 18. The problem we had there was no refuelling on pit road. You had to go out the back and do it if you needed a top up. And there was a difference between making it and breaking it. There was some real clutch fuel saving going on there, and there were some cars running out of juice late in the piece. The co-driver rule, of course, has been maintained ever since. It was mandated in 2017. You had 2 events in 2019. They were both split into 2 parts. We had a shortened 3-race championship round on the Saturday, the Enduro on the Sunday, and of course one of the great aspects of this event was that the co-drivers got thrown into the hot seat. They were thrown in the deep end to determine the starting position for their team, their entry on the grid. Now, the race distance was shortened to approximately 170 kilometres, 54 laps in September, and shortened again to 155 kilometres or 50 laps in the November of that year. Neither race counted towards the championship, as I already said. No race in 2020 due to the spicy cough. And then, of course, in 2021, a couple of big things happened. The event returned, the race distance extended back out to 175 kilometres or 57 laps. And then, of course, into November, the bombshell that John 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was relinquishing the ownership of Queensland Raceway, and Tony Quinn was taking over. That brought about a domino effect of a raft of different changes. Our vantage point here in central commentary being one of those eventually, but everybody that walks into the place these days, if they haven't been here for a while, holy moly, it looks so much different, and for the better as well. Queensland Raceway switching to AASA sanction early 2022, I think it was around about February. Of course, it did have an impact on the start of the Queensland Motorsport season, but we've had a rather stable sort of run ever since. Now, as a result of moving to WSA, that brought about with it a raft of different race regulation changes, outward clampdowns and virtual safety cars and cautions, and in with traditional Motorsport Australia WSA rules whereby you have A, standing start, so we have a standing start here for the first time after years of rolling starts, and B, we also had, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, we also had the first edition of an XL Cup Enduro under a different sanctioning body. So, and of course you also see what is known here as the Lohela Motor Safety Car featuring now instead of that virtual safety car situation. 2022 brought with it the biggest field the Enduro has ever seen. 47 cars contested the 57-lap race. We did lose one between the event starting Saturday morning and race time on Sunday afternoon. It remains the biggest grid we've ever seen for the event. In 2023, they went down the direction of what was once known as the Willowbank 300. They extended the race out to 96 laps, 300 kilometres. Refuelling had to be permitted by this point, which brought about a change to the CPS requirements and regulations. Alice Buckley became the first and only woman to win the race, and she was driving alongside a bloke that would become a two-time winner of the event on that day in Nash Morris. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, he's not on the grid this weekend. And then, of course, the last 2 years, there it is. 300-kilometre distance retained, but the format has been revised. Endurance races have been split into two 150-kilometre legs, 48 laps apiece. Both Enduros were held on the Sunday last year with a short break in between, and of course refuelling no longer permitted. That was a point that had to be rammed home this week during the pre-event communication from category management. The format's been retained, but we'll now see the 150-kilometre race on the first of those on the Saturday afternoon, the second on the Sunday. The meeting now does count towards the B&B Then Game Queensland XL Cup, and winners will be determined on an all-points count format, and we'll elaborate on that a little bit later on as well. Now, the next thing I want to cover off here, when we have a look at the format, the fact that we've had to change it to have one race each day has also brought about a change to who qualifies for the top 10 shootout. You finish in the top 10 of the Saturday Enduro, you're in the top 10 shootout Sunday morning. I'll go through that in a moment. And as I said there, races and the WSA have been the sanctioning bodies of this event, past and present. This time last year, it was Brett Parrish and Jalen Roboff winning the opening race, and Connor Roberts and Ryan Cash the second. Make note of the difference in race times there, ladies and gentlemen. A bit more caution in this one. Of course, they were held back to back with a lunch break in between. Not much turnaround time if you fell over in race one to get yourself back out for race two. This was, at the time, known as the Queensland Raceway Festival of Motorsport. That tagline has been done away with for this year, and QRDC 4 was the event then. It is QRDC 3 now. And interesting to note that last year the event winners were determined by the finishing results of race 2. This year they will be determined on that all points count format. Let's continue on here because I'm running out of time and probably running out of battery on the phone in which we're recording this on as well. There's the schedule for this weekend. Now I need to stress, on behalf of West Bromwich Media, West Bromwich Sport and Queensland Raceway, they are not responsible for these, right? We have been sent timings purely for preparation purposes with the broadcast this weekend, but they are approximate and subject to change. There is your schedule for the weekend, though, ladies and gentlemen. If you need a rough idea of when to tune in, when to say good day to us, when to be eyes on the Queensland Raceway XL Enduro and in front of the television or here trackside with us as well. I'll get to details on how you can tune in and engage with it in just a moment. 30 minutes for qualifying, all in there. 10-lap sprint race for driver A, that counts towards the championship, and then of course the first 48 lap of that afternoon running concurrently with the AFL Grand Final. There'll be a bit of catch-up viewing going on tonight, won't there? Revised timing for Sunday for the top 10 shootout, that will be at 10:55am. That is one driver and one driver only. Same as what you'd see at Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time. Pick a driver, send them out there and let them do their best work. It can be either driver, it doesn't matter, but it is only one driver and one lap. Make or break, win it or bin it. The driver B race will precede the lunch break at around 1:10, and then a little bit later the start time for Sunday afternoon's Enduro, based on the fact that we are able to run a little bit longer on Sunday, and the on-track component for the XLs at least does start a little bit later. But yes, all times are approximate and subject to change. Do not blame us or QR if these end up being a little bit either side of the mark. The reason I say that, if we get a clean run, we could go early. But this is motorsport. We don't have time certain markers like other establishments and other championships do. So the schedule will play out as it needs to. So if we do have an oil spill or a clean up or a crash or whatever else, and we go slightly later, so be it. But at this stage, if you're planning on being in front of the telly to watch it, put 3:15 down as an approximation or an estimate there. And there's an explanation of the format for you, ladies and gentlemen. So a combined qualifying session, either driver can qualify the car. Results will set the grid for the drive race, sprint race, and basically from there it's continuous and progressive. Sprint race driver A, 10 laps, 31.26 kilometres. Regular championship drivers, normal sprint race rules apply. Championship points, 50 for the winner, etc. and so forth. And the results of that will set the grid for this one. The first Enduro on the weekend, 48 laps, 150.048 kilometres. Now, what's interesting here is, if you get a bad run here, a chance to redeem it here. If you get a bad run here, start at the back here. But we've seen this Enduro one from the back before, so don't rule out that potentially happening again this weekend. Wash, rinse, repeat, replace Saturday with Sunday, and this is what you got. Top 10 shootout. As I said earlier, the top 10 from Saturday's Enduro. First past placed through to 10 on the end of the 48th lap. As they take the checkered flag, we'll get a roll of the dice. We'll get a Guernsey to start in the top 10 shootout. They'll run from 10th through to 1st, just like any other shootout would. Either driver can be nominated to qualify the car. The pole winner will score 1 championship point. Results will set the grid for the driver B sprint race. That's the difference actually. Qualifying is worth a point this weekend in both sessions. So 250 type for grabs for the championship and 302 for the weekend. And of course the rest of the grid will be set as per the results of the Saturday 150 kilometre Enduro. That driver B sprint race is a little bit later in the day than day one and driver A, but it's a non-championship race, but it is an event race. 50 event only points on the line for the winner. There will be a winner's trophy actually for the co-driver victorious on Sunday afternoon, and the results of that will set the grid for the second 150 kilometre Enduro. You can nominate either driver to start that. The CPS window runs from lap 13 to 30, from lap, that should be, my apologies, from lap 17 to 32. That's a typo on my part, apologies for that. Lap 17 to 32, I mentioned that earlier, lap 17 to 32, and 100 championship points on offer there. I think I've made 2 typos in the entire document, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm okay with that at the moment. Now, how it all works, I mentioned this earlier, 252 points on offer for the Nankang Queensland XL Cup. The championship round winner will be determined based on the highest accumulated points across qualifying, the drive road race, the sprint race, and both 150 kilometre races there. 302 points, however, on offer for the event. Now, if you sweep the weekend, you win both the sprint races, you win both the Enduros, and you take both the pole positions. 302 points. XL World Enduro Champions 2025. Congratulations to you. But yes, unlike last year where it was race 2, winner takes all, this year an all points count format, and that comes back to of course work that's done year on year to evolve and fix and change the event and fix up any potential loopholes there. But more to the point, because we've got a format this year in which you've got the entire weekend counting towards the championship, it kind of needs to be determined the same way as any other round would be, that it is an all points count format there. Now, the weekend race distances, slight improvement year on year. This remains the same, 2x48 at 96 laps by 3.126 kilometres. The endurance race is 2x48, 150.048 kilometres each, 300.096 kilometres there for the weekend. The change year on year is here. The sprint races are 2 laps longer, so we're going 4 laps longer than we did last year, 12.504 kilometres The sprint races are now 10 laps for a total of 31.26 kilometres each, 62.52 in total, and therefore event distance is now 362.616 kilometres, 4 laps up on 2024. So if you're going to be out there and fortunate enough to not have an issue all weekend, you're getting bang for your buck like never before. 360 kilometres of racing laps on the Queensland Raceway National Circuit. And on that subject, that takes us to the track map. This event, of course, the PMP NK Queensland XL Cup World Enduro, made possible with thanks to all the great sponsors down here. There's your circuit, ladies and gentlemen, the Lake Straight, Snake Gully, Hanger Straight, Dick Johnson Straight, the Back Straight, of course. We'll reference those throughout the course of the call. Jonesy, Moz and I. 6 corners, 6 overtaking opportunities, but of course, to set those overtaking opportunities up, you're going to be slipstreaming and slicing and dicing down the back straight, the front straight, and even the Lake and Hanger as well. Turn 3 is a tricky trip up point though, but again, this is one of those great little cauldrons for XL Racing. It has produced thriller after thriller over the last 15 years and will continue to do so. There it is for you again. We mentioned this earlier, 3.126 kilometres. That pit window, see, I got it right on this one, like 17 to 32, clockwise the direction. 36 laps is 75% distance. That's important for points classification. Top speed about 180 kilometres an hour. You're going to hit down the back straight, especially with good toe in qualifying. Make note of that. Now, lap records is a contentious issue around here because, as Brett Peters put it to me in the lead up, do we want to talk legal or illegal? That's an entirely different matter for another point in time. Driver B sprint race last year, lap 7 was the fastest lap of the event. That was clocked by Jared Hughes, who's competing at 𝗪𝗏 this weekend, 1:30.340. Ryan Casher, Connor Roberts, of course, the winners. And we've mentioned this already. The pit lane transit time is 34 seconds. So for that 1 minute 15 transit total, you're stationary for 41 seconds if you don't want to forfeit any time on or give yourself an invoice down pit lane. Now, let's go and have a look at the honour roll. I mentioned earlier that we didn't have 2012 and 13 on our honour roll that went out on socials in the lead up. We do now. Jeremy Hassel and Paul Butler, Gino Goodall, Brett Kennedy the second year, and then, well, who's who? The superstars. One of the great characters of XL Racing, Greg Mountain in 2015, Richard Peasy, Aaron Cameron in 2017. Cameron, of course, still doing great things in motor racing these days. Declan Fraser, Nash Morris. 5 drivers have won it twice, 15 have won it once, 20 different names on that honour roll. Every possibility, if it's not Brett Parrish and Jalen Robotham, that we will add to that list this weekend. It could well be one of those superstars of the caper that hasn't yet had the success that they probably deserve in the Enduro. And you think about some of the great names and powerhouses and dominant performers in XL Racing over the years, ladies and gentlemen. You're thinking Darren Whittington's, Josh Richards, you're thinking Scott Green never won an Enduro, nor did Cam Wilson, hard to believe I know, nor did Frank Mamarella. But of the guys that are on the grid this weekend, Whittington's due, Richards is due, that's a dark horse combination. Tyler Collins is an XL national champion at AASA level. Zane Rinaldi, Luke Rinaldi, they're going to be a dominant force as well. So there's a good luck story waiting to happen here. But I tell you what, the defending champs on their day are going to be very hard to beat. As I said, the asterisk there, purely because last year's format was a little bit different in the sense that we had 2 by 150 kilometre races. And again, the evolution of the format over the course of time, gone with the 1 hour and in with a set race distance rather than time. Okay, how to watch and listen. We're almost at the end here, folks, I promise you. Spectator admission here, $20 today, $30 tomorrow. The weekend pass is $40. Kids 12 and under go free. And Kate's open at 6:30am tomorrow morning if you want to come out and get amongst the action. YouTube.com for West Brom Radio. You can go there now and put a reminder on the link for tomorrow's live stream broadcast when it gets underway at 10:15 Eastern Standard Time. Of course, today's broadcast already underway. We are live, we are exclusive, we are free, and of course, if you are watching the AFL Grand Final today, a full replay of both days will be available to watch on demand. And of course, if you have to be out and about for whatever reason whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen, audio-only coverage live and free on West Bromwich Sport. Simply download the free West Bromwich Radio app from your preferred app store. Open the app, select listen, then West Bromwich Sport. Listen anywhere, anytime, on the go, wherever you go. So we've got you covered both in real life, watching from the comfort of your home, or if you're out and about, you can listen to it as well. Sound and vision coverage of the the XL World Enduro here this weekend at Queensland Raceway, and we are so delighted and proud to be involved with it. Again, of course, it's all made possible the season at large, with thanks to Nankang Tyres, Castrol, MPI, K&N, SP Tools, and WinMax Brakes. I've no idea how long that's gone for you, ladies and gentlemen, but that's it. That's me done and dusted for you. Hopefully that gives you a good indication as to what we're about, where we're going, and how we're doing it this weekend. The World XL Enduro for 2025. The drivers finally got their wish. They've been calling it the World Enduro for years. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has finally humoured them and included the keyword as part of the title. So the World Championships of XL Racing are up and about in 2025. We hope you'll enjoy it as much as we'll enjoy bringing it to you. The 2025 edition is round 4 of 6 in the championship. And what a compelling fight it is. 1 point between the top two going into this weekend. So have a look at all of that. We'll put some of that up on our socials. You'll be able to be reminded of anything you may have missed there as the weekend goes on. Of course, we'll be referencing it throughout the course of the weekend in commentary as well. That's it from the Nankang Hub for the moment. I hope you enjoyed that. More on the platforms of your home of sport and Ipswich live, exclusive and free sound and vision on YouTube and West Bromwich Sport from the paperclip as XL World Enduro Weekend 2025 continues for you on the other side of this. We can't come to Queensland Raceway and broadcast the Hyundai XL World Enduro to the world without having a chat with the man at the top end of Queensland Raceway at the moment, not TQ, the GM, Josh McFarlane is here alongside me. And mate, it is nice to see you. It's nice to see that we've reached that time of the year again where, well, I mean, the XLs are always a draw card and they're always a headline act, but this is their big event. This is their Bathurst, their Christmas, their Boxing Day, all those big things that you think of on the calendar. And nice that they are the headline act of QRDC3 once more.
Yeah, no, it's really good to have the XLs back here once again. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 does a fantastic job with the category. Plenty of drivers this weekend with 30 plus cars plus their co-drivers. Some obviously main game drivers coming to drive in the XLs. We've got plenty of spectators, got a few support categories as well this weekend, so it'll be exciting. We always look forward to this one race meeting a year where the XL Enduro comes around. It'll be exciting. The racing's always close. Those fuel stops make the fuel is a big difference. Running with how you control the pace of the race and hopefully get to the end and be the first one across the finish line.
Indeed, and a very busy time for the venue from a racing standpoint, but also a recreational standpoint, mate. I mean, it's not just the racing taking centre stage this weekend. You've got guys on deck here till 10 o'clock in the evening as well. Yeah, that's correct. So tonight, obviously, it's Friday now. So we've got Friday night drifts with over 90-odd drivers doing drifting ready for next weekend's Matsuri. What's got over 350 drivers. And then tomorrow night, we've got roll racing as well, what is one of our big events here at Queensland Raceway with 100-plus cars. So it is a bit of a festival of motorsport, but it is our main game is the racing throughout the weekend. Yep. And then obviously into the nights you've got some fun social events with some fireworks tomorrow night with the roll racing. I want to preface everything else that we're going to chat about here, ladies and gentlemen, by saying that Josh has thrown himself into the deep end here by agreeing to have a chat to us. But there's no script here. He doesn't know what questions I'm throwing at him, but I know he'll be a good sport about it. And one of those things is, mate, you mentioned roll racing being a very big draw card. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And for anyone that hasn't been to the paperclip in a while, they can't help but not appreciate the significant change over the last half a decade or so. It is exponential, and this briefing room where we're recording this interview in is fundamental proof of that. Not least also, if we have a look over on the far side of our track map wall there, ladies and gentlemen, there is a fifth configuration here at Queensland Raceway, which wasn't here the last time that West Bromwich broadcast the XL Enduro.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Obviously, 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲 has been a huge part of Queensland Raceway. For the last 3 years, he's invested heavily into the venue.
Three weeks. We can't come to Queensland Raceway and broadcast the Hyundai XL World Enduro to the world without having a chat with the man at the top end of Queensland Raceway at the moment, not TQ, the GM, Josh McFarlane is here alongside me. And mate, it is nice to see you. It's nice to see that we've reached that time of the year again where, I mean, the XLs are always a draw card and they're always a headline act, but this is their big event. This is their Bathurst, their Christmas, their Boxing Day, all those big things that you think of on the calendar. And nice that they are the headline act of QRDC3 once more.
Yeah, no, it's really good to have.
We can't come to Queensland Raceway and broadcast the Hyundai XL World Enduro to the world without having a chat with the man at the top end of Queensland Raceway at the moment, not TQ, the GM, Josh McFarlane is here alongside me. And mate, it is nice to see you. It's nice to see that we've reached that time of the year again where, I mean, the XLs are always a draw card and they're always a headline act, but this is their big event. This is their Bathurst, their Christmas, their Boxing Day, all those big things that you think of on the calendar. And nice that they are the headline act of QRDC3 once more.
Yeah, no, it's really good to have the XLs back here once again. 𝗏 does a fantastic job with the category. Plenty of drivers this weekend with 30 plus drivers, cars plus their co-drivers. Some obviously main game drivers coming to drive in the XLs. We've got plenty of spectators, got a few support categories as well this weekend, so it'll be exciting. We always look forward to this one race meeting a year where the XL Enduro comes around. It'll be exciting. The racing's always close. Those fuel stops make not fuel stops, but the fuel is a big difference. Running, how you control the pace of the race and hopefully get to the end and be the first one across the finish line.
Indeed, and a very busy time for the venue from a racing standpoint, but also a recreational standpoint, mate. I mean, it's not just the racing taking centre stage this weekend. You've got guys on deck here till 10 o'clock in the evening as well.
Yeah, that's correct. So tonight, obviously, it's Friday now. So we've got Friday night drifts with over 90-odd drivers doing drifting ready for next weekend's 𝗪𝗏𝗃, what's got over 350 drivers. And then tomorrow night, we've got roll racing as well, what is one of our big events here at Queensland Raceway with 100-plus cars. So it is a bit of a festival of motorsport, but it is our main game is the racing throughout the weekend. Yep. And then obviously into the nights, you've got some fun social events with some fireworks tomorrow night with the roll racing.
I want to preface everything else that we're going to chat about here, ladies and gentlemen, by saying that Josh has thrown himself into the deep end here by agreeing to have a chat to us. But there's no script here. He doesn't know what questions I'm throwing at him, but I know he'll be a good sport about it. And one of those things is, mate, you mentioned roll racing being a very big draw card. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And for anyone that hasn't been to the Paperclip in a while, they can't help but not appreciate the significant change over the last half a decade or so. It is exponential, and this briefing room where we're recording this interview in is fundamental proof of that. Not least also, if we have a look over on the far side of our track map wall there, ladies and gentlemen, there is a fifth configuration here at Queensland Raceway, which wasn't here the last time that West Bromwich broadcast the XL Enduro.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Obviously, 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲 has been a huge part of Queensland Raceway. For the last 3 years, he's invested heavily into the venue. We're constantly doing upgrades, keeping the venue to a high standard. And once again, having supercars back here this year in August was a huge, like the Crown, that we wanted to see supercars back here at Queensland Raceway. And that was all because of the fact that Tony had put in and invested and supported the team here at Queensland Raceway to get the job done. And it's been great since that event's been delivered. And it's got some exciting times in the next fair few years to come with upgrades and obviously new events coming to the venue.
And that's the thing, it seems as though in the correspondence I've had with you, that list is still growing. There's no end in sight because you can't have too much of a good thing, right? It's been one thing after another. Firstly, pumping some money into it, upgrading the pit wall and the pit facilities. That was the big thing. Obviously the viewing deck. The biggest upgrade that most people are going to appreciate if they walk through the turnstiles this weekend to come and watch the thing trackside is the recent upgrade to your sound system as well.
Yeah, so obviously sound system, we've got a big digital screen on the front of the tower too that we can watch the football on this weekend as well for the spectators. You know, these venues don't run without customers, drivers, spectators. They are the core of the venue. We will always want to hear good or bad feedback, how we can improve. That's the big thing about Queensland Raceway. We definitely do listen to the customers and the drivers so that they get the best experience they can here at Queensland Raceway.
On the subject of change, something that our regular audience might not yet be aware of, but they'll need to be if they want to follow along, if they're on the go, or they might be watching the grand final, the AFL this afternoon. They want to obviously still keep one eye on Queensland Raceway. Some of these people often will run live timing. There's a bit of a difference there as well. I'm hoping we're allowed to mention this because it's an important thing, right? For many, many years, Natsoft, and now I arrived here this morning, and it was a bit of a scoop for me as well, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. That's obviously a recent development considering that at the Motorsport Australia State Round a couple of weeks ago, we're still running on Natsoft.
Yeah, so obviously we do definitely want to go to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is the future. Supercars, we're very close to going to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 this year. So we're just trying to move forward with times. Natsoft's been around a long time. It's very hard manually for the timekeepers to run Natsoft. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is a little bit easier to deliver for our team. So we're going to try that this weekend, give it a go and work towards a future plan. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is definitely something that we will run. MyLap's timers have been around forever and a day. Natsoft is just the programming side of it, so the timers are no different. Yep. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is the new thing. So you can jump on to the app 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, download it, and you can see that live timing, no different than Natsoft for the weekend.
No, that's exactly right. And it's interesting because, as I mentioned to you this morning, and some of our regulars will know, Morgan Park went the other way recently. They went from 𝗏𝗏𝗏 back to Natsov. Mate, I want to touch on a couple of things here, obviously. The renewed interest in circuit racing events from the venue, and I say that with sincere praise because obviously getting the supercars back was a big deal to the venue. It's no secret, we know that the recreational events usually are the financial driver, but there's been 2 instances in the last 18 months where the venue stepped up and saved motor racing events that might have otherwise fallen by the wayside. So again, customer service is a big thing as part of this new era of QR under Quinn.
Yeah, it definitely is. So Tony definitely loves his racing. So do I, and the team here. They're all ex-motorsport of some type. When I had a family member come to me last year, actually the year before, the trophy series was going to be cancelled due to the not having enough categories to support it. I'd spoken to Tony, we stepped in and we said we're still going to run this event. And the reason behind that was simply the families were coming from all parts of Australia. They'd booked their accommodation and time off work, etc. You cannot cancel race meetings, even doesn't matter what the numbers are. We've really got to deliver those events. So it's very hard when you lose an event to get it back. So we always want to make sure that we still deliver the event. And if it's the support from one of the insurers or it's not, Queensland Raceway will always make sure that we deliver and keep the customer happy.
Last year, of course, it was the Australian production car fight of the night with the Circuit XL Destiny Series. Yep. And this year, of course, you brought in some recreational stuff to complement the trophy tour. So, no, full credit for that. What about 2026, mate? What's on the bill for 2026? Anything special? Any spoilers you might be able to tease us with? Dangle the carrot?
Yeah. So obviously we're going to run a full series of QRDC, so under AASA. Fight the Night's back again with television. Trophy series is back again with a new one from MA, so that'll be great. Speed series is on. We obviously want that supercar round back here again next year, and we're working on getting that done. But one thing we can give you, exclusive, that's new, is the trucks will be racing here next year. So we'll be getting trucks here at Queensland Raceway. That's just been signed off this week, so we will be having them in 2026. Probably twice next year, so not just once, twice next year.
Nice. We love when a rumour proves to be correct and an exclusive, as you say. So thank you for that. Nothing like having the scoop. But there'll be a lot of people excited about that, mate, because unfortunately, obviously, we had that situation a couple of weeks ago where a couple of our XL drivers had to hedge their bets. And I know it's been a recurring problem over the years. It always seems to be one of those things that we're just going to have to contend with. Whether we like it or not, it is a source of frustration, especially if there's guys in contention for both championships. But there are a lot of people disappointed that because they had to be here, they couldn't go and see the trucks at Morgan Park. Next year, you bring them here, which is great news for them.
Yeah, definitely. It's great. It's great news. Obviously, we work very close with the insurer, but I think too we're working close with Morgan Park too to make sure that there's separation between the both series, so there's no crossovers. And we definitely listen to the competitors this year. The tracks are talking to each other and making sure the communication's clear, and we're looking after it. Another thing that we will be doing next year with our series is they will be only 2-day events. So we'll drop the Friday. It'll be just a Saturday and Sunday only. You'll get your practice on the Saturday for those events. And that's just basically listening to the drivers and families. Obviously, we want to reduce the cost of doing these events. They are very expensive. I think Queensland Raceway delivers 14 competition events a year. That's a lot of money for these families and or just drivers. So we just want to make sure that we're looking after them so these race meetings can keep going on for years to come.
I want to come back and touch on that in a moment, but not before I mention the bikes, right? And the reason I do that is because, short-term memory. So if I don't mention it now, I'm going to forget. But that's right up your alley as well. What have you got for two-wheel fans on the way? I know the Australian Superbikes were here twice this year and they were well received. Anything else?
Yeah. So definitely bikes will be back twice next year again. I think that will be definitely with SPK and hopefully one more other event. High Tech Super Series, they're looking at bringing bikes to theirs as well. So there'll be some 2+4 here at Queensland Raceway under their series. And we've actually, the Bagger Series with Harley, We've just been having conversations with them, and they may come to QRDC. So we'll be running them at a QRDC a couple of rounds next year. So it'll be a 2+4 with biking cars. So we are looking at different ways to just trying to support and build those numbers up for spectators and competitors to come to these events here at Queensland Raceway.
It's going back to the future, but in a good way. Everyone loves that nostalgic feel, don't they? We saw a lot of 2+4 in the 90s. They tried it again in the 10s, now in the 20s. It always gets rehashed somewhere in the decade, which is good news because, again, people like me, I'll go and watch MotoGP Sunday night after spending all weekend here working on 4 wheels. But on the subject, you mentioned going back to two-day meetings, mate, and dropping the Friday. Obviously, that gives the venue an opportunity to bring in, let's be honest, there's so many different customers that you cater to, from private hires and drive days to general testing, sprints, etc., and so forth. So there's an added incentive for you guys to capitalise on that. But at the same time, I think it would be fair to say, Brett's certainly elaborated on it for us earlier as well, the market at the moment, it's very congested, but it's also, with extenuating circumstances outside of anybody's control, it's getting harder to get people here on a regular basis because financially it's just not viable. How is that for you guys in terms of trying to manage that, mitigate it and juggle it?
Well, definitely we've got to listen to the drivers and the teams and obviously the families. So we're always listening, always communicating. The Friday is very difficult for some of these drivers to come along and do the practice on the Friday, working, family commitments, whatever they may be. But the problem is with the XLs, you've got some of the drivers that come out on the Friday, then their condition, I'll need to come out and race as well on the Friday, so I'm up to speed coming Saturday morning. Our deal is on Saturday morning, they'll get their Saturday practice morning, then they're into their qualifier and then straight into a race. So basically, it's a level playing field for everyone, but it reduces the cost. It's over $500 to $1,000 on a Friday to deliver general practice for these drivers. It's not about the venue, it's just basically about getting people with their cars and their sheds back out on the track to come and race here. As I said, I heard you talking with 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 before and about the numbers where we used to get 45, 50 numbers for XLs. That's slowing up. Well, we've got to look at what the market's like and how do we improve that for the future. And this is probably the best thing. Speaking to Tony, this is Tony's decision as well. And we just want to make sure that we're supporting those drivers, that they can run the whole series. They're not going to fall off halfway through the year because they run out of money.
Yeah, and also, of course, the other extenuating circumstance we've got is, yes, there's a number issue across the board, but not helped by the fact that there's more and more categories popping up as well. So competing for, again, referencing 2 race meetings on the same weekend, the same market. It's not an easy juggling act, but at the same time, trial and error, mate, which will be very interesting to see how well those 2-day meetings are received and if they actually generate a little bit more through the turnstiles, both in terms of spectators, entry numbers and revenue as well. So we're looking forward to that. Have you had a look at the entry list? Have you got a favourite for this weekend with the XLs, or will racing be the winner, Josh?
No, I think, I think the top 10 drivers are very close anyway, and it could be anything. It could be down to a mechanical, fuel, whatever it may be. So I wouldn't be able to pick a winner, but definitely having those co-drivers in is definitely a level playing field now. It's going to change it up a bit. We're all excited, everyone in race control, to the staff around the venue. Tony will be here on site tomorrow. He'll be watching as well. We're just excited to have good, close racing. Everyone always, has comments about the circuit. Best racing I've seen is here at Queensland Raceway. Close, those slipstream. If you're a spectator and you want to see some really close racing, this is the place to be over the weekend for sure.
Exactly. 6 turns. It looks deceptively simple on paper. It's anything but when you get out there, especially in a car where you can overtake at any corner, inside or outside, around the venue. And I'm with you. XLs and their open wheel equivalent Formula V. Nothing beats those two as far as I'm concerned. You don't have to have all the horsepower in the world to put on the best show. And looking forward to obviously having TQ on site this weekend too, mate. That is going to be terrific. We'll hopefully reconvene at some point over the course of the weekend. I think Brett's trying to find somebody to come up and hand out some trophies on Sunday afternoon, so you might be drawing the short straw for that. But in the meantime, last one from me before I let you go, and you've been very good for your time, and people might not understand, you're probably the hardest person to track down on a race weekend because it's so hands-on here, mate. But obviously, when you look at everything that's happened and evolved over the course of the last few years, one of the big significant changes for the XL format was changing it from one standalone to 2 races, and even more tweaking to the schedule this year. I think there's a lot of people very happy about the fact that they get to do essentially the same thing Saturday as Sunday, instead of trying to do 150 Ks before lunch and 150 Ks after lunch. We know that there were obviously different circumstances with regards to scheduling last year, but nice that we get to have a headline act each day in the XL Enduro.
Yeah, definitely. I think having two races, but both races count. So I think last year we had only one race counting, didn't really work. And talking to those drivers like Jared Hughes and a few of those other main game drivers, all said that the one race was not enough to gain some points back or whatever may have been. So definitely 2 count. A B driver gets a trophy on the Sunday for their sprint race, so they don't go away empty-handed anyway for their short race. Top 10 shootout on the Sunday. Saturday points for the main driver is a good thing. So just changing it up. Hopefully the drivers love it and they want to come back again next year and do it all over again.
100%, and hopefully bring a few more friends with them as well. I mean, there's a number of different issues. Of course, you mentioned Jared Hughes. He's down at Malala and TA2 this weekend. That can't be helped. Alice Buckley's injured. Declan Fraser's injured. Nash Morris got drafted into work. He drew the short straw at Norwell. George and Jack would have got other priorities at the moment with family and other things. So there's a few guys that would be here if they could be, but I mean, you know, circumstances are what they are. We are very grateful, and I say colloquially, from the West Brother Sports side of things, to you and the crew here for facilitating us this weekend, mate. We appreciate that. We're looking forward to what will be a spectacular weekend of racing and catching up with you throughout.
Not a problem at all. Thank you.
3 weeks ago when we caught up with 𝗓𝗏𝗔𝗓 at Queensland Raceway, only just down the road in the dark, she wasn't revealing too much in the way of the importance of who the co-driver was going to be for the XL Enduro 2025. It's one of those...
Brand revealed.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those situations in which these guys like to keep their cards very close to their chest because it's a gamesmanship type thing. But have a look at who she's drafted in, ladies and gentlemen. None other than former XL superstar himself, Cooper Barnes. It is very nice to see you back in an XL paddock, young man. We know you've been off racing in Toyota 86s and other things in the last couple of years, but it must be nice to be back in something that you had a lot of fun in and a lot of great success in back in the day.
Yeah, it's definitely good to get back in an XL. Front-wheel drive's a bit different to 86s, so it's good fun.
Talk to us about the importance of the role that you play this weekend in an enduro with Misty, who's a season regular in this category. How important is it for you to help her achieve a strong result here, knowing full well that she could find herself back in the top 10 of the points race by the end of the weekend with a good showing here?
Yeah, obviously I'm going to try and not make any stupid errors out there and just keep it consistent so she can get back up in the championship, obviously.
Right now, Misty, first question off the top here. There's a bit of a height discrepancy between you two. You can't see it because you're sitting down at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, but Cooper's got probably half a foot in the old language on you, and you've had to combat that. How?
Well, we've got seat rails in the car, and I've also got like 6 cushions, like a booster seat.
The little differences in Misty's car to yours, if you can remember back to the last couple of years when you last drove it.
Not too much. It feels pretty much the same. It's just the exhaust is a different sound, obviously. Pulls a bit harder, I think. And obviously these tyres are way better than the other tyres, so yeah.
Indeed. All right, very nicely done. Now, where are the goalposts this weekend, Misty? Because let's be perfectly honest, gone's the hope of probably a championship result here, because you had to pick and choose. You had your bets a couple of weeks ago. You came to QR and competed in the Motorsport Australia Series, which means you're chasing your tail here. But as I said, off the top with Coop, you've got a good co-driver in your corner to help you try and push back into the top 10 this weekend.
So I reckon we'll obviously aim for higher, but hopefully top 10. Because apparently there's going to be at least 35 cars, I would say. So top 10 will be pretty good, but obviously top 5 for a podium is even better. Still up to Cooper for that.
Yeah, indeed. Hey, the co-driver pedigree this weekend, Coop, is fantastic, but it must be nice for you, Misty, in the sense that you've got someone who knows these cars, is familiar with them. That can serve you guys very, very well in the long run here, because nothing beats experience, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely good that he knows how to drive an XL and previously raced them, was it last year? Yeah. So, yeah, it's good to know someone can drive a Hyundai front wheel.
Now, we're going to...
Sometimes.
Exactly. We're going to catch up with your brother's co-driver a little bit later on. We're still struggling to get words out of the silent one. But how are they stacking up for the weekend? How are they faring so far?
I reckon they'll be pretty good. Obviously, Aston hasn't raced or driven an XL since February, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes, but I reckon they'll be strong out there.
Now, let's have a chat to you, Coop. What's keeping you busy in 2025? What's left on the racing schedule, and what are you eyeing off in 2026? And will we at some point potentially see you back here on a regular basis?
I don't know if I'll be back at XL racing, only just to do these Enduros probably. But I'm not sure about 2026, haven't made my mind up what to do. There's a couple of things that we want to do, but not sure on which one. And then I've got Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time, and Gold Coast and Sandown in GR Cup, so yeah.
Indeed, and we're looking forward to seeing how you go there, mate. And obviously exciting to have one in the home state. The daunting prospect of Concrete Canyon, though, not lost on anybody. But it's going to be a busy end to the season for you. Just for those of us that haven't necessarily had the opportunity to see too much of the action because of other commitments, give us an update on how things are going for you so far in 25.
Well, I did New Zealand, obviously, for 5 rounds so far this year, finished 5th in the championship. That was pretty good. And then I've struggled a bit in this year's GR Cup in Australia. Just had some brake problems last round, and it was really close, qualifying at Townsville, so I was a bit off there. So hope to turn it around at Bathurst.
Misty, where are the goalposts for you this weekend? We know the pace you bring to the table in a sprint race. You were pushing top 5 a few weeks back. Where are the goalposts this weekend? What's a pass mark? Because different kettle of fish, and you got to go away a fair degree of difference in terms of enduro to sprint. So you've got to go about things a little bit differently here. You've got to be a little bit more tactful and strategic. How's this car in long-term trim as opposed to short-term, and what can you guys achieve here this weekend?
So if everything goes to plan and everyone does their jobs, I reckon, what would you say?
Surely in the top 5, I hope.
Hopefully top 5. Depends.
In both races?
Yeah, all of them. I reckon all of them.
I'll tell you what, Coop, that co-driver race, that driver B race on Sunday morning is going to be fascinating, isn't it? Yeah. Getting out there, knowing full well what's at stake. 50 points as far as the event's concerned, bragging rights over all the other co-drivers, but more importantly, it sets the grid for Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, for sure. I'll try and keep it clean, obviously, because you want a race car for the end, so I'll just play it smart.
Is there such thing as playing it smart in the Hyundai XL, Misty? Because I couldn't help but notice the chuckle from you when he made that statement.
Do what you've got to do to win, is all I've got to say.
I love it. No, this is going to be a fascinating weekend. Really looking forward to seeing how you guys go about it. And, of course, a very busy schedule for you guys with the XLs over the next few weeks. This is the first of, 4 in the space of 7 weeks. It's a busy, busy end of the season.
Yep, it definitely is. We've got, I think, 1 or 2 more rounds in track attack, and then another... Is it 1 more X3 round? Yeah. So still 3 more after this.
and at least one of those will get to catch up and have another chat.
Yeah,
so you can look
100%.
forward to that. That'll be fantastic. 𝗪cie is the public team spokesperson for the Grimsley Racing Stable. It's important to note. Now, if it's not you guys in the top 5, who are you looking at? Who are you eyeing off as kind of formidable opposition and opponents here? Guys that you want to go toe to toe with, and you're striving to, beat on their day. I mean, obviously, I can think of a couple already, but when you look around, who are the main contenders you're fearful of?
Well, I reckon it's going to be good competition with 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗏. Obviously, he's quick. Usually the whole weekend. Probably 𝗏𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏, Brett Parrish, Luke Rinaldi, Tyler Collins. There's a few out there. What about you?
They've rattled off half the field. It's great.
Yeah, it should be a good weekend. There'll be 10 cars trying to fight for the win, I guess.
It's all very close.
Yeah, indeed it is. It'll be absolutely fantastic, and we're looking forward to it immensely. You two have been very good with your time. I don't want to hold you up much longer. Except to ask, because I did this off the record, but I want to do it on the record just so that we're covering all the bases. I couldn't help but notice when I'm setting up in the commentary box earlier this morning, Friday for those of you tuning in at home, your car stranded, middle of the circuit, exit at turn 5. What was that all about, please?
It's all Cooper's fault. No. So we thought he ran out of petrol, but turns out it wasn't that. Then we thought it was a fuel pump, wasn't that either. And then we thought a crank sensor, wasn't that either. So it ended up being a wiring harness, yeah. So we're just trying to get that fixed. We've got one coming in like an hour or so we can try and get out there before the last session. But
okay, so this is what we're looking at here, right? That's the reason why you guys haven't been out on track, which is good news for me because I was able to bail you up for a chat.
Yep.
I know you were rapt about that, Nick.
I was running.
Try not to hide it next time. No, good to see you. Good to catch up. Great recruitment here from you to get Mr. Barnes back behind the wheel of a Hyundai. May there be more of that, mate, and obviously good luck this weekend and with what's left in the Toyota season as well. And hopefully some more NZ racing in the offing too. We did notice that just when everybody else takes an off season, Cooper goes and does more racing. That's the love for it, isn't it? And whilst the opportunity presents itself, you'd be mad not to take it. Good to catch up, you two. Best of luck this weekend. Thanks for having a chat.
Thank you.
Driver's briefing is not long wrapped up here at Queensland Raceway, Nankang XL World Enduro 2025, Day 2. And one of the guys that we wanted to have a chat with yesterday is one of the superstar recruits at this time of the year because he's no stranger to the caber, but he just doesn't get as much time or opportunity to jump behind the wheel as he used to. His name is Riley Beggs. He is here alongside me, part of the 4-strong car attack from the Brett Parrish Racing Organisation this weekend. And one of the guys that we're up against, just actually two of them in fact, the siblings, Zane and Luke Rinaldi, just slide her on through in the background. We'll catch up with them later as well. Beggsy, great to see you, mate. It's been far too long between drinks, but you must pinch yourself at this time of the year that you still get the call up to come and be a co-driver.
Yeah, well, I'm actually surprised Brett gave me the call up, especially with Tyler in the contention for the championship. It's been a few months since I raced an XL, so yeah, it's always good to be back in the series. It's always fun to go door to door with everyone. So yeah, see what we can do. Got a few laps in yesterday, so Tyler's going to do the bulk of the work today, and I'll just finish the race at the end. So hopefully we can drag it in a good spot.
And I guess the other thing as well, mate, when you look at where things sit, we'll talk about the championship and the implications thereof in a moment, but from your standpoint, you spend so much time immersed within the motor racing paddock, and that's opening up some exciting opportunities for you, which we'll talk about as well. But there's obviously still the itch there, the scratch to jump behind the wheel and go for a steer occasionally.
Yeah, like, I've always loved racing, and it's always good to come back. Like, I'm not doing it as often as I want to, but yeah, it's always good to just be in and amongst it. I work for Brett, swinging spanners for him every now and again as well. So yeah, this year he's been saving me. I couldn't do any racing until now, so I can be a co-driver. So yeah, it's good to be back in the paddock again, and actually be in the driver's seat this time, so swinging some spanners.
Talk to me about that though, right? Because obviously you've made a living, you've made a profession out of working on the spanners, being immersed in the pit paddock of a race car team and of the motor racing circus at large, right? But as a race car driver, how much do you miss that side of it, or are you very content with where you are?
Yeah, very competitive where I am. Like, it's always nice to be in those garages and watch the main game drivers, how they operate, and sort of compare it to myself when I actually do some racing myself. But yeah, it's actually nice to see the difference. Like, yes, XLs it's a feeder category, the supercars is a main game category, but to see similarities in what I do when I race to what they do, it's quite nice to actually see.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Brett Parish Racing Organisation. The legendary status of that team in this category, more than anything else, you must pinch yourself that you're immersed within such a respected and recognised entity as that, especially when they're as busy as they are with 4 teams on the grid.
Yeah, like Brett's created the name over the years, and it's been very well respected in the paddock on how well he looks after the operation that he runs. Like me racing when I first started, racing against Brett, and like when Whittington was in there as well, like just held them up as a higher calibre on how they went motor racing. It's actually nice to be involved in the operation and be able to be helping them like as a mechanical side, but then also this weekend as like a co-driver to Tyler, and the amount of championships that they've won, obviously they know what they're doing, so hopefully I can continue that this weekend and actually be some help towards Tyler.
Indeed, and of course you've got Jalen Roboth on there. He's done some great stuff on the international stage. Josh Richards, Darren Whittington are both XL champions in their own right. You, of course, with Tyler, but also the youthful exuberance of Jackson Cooper and Buster Bailey. How much of the 2 youngsters of the team looking towards you guys for some guidance and some insight?
Yeah, like it's quite nice, like to have that new energy in the team, just to just another set of eyes, just be able to roll through data and stuff like that. Been trying to help Buster to get up to speed, and he did quite well yesterday, so it'll be quite interesting to see how he goes for a long race later today and later tomorrow.
Yep.
But yeah, it's quite good, just everyone gets around each other and helps out whenever they can, and no one sort of left on their own to try and work out the differences. Everyone sort of bands together and helps out, so it's quite good.
Now, I want to talk about you and Tyler in more detail in just a moment, but we can't go any further without acknowledging the big news, and that is that you're about to become a frequent flyer. There's some exciting opportunities opening up in your world, mate. Just elaborate on what that is and what that entails, because I believe that we're going to lose you from this paddock for a little bit, but hopefully the opportunity will present itself for you to come back occasionally.
Yeah, so, well, I'm probably wearing the shirt right now.
There it is.
Yeah, so I'll be going over to the States to work on Indy cars.
Nice.
So that's quite a cool opportunity I've learnt the trade through supercars, and now making the next step to go to the States, move to a whole different country to pretty much do the same line of work, but just in a different type of car. But the years worked out all right because they race from March to September, so I might be able to come back each year to do this race. Well, if I do all right this year.
Yeah, no, and just make sure when you do, and you'll love the fact that I'm about to throw him under the bus like this, just make sure that its expenses covered by Parish, all right? Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
If he wants you to get on the plane and come across, make sure he's covering the bill, first class too. No, let's have a chat about. You mentioned IndyCar being a completely different beast, and you and I were in symmetry there with regards to the fact that their calendar is so condensed. But obviously, it's a whole new learning experience for you, mate, a whole new bit of machinery to get your head around. How much are you looking forward to that challenge?
Yeah, I'm excited to go over and get started. I spent a week over there and went to one of the race events in Milwaukee just to see how they operate, and I thought it was quite cool. So, yeah, they offered me the job, I accepted. So, yeah, now head over sometime next year to start work full-time. and yeah, it's going to be quite exciting. Like how even the race fans go about it. Like the Indy 500, there's like 350,000 people at the track. Like it's just insane. So it's going to be quite cool to be within that culture over in the States.
And you actually get to witness it in the daylight hours instead of burning the candle and watching it in the early hours of the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
No, mate, congratulations on that. That's a magnificent opportunity. I mean, we've known very much about your exploits with Matt Stone Racing and supercars and all that sort of stuff. Tough to leave those guys?
Yeah, it is tough. It sort of feels like family since I've sort of started from the start and grew up with them. But they're also sad to see me go as well, but they also understand that I'm not just going to a different team in the pit lane. I'm going to a new experience and get a broader knowledge on me as a mechanic. So, yeah, and obviously, like, I'll be able to do a few later months in the year with the team, so I won't be completely gone, but yeah, it will be sad not to be full-time with the team.
for the same reasons that you might be able to come back for the XL Enduro, just remember that the big events of the supercar calendar happen after the IndyCar season finishes as well. So I like where you're going with that. Let's straighten it up and talk about this weekend, mate. We caught up with Tyler yesterday. It was clear. We took a shot of you actually working on the car at the start of the interview. You were chasing something. What was it, and how have you gone about getting your head around it? Has it been sorted, and how is the car as a result?
Yeah, so yeah, car's been sorted. We didn't do all the laps yesterday, but we did a good amount to figure out where the car was. So the problem was there was a main power stud through the firewall. It wasn't quite continuing the power through, so we weren't able to get enough power to the car to start it. So we've managed to fix that. So we solved that issue. So yeah, we missed a few sessions, but yeah, we got enough of a knowledge to see where the car's at for the quali this morning. So Tyler's going to do the brunt of the work, do quali and the A driver race, and he'll be starting the main race.
Hey, intel, I like it.
And yeah, I'm hoping not for an early safety car. Otherwise, I'm in the car for a fair bit, but no, it should be good
an
fun.
early safety car is all right as long as it's not before lap 16.
Exactly right, exactly.
If it comes on lap 16, 17, you're screwed. Yeah,
she's a long way home.
Indeed. And you've highlighted a key point. Strategy will be dictated by where those safety cars, if they fall, happen to do so. But intense weekend, mate. The racing now counting towards the championship. Tyler in a very interesting position here. You couldn't ask for a better scenario from a commentator standpoint, but it must be nerve-wracking from a competitor standpoint. Just 1 point between him and Luke Rinaldi coming into the weekend. And you're obviously very well aware of the implications and the importance of the role that you play this weekend in trying to keep him on the right track to try and get that elusive Queensland State Championship.
Yeah, so yeah, it's been following Tyler all year, making sure to see how he's going. But yeah, at one point it's quite tight, but it's sort of a bit hard to put myself in Tyler's shoes, like letting your own championship that you've worked hard all year to try and work towards, and you're sort of giving it up to, I wouldn't say a wobbler, but someone that's coming out to try and give you a hand. So it'll be a bit nerve-wracking on his side of things, and same with Luke, giving the keys to Zane. So, but I guess we're all experienced drivers, so we know what's at stake.
And not only that as well, mate, but particularly with you and Zane, and it applies to a few others in the field. Darren Whittington's another example that comes to mind in your stable. You've gone with drivers that know the game and know the car. XL Racing, no two XLs are the same, we know that, but at least you know the category.
Yeah, I think Brett's done well with the co-drivers that he's picked for the team. He's picked experienced people that may have not everyone's won the championship, but they're able to play a weekend out to put the car in the best position for an overall result. So I think B Pro House will actually go pretty good this weekend.
Yep.
Touch wood.
You don't want to put the blocker on the silly.
Yeah, exactly. But like the whole field is so competitive now. Like from when I was full time a few years ago, like it wasn't as competitive. Like it's still competitive, but now it's like the whole top 10's battling for the lead. It's like it's quite interesting. And then you throw the co-drivers in and a few late safety cars, and fuck, who knows?
Very nice. Looking forward to it immensely. Should be a great weekend. where are the goalposts? Surely, being that it is B-Pro, being that it is one of the championship contenders and heavyweights, sure the goalposts are on that podium or even the top step.
Oh yeah, as a race driver, you're always shooting for the top step, but so that little bit in the back of the brain's always like the championship, don't risk it all. But at the end of the day, we're all out here to win. So I suppose top step's our goal, podiums even better.
And it'll be interesting to see as well, mate, when that mindset shifts from, hang on, there's only one Enduro a year, the world tagline, etc. But there'll be something to be said about the race smarts and craft of thinking bigger picture, and we've never had to worry about that with the Enduro before, so it brings with it a whole different element. And from your standpoint, of course, well, from Tyler's specifically, still 2 rounds to go, but you don't want to make any extra work for yourself when you've got only sprint racing to come, and it's only 3 weeks between rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Like you don't want to create extra work for him. Like, he's worked hard all year for it, and we sort of want to hand back the car as straight as possible and in the best position as possible in the championship, so he doesn't have to work too hard in the sprint races, because in the sprint races anything can happen. So as long as I put him on the front foot and give him we'll do the best that I can. I suppose that's all we can all ask for.
I'm sure you'll bring plenty to the table, mate. You always do. And the fact that you're in an outright contender bodes well for you and both Tyler to add your name to an elusive honour roll as far as this XL Enduro is concerned. You've been extremely good with your time. We bailed you up straight after the driver's briefing. I'm surprised the team hasn't sent out an SOS yet, wondering where the bloody hell you are. Terrific to catch up, mate. Go well this weekend, and thanks for having a chat to us as always, and good luck with everything you come in the States as well.
Too easy, thank you.
I quite like the rock and roll superstar vibe that 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗏 has going here, ladies and gentlemen. The team and his co-driver hard away on the spanners and tools at the moment, and Caleb's just kicking back and relaxing because the hard work's done, mate. You put the thing on pole, and it's your 3rd one on the trot. You are the dominant force of qualifying this season, and you lived up to your own hype yesterday. You said to me, I'll see you when you come and interview me for pole, and you set out and got it, so well done.
No, thanks, mate. No, it was good. Last 3 rounds, car's obviously been crazy quick. Like you said, that's 3rd pole on the trot, so yeah, over the moon. Car's great, team's great, and I'm doing all right on the steer at the moment, so pretty happy.
3 tenths as well, mate. I mean, we talk about the small margins of XL racing. That's quite big. In fact, it's the biggest pole margin here so far this season. All the others have been less than a tenth, and you've gone out and put 3 on them.
Yeah, I did that in my own air too. I was actually towing me mate Rinaldi around, so I'm glad to get him on the front row with me. Me and him tend to work together quite nicely, so it was good to get him on the front row with me. And yeah, 3 tenths is quite a lot, but as I said, it's all the 1%ers back at home. Me, the old boy, granddad, the rest of the team that are always helping out. We put in the yards, and when you put in the yards, you get results like we do.
100%. So let's talk about a couple of things here. You said towing your mate Rinaldi along. You do that across the course of the week, and it does you no favours because you're trying to reel in a 103-point deficit to him in the championship.
Yeah, that's right. But I know we can win the race this afternoon if everything with the car stays good. So, I know we've got the pace there to win it. Yep. I'd rather him be there than some other cars. So I think it actually helps me a bit more. Yeah. So, yeah.
And it's funny too, ladies and gentlemen, because I know exactly Caleb's talking in code talk at the moment because we say that we're all mates off the circuit, but no, there's a real rivalry going on in this series at the moment. That's not lost on anybody. And I know you're a good sport about me saying that, but in saying that, mate, you're right. You've got the pace. I guess the unknown now, and we're going to find it out this afternoon, how this thing's going to handle that long a run. Firstly, you've got to go out and get the job done in the 10-lap sprint as well, but then it's about the 48-lap enduro and obviously the longevity of that. It's going to be a taxing sort of hour and a half on these race cars. The durability, is it there for you?
We're hoping so. Like I said, the hard yards are 1%ers. We believe it will definitely help us coming into this round. We always do it. It's just we've had a really, really bad luck. Run of bad luck at the moment. So we're hoping that luck turns around. And my good mate Bartholomew's with me this weekend. I can feel him, so I think we'll be right.
Yeah, and we should actually say on that note, g'day to Glenn Bartholomew. We know where we're tuning in. We're still gutted, absolutely distraught by the fact that the great man Cam's no longer with us. Of course, such a stalwart of this caper for such a long time, and it's hard to believe it's been, well, it was January last year, wasn't it? So it's been the better part of a year and 3/4 now since we lost one of the great characters of this paddock and a former podium finisher in this race as well. It's important to note. And with regards to the rest of the weekend, mate, Matty Boyle, very happy to be busy whilst we're doing this interview because you are the public speaker of the team. He's the quiet assassin, but what a silent achiever he is too. And he's taken to your car pretty well, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
He's getting pushed.
No, definitely. Yeah, Matty's a pretty quiet bloke, but man, he can drive a race car really fast, and that's why he's in the team. I wasn't too worried if he can't do the media stuff because as long as he can drive the thing fast and win a race.
Yeah. I was going to say, you got the gift of the gab covered anyway, and it's rich with me saying that, but still, I get paid to talk. You're still on the way there. But in saying that, Matty Boyle, I will get a quick comment from you. And Caleb, I want you as well to weigh in on this because you're going to be in this seat tomorrow morning. You're racing this car this afternoon, but you're not even out of the civvies yet because your hard work doesn't begin until after lunch. Do you get nervous in a situation like this? And I'm sure Caleb will have an answer for this with regards to tomorrow morning as well. When you're watching on and the co-driver's doing all the hard work, whether it be in qualifying, whether it be in the sprint race this morning, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it, knowing that your weekend, your success, is in the hands of your co-driver. I mean, it's obviously different for him than you because it's his championship. But from your standpoint, do you get nervous watching him out there in the thick of it?
No, if he does something up, I'll just fix up his mess, hopefully. But no, it's no stress, no nerves, no nothing. Just got a job to do and just do it properly.
Yep. And I guess the same question to you, Caleb, because really, he is the co-driver this weekend. He's got a role to play in your championship. And, I mean, you're in reliable hands, but still, it's going to be cutthroat in that co-driver race tomorrow morning.
Yeah, definitely. But, oh, look, if I was going to be worried about someone racing my car, they wouldn't be racing it. So I completely trust this guy. I know he can drive. I know he's really good at what he does. That's why we chose him. Yep. So, no, when he's out there, even practice yesterday, watching him run around, wasn't one bit worried. I knew he'd get the job done and do what he needs to do. And then, obviously the B driver race tomorrow. Oh, I can't wait. That's probably the race I'm most excited for.
So no nervous energy, just pure excitement. Just sit there and play spectator for a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it gets me out of the seat. I get to watch what everyone else is doing, find the tricks and stuff like that. But no, like I said, he wouldn't be in the seat if I didn't trust him.
It's interesting to hear you say that though, mate. And I say that with a great appreciation because normally you're talking to a driver and it's their category on the circuit and they're not in amongst it. The feet are as itchy as all buggery.
Yeah, well, They still will be. Of course I want to be racing. But, no, it'd be good to finally sit back, have a watch. There's always little things you can pick up. I might go sit down at turn 3 for some of the race, just to see little tips and tricks, see what the other guys are doing, and it'll all count for the big races in the Arvos as well.
Right, let me ask you this because I'm not sure I'm going to get back in time to have a chat with you between race 1 and race 2. Race 2, of course, being the Enduro. Have you guys got 2 strategies in mind, 2 game plans in mind here? I'm sure you've already determined who's going to start the race and who's going to bring it home, and whether that's a role reversal tomorrow or not doesn't matter. We'll obviously get a chance to talk tomorrow morning and even at the end of this afternoon. But with regards to, you'll have a game plan in mind, but like everyone up and down the lane, if the yellow flags fly and the safety car takes control of the field, the game plan gets thrown out the window, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. It'll be the same the whole out pit lane. So, I think in this race here, there's not really not many people will be running a different strategy to what all the guys in the top 5 will be. I think the strategy is pretty straightforward. It's not like we've got to take tyres. It's not like we've got to do fuel, things like that. So I think it'll be the same up and down pit lane. But obviously, if a safety car comes out, it's going to throw a spanner in the works.
We mentioned yesterday that OTAP stands for on the actual pace, or Paddock backwards. You are the pace setter. You're not on the pace, you are the pace this morning. Very nicely done. And maybe, just maybe, I mean, obviously the hashtag remains there, irrespective of what the race number is, ladies and gentlemen. Another tip of the hat to Cam Bartholomew, the late Cam Bartholomew. But maybe, just maybe, not just this weekend, but when we get back here in November as well, one of the ones, and the _� disappear from that race car. If you were to win the championship, would you be back for a title defence wearing the number 1?
Maybe.
Maybe.
We would have to see.
Boylett's approach. He just goes and dominates in another category.
Yeah. No, we probably would come back, do a couple of rounds, throw the 1 on it. Yeah, but
got to throw the 1 on it at least once.
No,
Josh Richards is doing that this
we'll
weekend.
do it.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
no, the 95's there. This is actually Bart's old car. No, I think the whole year he's been with us, and he'll continue to stay with this car as long as it's racing with us. So
it just looks in a very different guise, doesn't it?
That's it. Yeah.
Sticker kit's different, but it's still the same old shell.
Yeah.
Well done, mate. Great effort in qualifying this morning. Got out, banked the number early, parked it. Actually, on that subject, one last question before I let you go. The boys noticed in commentary, observed that you had the bonnet up, both the doors open. We figured the doors open was just for ventilation. What was the bonnet up for? Was that just a systems check? Anything you're worried about?
No, we're just tuning an Altec in, to be honest with you. No, just joking with you.
You said that yesterday. material.
No, we were just making sure everything's right under there, making sure nothing's leaking. Doors were open for ventilation. Seeing if I was going to have to do another lap, but we seen what everyone else was running in times, and I just jumped out and took off the suit, got some air, and it was good.
I was going to say, I can see some power leads and everything else around here, but not much in the way of ventilation. I can see a few freezers, some ice cubes and a few other things. Maybe we just need a couple of those portable fans or something just to cool things down. It's very steamy for, 20 to 11 on a Saturday morning, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sweating like crazy. So, maybe a fan is a good idea. We might have to get Mumsy over there to bring a fan out of the van for us.
Mum's off to Bunnings and we're off to watch you go and clean up in race 1, mate. That's only about 40 minutes away as we record this interview, so good to catch up. Good luck in race 1, and I'm sure we'll be catching up as the weekend continues.
Awesome. Thanks, mate.
Been meaning to catch up with this bloke for the last couple of days, haven't had the chance to, but it's nice to be able to have a chat with him on the back of a very nice run in qualifying. Not his best qualifying result of the season, but very, very close. He's only on the outside of the same row that he started at Morgan Park 3 weeks ago. Tommy Manwaring's here alongside me. Unfortunately, the Shannon Supercar Showdown winner, Jesse Dixon, not available at this point in time. We will catch up with him later in the weekend because I cannot wait. I cannot wait to pick his brain on how much more he enjoys driving an XL over a supercar. Well, that's another story. Did I go there?
No.
I did go there.
Jesse actually out-qualified me by like half a tenth, so, he's the one to talk to at the moment for sure.
Well, that answered the next question. I was going to say, who was in the car, but you were both having a run. And that's an important thing as well, mate. Nice to see you too, by the way, but it's an important thing this weekend. Yes, there was a lot of track time yesterday, 7 15-minute sessions, etc., etc.
Yep.
But there's no substitute for mileage, and
Definitely
obviously...
not.
This is your regular season car, not so much the case for Jesse, and as we've established with a few drivers already, no two XLs are the same, but he's obviously feeling confident and comfortable in the car at the moment.
We had a test day on Wednesday with Jesse, and Jesse's been around the block, obviously, in many categories, but he had a run in this on Wednesday. We tuned it up pretty well, arrived here on Friday, and it went like the best we've had ever, to be honest. We've lost a little bit overnight, but that's okay. We're pretty sure we can tune it up. And as you say, Jesse's had heaps of miles, and actually probably more than you think in XLs, to be honest, Zach. Like he's had heaps with Jack, his brother, and a few other people as well. So, and he did do the first round as well. So he hopped in this car in a custom straight away. We're probably a good combo as well because we have similar pace. So yeah, I'm more than happy to get out qualified by Jesse.
Although in saying that, mate, let's not beat around the bush. Yes, it's a team effort this weekend. So when you've got a gun in your corner, that can only bode well to your overall result this weekend. Bearing in mind, hopefully everything else holds together for you.
100%.
We know that attrition's going to play a part, potential for incidents, all that sort of stuff. But if you keep a clean set of heels,
100%,
you've got a great launch pad here in which to build on this weekend in what is a strictly competitive field.
Extremely, yeah. I would say you look at this weekend totally differently to what you do a sprint weekend. In a sprint weekend, you've got sort of 5 races to get your head around. They're all very short, though. Enduro, obviously, 2 big races, hour and a half each, roughly 150 Ks. 2 sprint races. Qualifying is just part, 1 of like 7. So it's the first leg. We'll tune it up obviously as well, but it's just about trying to get through the sprint, I think, cleanly. Doesn't really matter too much where you finish, I don't think, in terms of the finish. And then you just got to get to the Enduro. That's the first goal. Yeah.
And that brings me back to what you were saying about qualifying there. I guess the onus on 1 lap pace now goes out the door, doesn't it?
100%.
Because it's going to be a completely different ball game, not just in the sprint race, but particularly the Enduro. Because for that, you're going to start with a full tank.
Absolutely, yeah. The full tank will definitely change the balance for sure. That'll be everybody, though. Everybody will feel the difference. The thing we're working on at the moment is making sure the engine stays cool. That's really critical in these things because they pull timing if they get above a certain point and things like that. They cook front lefts because it's obviously a front-wheel drive car. So you've got to look after that and look after the brake too. And often that can just mean rolling out of it before a braking zone, things like that. So, we'll work on that. We're actually pretty confident we've got a really good race car. We had one on Friday. We did a pretty long race run just to see where it was at, and it was really consistent. So if we can tune it up from quali, I'm pretty confident we'll have a good result.
All right, let's talk about the season at large so far.
Sure.
Inside the top 10 at the moment on the points, and going along nicely, consistent in qualifying. As I said, another top 10 starting position for you, and that's 4 from 4 throughout the course of the campaign. A good result at Morgan Park a few weeks ago. Where are the goalposts as we enter the second half of the season? Obviously, this weekend is the priority right now. We've got to obviously get through this one, but then quickly turn our attention back to sprint mode and finishing off the competition of the season that is with 2 5-race sprint rounds here in October and November. How are you positioned and where are the goalposts from this point in time?
I think for us, Zach, we're P9 in the championship, which is cool. We could have been a little higher up if we didn't have so many DNFs. We've had 4 from 4 rounds.
Been the problem,
so we've been really inconsistent that way. So we've had 3 reliability problems, and then the fourth one, was on me at Morgan Park when I ran into the tyre bundle. So we've just got to work on that. If we can get through the Enduro cleanly and the rest of the year, I'm sure we'll just keep going up in the standings. So that's really the goal for me. We're just steadily, I like to say, we're in our own bubble every weekend. We're not trying to look at the goalpost so much, the results or anything like that. We're just really focusing on our own processes, improve, and the results will kind of come from that, I think, naturally. If you focus on results too much, yeah, they kind of just end up getting away from you, I've found, for sure.
You mentioned what Jesse brings to the table a few moments ago. What can you learn from him? What can he learn from you?
Mentality, for sure. Yeah. Mentality stuff, for sure. We're very similar driving-wise, and I'm sure Jesse can teach me and tune me up there as well. But just keeping me, as I said, going back to the bubble, just keeping me in the bubble during the race weekend, and just getting the reins on me emotionally, I think, things like that. All those type of things, they're coming critical in this sport, for sure, because it's such an emotional sport. You know, you can have a Ripper quali and then a DNF and then this and then that. It's very jagged.
It's not just in the race car either.
Absolutely. It's a lot of different factors. So Jesse, mentality-wise, has been great. And also his sim down at Dixon Race Academy as well has been unbelievable. So, yeah, we do sim sessions all the time, and it's always nice to just stay warm.
And you mentioned the DNFs, very costly, especially at this time of the year.
Sure.
That's not lost on the top four at the moment, who are within 103 points of each other. But no doubt you'd be hoping to, you're inside the top 10, stay inside the top 10.
Sure.
And the way to obviously ensure that that's achievable is by nutting out those gremlins that you've had and also that one error.
Exactly.
And making sure that you see the checkered flag for the last, what have we got? We've got 4 this weekend and 10 after that. So 14 races still to come in the campaign.
Yep, that's all 100% on the checklist for sure. Starting with the sprint race in about 20 minutes or so, I'm told. So, yeah, we'll get through that cleanly, hopefully. The car, we've just been going forward pace-wise every race weekend so far. So, as I said, I think this is the best weekend we've had pace-wise pretty well ever. So if we can just convert that into some points, that'd be lovely. And stay out of trouble is definitely the goal. It's a boring goal, I know, but it's really, it's a goal, but it's very important because you can get very hot-headed, let the red mist descend, which is very hard not to, but yeah.
Speaking of hot-headed, very warm this weekend, very muggy, very steamy. Right?
Yep.
How are you prepared in that regard physically for the fatigue, the challenge that awaits dealing with the cockpit temperature, noting that this is probably the hottest round of the season so far,
100%.
ambiently, which is only going to have an impact on track temperature and also cockpit as well.
It's actually
you're out there for a lot longer as well.
Oh, exactly, yeah. The Enduro, like you might think hour and a half, not much compared to like a Bathurst 1000 or something, but with these things, you're manhandling them the entire time. It's hard to get off the pace. And to be honest, to answer your question about heat management, it's really my team. That's Emma, my beautiful partner's job. She kind of does, prepares food and all the water and stuff that we have over the weekend. It's all in the cool box, ready to go, so I can just grab one and go. And I don't have to worry about it too much. So staying hydrated is super important. I found that out last Enduro because I didn't really look after myself, got out of the car and I was a wreck. So this time around, we've definitely tuned myself up as well as the car. And you are right, the Enduro is a long race, and if one driver does one full stint, it's like 38 laps. And around this place, in a car like this, it's actually quite hard work for sure. Yep.
Tell me a little bit about locked and load transport, mate. What does that entail?
Can we go for a walk over here?
Yeah, sure.
Can we do that? Yeah, sure.
Let's go for a little bit of a wind
No
up.
problem.
The good thing about having a moving camera, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Get a bit of sponsor plug in here. This is Lock and Load. They're my major sponsor this year. So if I'm completely honest, we couldn't possibly go racing without our sponsors and our partners. I really do mean that. We're a privateer. I built that car from scratch myself over the period of sort of 2 to 3 years. The big cost is development with these things. To continually improve is really hard. You need a lot of testing, a lot of things like that. And of course that in motorsport means money. We don't have a lot of it, so we look to our partners and we try to put together packages that mutually benefit both of us. Lock and Load is one of them. So we've got tie downs here that match really well with motorsport for your trailer. I run them myself. They're fantastic. They've got retractable ratchets. They've got motorbike tie downs as well. And if you hit, I don't have it on me right now, but if you use Tom20, you'll get 20% off online.
Eagle-eyed viewers will have noticed that your superstar co-pilot has rock and rolled through camera twice.
He's busy now. He's not too busy.
I was going to say he probably doesn't yet know this, but he does now that he's in the firing line at some point for some questions at the end of the weekend. However, since he's picked up the microphone, we may as well have a chat to him now. One more question for you in a moment, Tommy. Jesse Dixon, very nice to see you, and I was very quick to confirm that yes, it is that Jesse Dixon from all those years ago. And the first question I've got for you is, how much more fun do you have in an XL than a supercar, please?
It's pretty similar, to be honest. I was here during the week in some really fast road cars, which are fast and super fun, but I reckon I have more fun with 100 horsepower under me in an XL. Like, my arms are actually a bit sore from manhandling the thing. The H-pad and, no ABS, they're so lively, and you have to be absolutely on your game to get every last hundredth out of it. And they're so fulfilling, so rewarding to drive. I love them.
And this is the thing, right? And you've done enough of this to understand, and I say it to people all the time, because sometimes, for obvious reasons, this can be a tough sell trying to get bums on seats in terms of viewers tuning in, being trackside, etc. and so forth. It's not about the straight line poke, is it? It's about the racecraft, and that we're going to see a lot of that on show this weekend.
We absolutely will, and for me, this is the number one proving ground for anyone wanting to get into cars, car racing, circuit racing. I think it's a vital, pivot or a step you cannot miss. As you said, it's 100 horsepower, but you get used to the speed pretty quick. Like when I first drove supercars, you're pretty blown away by the speed and the power, but you actually get used to it pretty quickly. And if you ask Oscar Piastri, I'm pretty sure he's used to how quick his McLaren goes. So what it does give you is, as you said, phenomenal racecraft. You can bang panels and kind of, it's not going to break the bank. It's super competitive. Like the top 5 guys, maybe top 6 because we're 6th, they are, and beyond, they are very, very talented drivers. You could stick any of those top 5 or beyond into another very high level category and they will be on the money pretty quickly. Tyler Collins killed it at the Bend the other week in the scholarship series. Caleb's killing it as well in Aussie cars. So if you want to have a really good proving ground and test yourself against some really fast young guys or a bit older guys like myself, come and race XLs. And Tom, you're one of them, mate.
You guys are about to get called to marshalling, so I'm going to have to cut this a little bit shorter than I was planning to, but we'll come back and finish this chat because we want to have a chat to you with regards to what you're doing these days. I know you're still running the XL competitively on a sporadic basis, but I know there's a lot more going on and you're still heavily involved in the caper, which is good to see as well. So we'll continue that conversation. We may even pick your brain with regards to what your strategy game plan is for the weekend because we didn't get to cover that off, but I've just had the memo come through. No, most of you blokes keep your cards close to your chest at this time of the year. I'm not sure what. No. But I've just been advised that you guys are about to get ushered into marshalling a little bit earlier than planned, so we're ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. Good luck this weekend, gentlemen. Great to catch up and go well.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for your time.
Gentlemen, welcome back to Queensland Raceway. Welcome back to our audience watching around the world across YouTube and the West Brom Radio channel thereof, as we have Hyundai XLs out on the circuit now, Mostyn Rudge, for what will be 48 laps of madness, and we cannot wait to see how the first leg of the XL Enduro for 2025 unfolds, with thanks to Nankang, of course. Now, the interesting thing in all of this, mate, last year it was a bit rip, tear, rush, bust, no time to turn it around, no time to really down tools and chill. After this is complete, they'll have about 18 hours before they're on track next. So it's a different format this year, but I think a better one.
Yeah, indeed, Zach. And I tell you what, it all has been building up to this right throughout the morning, hasn't it? 48 laps is the journey here at Queensland Raceway for the 2025 Nankang World Enduro. And I tell you what, we've got about 30 Hyundai XLs, or Korean pocket rockets as they're affectionately called, out on track at the moment. We know there's bound to be a bit of chaos, but I tell you what, this is going to be an absolute show here at Queensland Raceway. 150 kilometres the distance, and Caleb Patterson is going to lead us from pole position.
We have here, in no particular order, courtesy of Nicole Tuckwood, who's got invested interest in this race because the boy Michael's out there having a steer for the first time in a few years. As many starting drivers as we possibly can, and we're hoping that the rest has been relayed to timing accordingly. So if you're watching along via timing, and we need to remind you of that again, Speed Hive via MyLaps, it's a change. It's only been in the last 3 weeks, not Nat Soft. If you've been looking for that throughout the course of the day, there is a little bit of indecision here. There's a bit of hit and miss, mix and match, if you like, Moz. Some drivers are going to start today and turn it around and bring it home tomorrow. Other drivers are, of course, going to start both Enduros. We don't have a starting grid coming up on our Speed Hub MyLaps timing screen just yet, ladies and gentlemen, so we're hoping that that will be rectified in the next few moments. But in the meantime, we've got Caleb Patterson bringing the field around to lead us to the start line. He will take up pole position after a magnificent win this morning. Luke Rinaldi will start alongside him on the front row. Connor Roberts will share the second row, and he'll do so alongside Brett Parrish, the old experienced hand, the two-time race winner as far as this format is concerned. The third row, as Mark Jones also joins us in central commentary, all sugared up and ready to go. The third row is going to be shared, of course, by the defending series champion Josh Richards, and alongside him is Tom Manwaring, who was in very fine form this morning, of course. We're not going to have too much in the way of downtime here, ladies and gentlemen, because that was a very quick formation lap, and we're about to have all eyes on the 3.126 kilometre Queensland Raceway circuit layout for the next 48 laps, and we're looking forward to it immensely. So, without further ado, we welcome you to the 2025 Nankang XL World Enduro Round 4 of the XL Cup for 2025. Those lights will go on Formula One style. 3, 4, 5, and when they extinguish, we go racing at Queensland Raceway. Perfect conversion off the line from Luke Rinaldi to lead the field down towards the first quarter. On the outside of Caleb Patterson, who got into second gear a little bit better to launch into turn 1 and hold the lead. Connor Roberts is going to lead us through as well. Brett Parrish, a good start. He's being followed along by Josh Richards. And Manwaring's there on the outside with a little bit of pressure on the inside mounting from James Simpson as we head towards the back straight, and already a little bit of dust being kicked up.
Yeah, absolutely, Zach. And
it's Tom Manwaring has been shuffled aside running through turn 2 onto the dirt, and that's cost him buckets of positions and drops him out of the leading group.
So, to turn 3 for the first time, and out of there, up towards the Lake Straight and down towards the famed Snake Gully section of the circuit, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful conversion off the line in the second phase by 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗧. Luke Rinaldi will take great joy in the fact that he got the initial jump. Connor Roberts, Brett Parrish, Josh Richards, Tommy Manwaring there making up the top 7 at the moment. Manwaring's been shovelled back, of course. Tyler Collins, a good start up at a 6. So B Pro cars running 3, 4, 5 and 6 at the moment. Simpson, of course, and Tucker there in 7th, I should say. And Angus Bale's a good start, having moved up into position number 8.
Yeah, don't worry about the AFL Grand Final going on. This is the 2025 Nankang World XL Enduro. And what a start, what a ripping opening lap here. What a ripping... Sorry, it's technical dramas. What a ripping opening lap here at Queensland Raceway for that Enduro indeed, as the timing's telling us one thing, but we look out on track and it's telling us something different.
Correct. So, well, it's saying that we've completed lap 0, but that's okay. So, timing's also showing it as 47 laps. It was originally scheduled to be 48, so I'm not sure what's going on there either. We'll pick it up as they make their way down the back straight. And Luke Rinaldi looking to make a lunge early.
Yeah, absolutely. Down into turn 3 on 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗧. That's where we get a bit of a pinch point here for the Hyundai XLs, and a lock up further back in the back half of the top 10. Then we go further back mid-pack around the 15th mark. It's an absolute traffic jam. It's the Gateway Motorway at 9 a.m. on a Monday morning here in Brisbane.
Correct. And 8 and 7 as well.
Absolutely, yeah, and 10, 11, 12, half
5,
past
6
2.
in the evening as well, if you don't mind. Yeah,
absolutely.
There's only certain times that you can get through there and have a clean run, ladies and gentlemen. Same goes for the Gold Coast Highway, actually.
On a Saturday.
No trouble, spinner at Snake Gully, one pointing the wrong way. And Jonesy...
Jarvis.
Yeah, Jarvis was where it started. He was spun across somebody else's nose as they went around. Assisted in all of that. There was another one of our cars, I think it might have been Mainwaring, who's running, falling down through the field. In fact, we see him peeling off into the pits immediately. It looks like it could be Pat Neville. They're very similar colour schemes. You know, that white and green and black that's around 3 or 4 cars in the field. Covers that sort of, but it's not Neville because Neville's just gone by underneath it. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Mainwaring, which is a massive shame. He started, I think, top 6.
That's an unscheduled moment for those guys, unfortunately, as they make their way down the back straight once more. And I hope everybody at home can see what's going on the speed of time, because I'm having a
car
wretched
off at
time.
Turn 1, and I think that's Pat Trappett.
That'll be safety car boards and flags, ladies and gentlemen, the first one of the day.
That looks like the Rivers Insurance car, the number 34, Pat Trappett, and Lincoln Evans is sharing that car with Pat today. It's that mostly white with the red and blue. And that is buried properly in the Sand Trap at Turn 1. So safety car has been called for. So we've not quite got... you mentioned about being sugared up a bit at the start of the race there, Caven. It looks like the field's a little bit sugared up as well.
Well, that technical issue that we mentioned wasn't actually technical. It was me hitting the wrong button trying to stop your slurping of your slushy. And by the way, thanks for the offer. Going out... No, I'm only kidding. I've got coffee. I'm good.
You fool.
I'm good. I've got coffee. I'm good. No, I could hear him enjoying it on the air, and I accidentally hit Ross's mic, not yours. That's all good. Good raspberry lemonade or fire engine at this time of the day. Never hurt anybody. Hey, down the main straight we go. Brett Parrish picks it up. Tyler Collins is in behind Josh Richards. So the 3B Pro cars remain 4, 5 and 6. We've got, if you don't mind, our first safety car of the day. It just neutralises the race. But here's another thing, and apologies too, folks, we didn't have a chance really to talk about strategy or anything like that in the lead-up to the race getting underway. There was no real preamble. It was a case of the Trans Am boys got off the circuit, we got on, and we got cracking. One thing we didn't speak about, and I didn't want to talk about it too much in the Nankang Hub, A, because it went for 44 minutes already, and B, because it's, of course, is something that we can talk about during the call. There's your pit window there, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to Damien Lee for bringing that up on screen for us. the pit window isn't open yet. It doesn't open until the start of lap 17. It will close at the end of lap 32. Pit lane speed is 40 kilometres now. Now the transit time is 34 seconds from go to woe. And there's a 100% probability of safety car. That's already been confirmed.
Do we put a bet on that now?
Did I read the future or not? No. Based on previous history of this category, we know that attrition's going to play a part. They'll retrieve that stricken car, the trap at entry, in just a few moments' time. And I dare say we're probably going around at least once more, because that is very seriously beached down there. But no one benefits from this, Moz. And I was talking to a few of the drivers about this, and you'll see the interviews rolling out throughout the coverage tomorrow too, ladies and gentlemen, about how they go about it. They've got two game plans in mind. One is, if we manage to go by some small miracle, caution-free, they'll know exactly what their plan of attack is, who's starting, when they're going to change, etc. But that will go all out the window if there's a caution at the end of lap 16, because that's when the pit window opens. You get in, you don't give your opposition an advantage, you get on with it. And on that subject, the transit of the pit lane has been changed. So 48 laps race distance, 150.048 kilometres and 3.126 to the distance of the circuit, 75% race distance. We've got the Maywearing car going back out onto the circuit. 75% race distance, should we get a stoppage late in the piece, is 36 laps. And, of course, race control can call it at that point. They're struggling to get the traffic car out of the sand, unfortunately. The pit window transit has been changed in the sense that it was only going to be a minimum 1 minute 15 transit from go to woe, so that would have given you a stationary time of 41 seconds. They've given you an extra 15 seconds now, just purely so that it's not rip, tear, rush, bust on pit lane in the same way that it is on the racetrack. The other thing that I wanted to mention there, Jonesy, is that when you look at the ins and outs of racing here at Queensland Raceway, we can't complete that compulsory pit stop now. Okay, so we just bunch the field up, and it's going to be a couple of short sprints to get us to the opening of that fuel window. When we get to lap 17, though, if we get a safety car, pit lane's going to be a hub of activity. Moz is going to cover the lane for us between lap 17 and 32. Looking forward to that immensely. But then, at this point in time, everybody's looking out for that early caution, being on their toes, but not this early.
Yeah, see, one of the issues here is whether you start the race with your faster driver or your slower driver. Any of the teams who've started the race with their faster driver are just burning time now on their quicker driver, and that means their slower driver has to spend more time at the wheel, and that hurts them at the back end.
I'll tell you what, though, more than likely they're going to start the fastest driver, but there is a fair bit of strategy into this, and I'll tell you why. So I caught up with 𝗘𝗍𝗍 and Ollie Wickham moments ago.
Car 116.
And I interviewed them. Now, their strategy is they're actually starting Ollie Wickham because he's lighter. So 𝗘𝗍𝗍 is slightly heavier than Ollie Wickham. They're both pretty slender, fit boys, but 𝗘𝗍𝗍 is slightly heavier. So he'll come in when they weigh the cars at the end of the race. He'll have that weight in the car. So that's why they're starting the lighter driver, as we see Pat Trappett
That's interesting. That's really interesting. And the other part of that is if you start your lighter driver in the car at the start of the race, that makes changing drivers at the pit stop a little bit easier as well.
Now, having a look at some of the big movers early on, Rach Sorrigan's just sent me some correspondence. She said, Ashton's up to 10th. Go the Clements boys. They were up into the top 10. They started outside. They've made good inroads early. They've only had a couple of racing laps in order to do so. We're on... well, we've got the clock still running at 9.5 minutes of racing, but I'm not sure if my timing screen's actually cooperating.
Pat Trappett is out of the sand and is racing around to join the end of the safety car queue, so we will be restarting this lap.
Indeed we will, and looking forward to that as we continue our coverage of the XL World Enduro here on the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich, West Brother Radio and West Brother Sport. Safety car lights are out. Safety car is taking off. Caleb Patterson is in control of the field. So basically,
he waited until after completing the turn 6 before pushing the loud pedal the last time out.
To cover off what I was going to say, I'm not sure that we covered it off in detail. That
he's gone. Patterson's gone early this time.
That he has. The man wearing pit stop doesn't count.
No, of course it doesn't.
No, it doesn't count because of the pit window. Just to clarify for people at home, pit window not open, so anything beyond 17 to 32 is giving yourself an extra invoice that you don't necessarily need. The end of lap 5, Caleb Patterson goes through, leads Luke Rinaldi. Rinaldi the fastest lap of the race so far, as they make their way down towards turn 1 once more. So we're underway, second start, and another short, sharp sprint to that critical start of the 17th lap, the opening pit of the pit window here at Queensland Raceway, Ningkang XL World Enduro Weekend on West Bromwich Sport.
Josh Trappett just picked a spot up from Sturgis in the 72 car. So field leaning down into turn 3, and Patterson leads the way from Rinaldi. Then Connor Roberts holding that third position. Then we go back a little bit to Parrish and his teammates Richards and Collins, followed by Simpson. And then Cody Grimsley's made a fairly good start. He's just ahead of Angus Bales, actually. You know, the Bales car has made a pretty good, strong start, the number 17 Trackwell car.
Yep, up into 8th spot at the moment, just ahead of Cody Grimsley. Fraser Sturgis also a good start, had a bit of ground to redeem after earlier on today, so they're up to 11th. Josh Travis,
just lost a spot, actually.
Warner.
No, Sturgis just lost a spot.
Just as I say it, put the mock on. But one thing is clear, boys. Those top 3 are in a league of their own. They're a class above at the moment. It means nothing now, but look at the ground they've put on in only 2 laps since the restart.
Now, Clements is just losing a spot here. Maybe Bales is on the inside line.
No,
sorry, the outside line. Yeah, sorry. And so Clements has been able to hang on to it. It looked like Bales had gotten a run, but he was, as you say, on the outside line. So that is a harder move to make, a harder move to prosecute. As we see the top 3 are breaking away. In fact, it's more of a top 2 now. It looks like Connor Roberts is unable to stay with Patterson at Rinaldi at the front. Oh, it's on for 4th here, as that's Josh Richards. Bomb dives on Brett Parrish into turn 3.
He's put one on the boss, if you don't mind.
And Collins as well.
Turn 3, they're going to go 3 wide, the B-Pro boys, up the lake straight. It's too early for those sorts of games, gentlemen. By gee, that's tight. That's close for comfort. That's trusting your teammates at the same time. Richards to the inside goes to 4th. Collins wants to capitalise on it as well. Can't do so just yet. He's still got the nose up on the inside. Parrish moves across to cover it off. They're now under pressure from the Simpson Tucker entry. Cody Grimsley's broken clear of that next battle pack. And look at Bales getting the hurry up from Clement still. And Sturgis goes through and takes advantage of that as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sturgis says indeed. So we're starting to see the battle packs. There's about 4 of them out there at the moment. You've got Patterson, Rinaldi, Roberts. Then you've got the B-Pro team all in their own scrap. Parrish, Richards, Collins. James Simpson's in amongst the mix of that as well.
Oh, that's maximum entertainment, that group.
Then you've got Cody Grimsley, Ashton Clements, who's up another spot into position number 9, Fraser Sturgis, and Angus Bales just outside the top 10 at the moment.
Look at them go at it here. Parrish has gone back into that 4th space. Collins at the inside line, and Collins has got him.
Collins will take it all. Thank you very much. I'll have me cake and eat it too. Thanks very much.
And here comes
Tyler
Simpson.
Collins.
Yep, and Simpson's the big beneficiary of the teammates squabbling Jonesy. Down the outside of Parrish. Not yet. Not yet. But he's gained 2 spots. And Cody Grimsley's joined the mix as well. It's a race in 5 there. I'm getting praise for name-dropping one of our viewers earlier too, by the way. I'll name-drop anyone that's watching us over the AFL Grand Final. It's going to be a ratings bonanza. This is the XL World Enduro. It's lap 8, and they are going as though it is lap 44 of 48, not 8 of 48. My goodness, the pace is intense early on as we watch Patterson hold off Rinaldi. Roberts is there as well. Collins has moved up into 4th place. Roberts has the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 30.513. And here comes Sturgis through with a bump and run from Angus Bales, giving him the hurry up. They're both trying to gang up on Ashton Clements. Lock up from Clements to turn 6, and that's going to put him back into the clutches. In fact, he's lost out entirely. They're into pit lane, and that is not a routine pit stop either. So already we've had 2 top 10 contenders, man. Waring and Clements on pit road early on. with unscheduled pit stops. If you're transiting the lane, Jonesy, between 17 and 32, all good. Anything outside of that, you're giving yourself an invoice to work with.
Yeah, unfortunately, the car appears to be crabbing. I think there's something wrong with the Clements car that's more than a little bit. This isn't any kind of a penalty. Or, no, the car has stopped in the lane. They're having a chat through the window. I'm thinking that Clements boys might be done very early on in all of this. They're having a hunt around the front of the car. But meanwhile, back at the pointy end of the field, here we go. Here's our race leaders just coming into sight once more. Or is this no, this is the... No, yeah, this is our race leading battle. Patterson in the lead still.
Yeah, so Patterson's in the front. Rinaldi's trying to fight. He doesn't know whether to look out the windscreen or the rear view mirror because Connor Roberts is hot on his tails as well. So Patterson, Rinaldi, Roberts. There's your top three. Back further, it's Collins in position number 4. Simpson rounding out your 5. Then Richards, Parrish and Grimsley. And I tell you what, all of these battles are heating up immensely. Likewise for the mid-pack as well and the rear half of the top 10. So Rinaldi, he's sandwiched between Patterson and Roberts.
Oh, we got a car stopped at turn 3. It looks like it's one of the Grimsley cars.
It'd be Misty, which is really unfortunate considering she was coming back through the field. So Zach Cabin's going to get the binoculars out for us.
It is indeed. And you know what? I'm not sure they'll leave that one parked there terribly long, which means another
engine's still running.
Potential.
Engine's still running.
Yeah, but
Misty's trying to rejoin the circuit.
But if she can't move it out of there, then that's too precarious a position for race control's liking, I would imagine.
It's moving very slowly, but it is moving.
And if she can get it to the crossover, they'll leave it there.
Exactly, yes.
They'll leave it there until they have to come out onto the circuit again. But it puts them out of contention, and it's a big blow to Misty as far as the weekend is concerned. Yeah. And Cooper Barnes as well, and they were one of the hot shot combinations coming into the mix this weekend. May not necessarily have been for outright honours, but it would have definitely been for top 10 at the very least. Big battles still continuing on, but I wouldn't be surprised, Moz, if turn 3 is off limits for the moment due to a yellow flag.
Yeah, there is the yellow flag. It's just gone on now, so the yellow lights are on the approach into turn 3. So I do wonder if they're going to keep it as a local yellow for the entirety of this race.
Here we go, lead change. Rinaldi's going for the lead, got up the inside of Patterson for the run onto the Dick Johnson straight, and now the dark-coloured Luke Rinaldi, Zane Rinaldi car completes the lap in the race lead for the first time this weekend, just about, I think.
First lead change, and Luke Rinaldi, and we've got a meatball flag for the number 2 combination. That's Tucker and Simpson. Tucker and Simpson, the mechanical flag early. That was unexpected. What was also unexpected is we're now getting more correspondence from our board on the start-finish line here, our light display screen, ladies and gentlemen. You may be able to see that next time the cars come down the main straight. You may not. Here we go. Battles are plenty further on, and now it'll be interesting to see the tactic approach of Caleb Patterson in response to Luke Rinaldi putting one on him and taking the lead away.
Down the back straight into turn 3, Patterson looked like he was going to try and make a move to retake it, but Rinaldi's gone deep under brakes. Misty Grimsley still trapped there on the outside of turn 3, is not making any progress returning to the pits at all, unfortunately. And we've gone, we've gone 3 wide. Have we gone safety? Yeah, safety car. The race leaders were just jumping all over each other just for a second as they each took turns to realise that the safety car had been called for, and they've immediately resorted themselves back into the running order of Rinaldi, Patterson, Roberts.
And that'll be for Misty Grimsley. I can't see any other reason for that to be deployed.
Well, you did call it 2 laps ago, Zach, that it was likely.
They were patient.
They were, because we could see that the car was still moving.
Ever so gradually.
Yeah, in the way that a caterpillar moves.
It was moving about as slowly as when 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗆 was pushing the Toronto along pit straight in 1973. Unfortunately, Grimsley and Barnes out of contention. That's a big blow, Moz, because Misty's one of the great characters of the paddock and has been punching well in 2025. I had a good yak with her off air earlier. She said, "When's my interview going to air?" I said, "It should be going to air right now." She was like, "Oh, God, here we go." So now, some more pit lane activity, and that's car 2 coming in to address the mechanical black flag situation. And again, we bunch this field up, and we've done it now twice before we get to that first round of that sole round. I'm so used to doing when it's endurance racing, those 300s that Jonesy and I used to do here back in the day of the Willowbank 300 variety. But it's interesting, isn't it? One round of pit stops. We're 6 laps away from the window opening, or 5 now. And as the number 2 car rejoins the race as well down pit lane. And unfortunately, this is not giving anybody an advantage, but the good thing from an entertainment standpoint for us, it's keeping contenders back in the race.
So what I was going to say before is...
Hang on, guys. 50 kilometres an hour down pit lane, that's going to be a drive-through penalty for Simpson and Tucker.
Yep. Indeed it will be.
Good spot, Jonesy.
Well done.
So, yeah, what I was going to say is... Misty Grimsley, we've seen some real potential out of that car in the recent past, particularly in the last state round here at Queensland Raceway. Only a few weeks ago, she was there or thereabouts in the top 5. So she's had an up and down sort of season, and we did expect her to be a big contender in this race. The unfortunate part for us from an entertainment perspective is the safety car is about 5 laps too early. So had that come around lap 16, 17, we would have seen a whole lot of action in pit lane, and it would have just been absolute chaos. Good for me, because I'm the guy that gets to report on it. But yeah, it would have been good to see. But nonetheless, I think we should be going green this time by. We are indeed. The Llewellyn Motors Hyundai skips away, and we're set to go racing once more with Luke Rinaldi controlling the field.
And that's the point. Oh, geez, a little bit of a check up there. Josh Richards poking the nose up there on the inside of Tyler Collins. Let's wait and see. Brett Parrish in behind him. So this is another opportunity for the B-Pro cars to stick with the top 3. Or do they play the long game? And that's the thing you've got to be mindful of. Going like a scalded cat at the start versus reliability and durability after 48 laps. Back to the main straight we go. One more time. Let's do this at Queensland Raceway, the 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃 World Enduro on your home of sport at Ipswich. Live exclusive and free on a Saturday afternoon on the run down towards turn 1. That's a great restart from Luke Rinaldi. Very well played as he leads the field through. Patterson's gone with him. Roberts has been left behind this time round, and he's fallen back into the clutches of Collins, who's got Richards and Parrish for company. In behind that, of course, Cody Grimsley, Fraser Sturgis, then Josh Travitt and Angus Bales, the top 10. So Bales flirting with that top 10 at the moment, but as he said to me earlier, he's so used to running in the other XL series. This is baptism by fire for him coming into the biggest event of the Peters Motorsport Promotions season.
Yeah, you're not wrong indeed, and he's doing well to stay in the top 10 there. He was just outside it, as we see drive-through penalty from Simpson and Tucker entry, so that's being served. Invoice paid. Thank you very much.
That's 2 invoices for them this afternoon. Expensive day so far.
Indeed. Where I was going with that is the Clements entry coming into pit lane and retiring early. Unfortunate, because he was able to get a heap of spots early on up into the top 10, which pushed Angus Bales slightly outside it. But he's there or thereabouts, and he'll fight on.
Fraser Sturgis having a great run up into 8th spot, and he's broken clear of that next chasing pack that includes Trappett, Bales, etc. and so forth. The Clements boys, of course, unfortunately out of business early on, but we're still keeping an eye on the guys that are at the back end of that battle that have benefited by the demise of the Clements, which includes McSwan and Marsh and Warner and Bailey as well. Good to see Buster out there in 14th at the moment. They'll be looking to push forward. McSwan under pressure. Oh, actually, Parrish is going to get by on the inside of his teammate Richards, and Cody Grimsley hasn't yet bought into that, but is in the position to do so if he so wishes. 3 wide further back, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, on the run to turn 1. Hold your breath. They're good. Through they go. Back onto the main straight we go. Back straight, I should say. It is Rinaldi and Patterson breaking clear. Patterson to the inside, gets the run down the back straight, gets the lead away from Luke Rinaldi. Second lead change of the afternoon. Thanks for coming, ladies and gentlemen. But, again, we're all keeping an eagle eye on the end of lap 16. When we hear that siren sound, it's not the MCG, it's our siren. It's pit window opening, ladies and gentlemen. 16 laps of frantic madness down on pit road, and Moz is going to be all over it.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting thing to note here is Connor Roberts still has the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 30.513. So no one's been able to pip him just yet, and he's still cruising around there in 3rd position. He is under pressure from Tyler Collins, though, and if we know Tyler Collins, particularly when Caleb Patterson is only a couple of car lengths ahead, Well, they're both protagonists, and they both love battling each other, and that's going to heat up throughout this race. Now, to your point earlier, Zach, we need to remember, this is an endurance race, so you don't want to run as a sprint. You want to make sure your car lasts, the driver lasts, and so much more, as we see some guys down in pit lane starting to put the helmets on and get themselves ready to get in the car. Now, just quickly, from a strategy perspective, do you come in as soon as the window opens at lap 17, or do you get some fresh air and go round another lap or two?
Well, this is the point. The guys down there I feel for at the moment, because they're not going to know when the trigger is pulled, because there'll be respective game plans in play. But given that we've already seen 2 safety cars, you get the feeling that they're just going to stop, watch and act, as you do during the summer months here in this part of the world for other reasons. But I reckon they're going to watch and act, because if we've had 2 safety cars already, what's the likelihood of a third? It's pretty high. So I think they'll hold out as long as they can, unless circumstances prevent them to do so. And, of course, circumstances don't include the deployment of a safety car, because that'll throw the script out the window for everybody.
Caleb Patterson's back in the lead as well.
Yep, so that lead change, chopping and changing continues between Patterson and also Rinaldi. Roberts has latched on and gone in third. Here's Richards down the inside of Collins at the moment. Or is that Sturgis, actually?
Sturgis.
It is Sturgis, down on the inside of Collins. Very nicely done. So Collins is going to lose out. He's already lost out to Grimsley, and now he's going to lose out to Sturgis as well, but he's going to hang tough as the 2023 AA champion. Actually, that's not... No, hang on.
Collins is in P4.
Collins is 4th. My apologies. No, bad idea on my part. That was Trappett. That was Josh Trappett, of course. My apologies. So, yes, we'll keep our eyes peeled. Collins is actually the one that's broken clear of the B-Pro stable. I called that wrong. He's there in 4th place at the moment. And 5th is Parrish and 6th is Richards, as they make their way across the line once more. So Moz is going to head towards pit road. He's got the gear set up, ready to rock and roll down there. You'll be hearing from him throughout the course of the 16-lap pit window. And I tell you what, we're just going to put the microphone down and enjoy the ride. If there's a safety car deployment during any of that 16 laps, Moz, you'll be have your work cut out for you. There's no doubt about that. Have a look at this battle halfway down the back straight. The action continues here at Queensland Raceway. It's great to see so many battles appearing around the circuit, and that's the point, Jonesy. With more and more safety cars, more and more contenders stay in the mix, but it's very clear on a day like this, where it's so hot, where the field is vastly spread on time, that it's not going to take too much time for the key contenders to break clear, and that's been evident in the way in which the top 3 particularly have dominated these proceedings so far. Oh, trouble. Trouble on the Lake Straight. We've got a car stopped at 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗍𝗄. He's going to resume. He's no stranger to rally crossing around the circuit here at Queensland Raceway. No, it's 72 at Sturgis. It was Sturgis and Edwards. My apologies. I was going to say 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗍 normally rally crosses at turn 1 and 2, not turn 3. So dust being kicked up everywhere at the moment. Mark Jones is back alongside me in commentary. And Jonesy, it's been red hot so far, and now Connor Roberts makes his move as well. Down the inside of Luke Rinaldi. He takes second away as the field heads towards turn 1.
Rinaldi looks to respond immediately and had a look up the inside, but wasn't close enough to try and attempt that on Roberts, so he's going to wait for turn 2. So here's our leading trio on screen here, right at the second. Patterson, Roberts and Rinaldi. These 3 have just had a little bit of pace advantage over everybody else, and we've seen plenty of battles going on elsewhere. As where goes the lead, as Roberts takes the lead for the first time. So all 3 of our front of the field cars have now led the race. Parrish is doing a pretty good job at the moment for hanging on to them. Just no, not Parrish. That's Tyler Collins.
Tyler Collins, yep.
Yeah. But, yeah, Roberts now leads the race for the first time, defending champions of this race, Connor Roberts and his co-driver, Ryan Ksha.
But they've got to win it in a different way this year, Jonesy.
They've got to win the big race tomorrow rather than do it today.
Correct. Now, let's have a look here at this battle ongoing down the order as they come back around onto the main straight. So that's your top 3, ladies and gentlemen, right there on screen. It is Connor Roberts and Ryan Ksha. And Ryan Ksha will be looking at his lips, just waiting to get in amongst this and pick up where Connor has left off. They're well placed with that car. They're happy with the setup. They're happy with how things are running. And why wouldn't you be when you've been right there nipping at the heels of the two form men of the series at the moment all day long? And both of them, I caught up with them a while ago, Jonesy. They love these longer races, this endurance caper. They recently teamed up in a TA2 racing enduro together as well. So no surprise to see them flexing their muscle early on here. We're on lap 18, so the pit window has opened. The pit lane has opened.
And in immediately is the number 17 Trackwell car.
Yep, and the bonnet's up as well. And it's interesting too. We should have, we probably should have at the start of lap 17 had that horn, not the end of lap 17. But anyway, the pit lane is open, and that's the main thing. It's of most importance now, because if we do get a safety car in this period, pit lane will be centre stage at Queensland Raceway.
We've got another help.
That Bales entry, Jonesy, the fact that the bonnet's up on that thing, I'm not sure if they're too happy with how things are faring for that at the moment.
No, they were looking in and around the radiator of the car, so it looks as though, I mean, that's kind of suggests that maybe the car was overheating. Driver is out.
Yeah.
And actually, that's co-driver, isn't it?
Importantly, co-driver has not jumped in either.
No, yeah, they're... mind you, we've got a couple of drivers suited and booted and are already ready to take on. You know, it's a pretty good... I mean, it's warm enough here at Queensland Raceway today. The drivers are leaving it to the last minute to zip the suits up and put the helmets on. But by the same token, it looks like everyone's trying to be a bit flexible. No one is rushing in. I think everyone is, like you said, pretty much all day, that people are waiting for a safety car that is inside the pit stop zone. And they're pushing the number 17 car away. It's done.
Yeah.
So it looks as though the way they were looking at the front of the car kind of suggested that maybe the car has cooked itself.
Yeah.
So that's a massive shame for Angus Bales and Matt Tatani.
Yeah, disappointing for Angus, of course, in terms of the way in which he's flexed his muscle recently in Series X3 to not be able to showcase it in endurance trim. Tatani, no stranger to these enduro races either. They have them in South Australia on an annual basis, but they're usually capped at 1 hour in length. We've got our leaders still duking it out. So Patterson slotted back into behind Rinaldi, and Roberts is going to lead them through. This is the end of lap 19 coming up, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way down towards turn 6. We've got the leaders in shot, and look at Rinaldi just nipping at the heels. A little bit of SMSing going on there on the run to turn 6. Around they come. They'll play the long game here. And you have to feel for the other drivers as well, Jonesy, because they'd probably have to suit up and be ready from the outset of the pit window, just in case. And this is one of those days where I'm not too pleased about having to wear the amount of clothing I am, and they're wearing a lot warmer gear than I am. They'd be sweating bricks at the moment here at Queensland Raceway, such as the heat and the humidity, particularly out there on track, particularly out there exposed to the sun, which is beating down hard at the moment. Now, there's a 5-car battle coming out of turn 1, heading up towards turn 2 that's well worth having a look at too, ladies and gentlemen. Now, that's behind Brett Parrish and Josh Richards. So that's about off a 7th, which is now being headed by Cody Grimsley. Josh Marsh has jumped up there in 8th. You've got, of course...
In fact, Grimsley's just been overtaken.
It has.
Marsh who's leading them now.
Yep, new colour scheme on that car this year, or this weekend rather, for Josh Marsh and his VIP treatment co-driver, ladies and gentlemen, the great Max Gagan, the 3rd-gen racer. He's suiting up ready to go this afternoon. And... then, of course, you got Will McSwan, Josh Trappett and Carlo Warner. Now, Will McSwan himself was a late inclusion into this field. He was a late inclusion a couple of weeks ago because he didn't have the funds. Sponsors came to the table, greatly appreciated that was. And then they've drafted in Brady Owen, a former winner of the race as well, Jonesy.
Absolutely looking forward to it, seeing Brady get aboard the car. It's become quite the pipeline of talent, the Queensland XL Racing. We've seen a lot of young drivers in the series move up into the 86s, and several of them have then gone on to Porsche race, one-make racing, and a couple, like Max Gagan, for example, has started racing in Super 2s. So we've been getting some very impressive displays by young XL racers here in Queensland. And there's 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗃 pushing really hard on the back end of the number 83 of Josh Marsh. They're fighting over 7th place. Cody's car looking very distinctive with that bright blue and yellow, chasing hard after one of the many black and green kind of stickered cars. And there's the 3 cars going at it behind them, Will McSwan, Josh Trappett and 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏 in the Racing Together car. The Racing Together cars are perhaps a little bit off the pace of where they might have liked to have seen. Kate Davies probably buried in the field, and Carly's just down in where position? She's in 11th right at the moment. As there goes the 56 there of Josh Trappett, moving up a spot on Will McSwan. That was very nicely done, but he's stuck on the outside as he comes back on the inside. There's a bit of rubbing going on. And here's 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏 getting into this fight as well. And, great move from Carly. Gets McSwan, and we'll have a look at Grimsley, but wasn't quite close enough. And, here we go. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏 is the first driver of not 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏. This is the Marsh.
Yep.
Marsh who's peeled off into pit lane, and this is the first proper pit stop.
Actually, I think it's one of the Trappetts.
Sorry, you're absolutely right. Josh Trappett in the 56 car. This is the car that got Hazelwooded during the week.
Indeed. Hopefully Moz is down there, but I'm not sure if we'll actually hear him from our vantage point in central commentary. You'll hear him at home. Hopefully Moz will be down on pit lane very shortly so that you can soak in the action with him. Hopefully he'll be able to track down 𝗔𝗔𝗄𝗔 as well and find out what the terminal issue was for her car, and even Angus Bales as well. We'll take you down to Moz in pit lane very shortly as we continue our coverage of the XL World Enduro here on the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich. So much action actually happening out there at the moment. And the motor race has only covered the top 10 by 0.6 of a second right now.
We're back with the race leaders now. There's Roberts, Rinaldi and Patterson.
And still the 2 teammates pushing one another along, 5th and 6th, Parrish and Richards as well. The rest of the battles have somewhat fizzled a little bit here at Queensland Raceway. So, Roberts, Rinaldi, Patterson, Collins and Parrish, the top 5. Richards in 6th, Marsh is 7th, and Max Gagan part of that combination this weekend. It's absolutely fantastic. And now the Trappett entry making its way back out onto the racetrack as well.
Cormac Murphy resuming in the race in the number 56 car. As we go back to the race leaders here, Roberts and Rinaldi. 19, the Aaron Transport car being chased by the Rinaldi Motorsport, the Rinaldi racing car. 127. Rinaldi's running cars in both the XL Cup and in Toyota 86 racing. That's where elder brother Zane plies his craft. And Zane due to step aboard his car, Luke's car I should say. Now we've got a couple more cars into the pits. I see the 14 is in. And, Adam Brennan handing over to Joel. And a white coloured car that's not, I think that's the 28 that is also into the pits.
You got me there, boys.
Kingpin and Craig Coleman.
No, that didn't work, mate. That didn't work. So what I'll do...
So Roberts continues to lead from Rinaldi.
I'll keep you on the phone, and then I'll pass down to you.
And here is Patterson in 3rd place. Collins continues to sit in no man's land. He's not falling into the clutches of his 2 teammates behind him in Parrish and Richards, but he's not catching the leading trio either. He's far enough back that he's not being able to pick up the aerodynamic toe. Patterson is just hanging on to the 2 leaders, but it's starting to look like the Patterson, who has kind of had the pace of everybody throughout this weekend, doesn't have the pace now. We've got another car coming down the lane. I think this is Warner in the Racing Together car. No, it's, Warner in the Racing Together car coming down now.
It is indeed. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏 in the lane. It's probably a good opportunity for us to go down the Moz on pit road.
Yeah, down here in pit lane, Zach, and I can tell you straight away that Angus Bales has parked up. The oil temps were reaching 110 degrees Celsius, so they've parked that up. Their motor was cooking. We've seen Josh Trappett and Murphy hit the lane, went out as well. Carlo Warner in the lane now, Ace Buckley jumping in the car. So plenty happening down here at the moment. We've also got car 44 in the lane as well. The bonnet's gone up on that right down at pit entry. So not too sure what's going on there. And we've just seen another one come into pit lane now. Drivers are down here. Helmets are on. They're roaring to go as we see Ace Buckley leave pit lane now on board the number 71 Team Racing Together Hyundai XL. And let's see what the RX-8 Junior can do, although he's not very quick to get over to the fast lane. So, boys, plenty happening back out on track as well, no doubt, as we see car 10 in pit lane now also. And all these pit stops starting to get underway. You'll come back to me shortly, no doubt there'll be plenty more happening.
Yeah, Moz, I'm hoping you might be able to get hold of 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗃 for a quick yak, and maybe even Mr. Grimsley as well, just to find out what actually happened and put pay to their days, respectively. But I'll let you work on that, and hopefully you'll be able to come back to us very shortly. In the meantime, pit lane still a hub of activity. 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗍 now makes his way on to pit road. You're watching the battle on track between Fraser-Sturgis and the two cars in behind him, which include Dion Jarvis and, of course, Benny Doughton and 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗍's on pit road. Moz, you've got 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗍's pit stop underway.
Yeah, the boys aren't mucking around down here either. 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗍𝗃's straight. Actually, no, 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗍's getting in the car. And it's actually Ollie Wickham that got out. And I'll tell you what, he was flying straight out of the thing. He's having a little bit of an issue getting the belts down to Cade at the moment. His radio wire's dangling a little bit. So something's fallen off, I've just heard Cade say. But he's looking for the belts. He's struggling, but time here as the boys check the tyre pressure as well. So I've got a great view. I'm right next to Cade's car here for this stop at the moment. He's finally got his belts on, just doing his centre straps now, and he should be good to go very quickly. So tyre cap's going back on, the car's just started back up, and we're good to go. 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗍 is now out in the 116 Wheatbix Team Racing Together entry. I tell you what, that's a good looking car as Pat Trappett and Evans head on out as well. I believe Pat Trappett was in the car, so he's now out, Evans in, and we've got Brooke Wilson in as well. I'll just check to see who Brooke's driving with. I tell you what, there's a fair bit of damage on the front end of this car as well. The number 7 of Brooke Wilson. In fact, it's Tuckwood. So Wilson's out, Tuckwood is in the car.
Yep.
The 72's in now. So that's Sturgis and Edwards. Plenty happening down here in the lane, boys. How are we going out on track?
Well, we've still got Corey Roberts, Luke Rinaldi and Caleb Patterson playing the long game, Moz, at the moment, and doing so beautifully. Connor Roberts under pressure from Luke Rinaldi as they head towards the end of lap 26, ladies and gentlemen. So we're past half race distance already, and now we've got a good rhythm going with regards to the race itself. A long, extended green flag run here, and still that top three barely separated at this point. The interesting thing for mine is what role Matty Boylett's going to play when he jumps behind the wheel of the Patterson car this time through, whether or not he can overturn the slight deficit that they have at the moment. Fraser-Sturgis, Ashton Edwards on pit lane as well, Moz, and it looks like the bonnet's up. We'll come back to Moz
certainly
in a
is, Zach. The bonnet's up. It seems they're checking the timing of the car or something like that. So Sturgis out, Edwards in, the bonnet's closed, might be good to go. I tell you what, smells hot though. So they're just testing this. Gary Taylor and the pit crew, he's checking the tyres now. A bit of a slow stop for the 72 car of Sturgis and Edwards. We've got another car has entered the lane as well. They're a fair way back though. That's the 38. I'll keep an eye on that stop for you. Meanwhile, we're still getting the belts on Edwards here. Very slow stop indeed. So they were doing quite well up there and around the top 10. That's going to hold them back quite significantly now. If you have a look at the timing screen there, Zach, I'm not sure, but I think we'd be approaching close to 2 minutes in the lane at the moment as the net goes back up. And it looks like they might be ready to go on board the 72 Sharon Rentals entry.
Indeed, good to have Sharon Rentals on board as a sponsor of the Stergis-Edwards combination in this World XL Enduro. We'll come back to you in a moment, Moz. Jonesy, what are we observing on the racetrack? A fair bit of hip and shoulder here involving Connor Roberts.
Yeah, the race leaders have finally called the tail of the field. So we've got 2 lap cars inserting themselves amongst the 3 cars fighting over the lead of the race. And that's cost Patterson because he's been held up compared to Rinaldi and Roberts at the front of the field. So the top 2 have skipped away a little bit. And Patterson's been held up by the same token as they're negotiating 2 cars down at the tail of the field. One of which looked like might have been the 28. Yeah, it is, 28, who's done their pit stop, so Craig Coleman will be aboard. The other car that's in the group should be, it's probably the 44 of Corey McCulloch. So back to our race leaders now. Rinaldi's right on the tail of Roberts, touching distance. As Noisworks used to say, reach out and touch somebody, and that is exactly the point that Luke Rinaldi has got here against Connor Roberts.
Simpson and Tucker on pit road. The second of their stops this afternoon. Third of their stops. The first one was mechanical. The second one was for speeding infringement, and the third one is finally their CPS, and Moz is standing by.
Yeah, I am indeed, Zach, down here in pit lane still. So Simpson out, Tucker in. I tell you what, they'd want a quick stop here. They don't want to muck around. There's a fair bit going on, as you alluded to. They've already been in the lane twice. So one unplanned, one for speeding. As the Bailey Cooper entry, that's the number 6 Wynnum Haulage Hyundai XL takes off from the track, from the pit lane, I'm sorry. Towards the exit, we've got another car in the lane here.
Now, the other interesting thing
I've just come across Carly Warner. Hey, Carly, can I have a quick chat? Did you start the race? Or?
Yeah, I just started the race. We started P20 and came in. So I'm very into the top 10. So we're just hoping for the top 10 finish today.
Very good. Ace Buckley in the car now. How do you think he'll go? Is he keen and will he go to the finish?
Yeah, well, he was fast yesterday. He qualified for us this morning, so he is fast. Let's just hope he keeps it on the track and finish this race.
Now, quickly talk us through the conditions out there. It's hot out here, trackside. What's it like in the car? It must be a scorcher.
It's so hot. I'm sick this weekend as well, so that doesn't help. And having lots of water. That's all you can really do.
That's all you can do indeed. Well, your stint's done. Rest up. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks,
Will do.
So
the mixed one entries in now.
Yep, we're going to come back to you shortly, mate, because it won't be long now before everybody has completed their transit, because we've just completed lap 29, so that leaves 30, 31, 32. The next 3 laps are going to be busy. If you haven't already paid your invoice by way of pit lane transit, Mark Jones.
I was just going to say that of all of our front runners in the field, the only one who's come in so far has been Will McSwan.
Yeah.
Everyone else is still hanging on, hoping maybe for that safety car, which looks like we're now running out of time to happen. So none of the top 3 and none of the pursuing... let's see, the first car in the field that stopped, I think, is Will McSwan in 11th. I think that's our de facto race leader.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's wait and see who does what here. Who zigs and who zags, Jonesy? Will it be Roberts going in first, Rinaldi and Patterson following, or are they going to play cat and mouse here? You get the feeling, the way the race is playing out, that it's going to be monkey see, monkey do. Patterson has lost about a second of ground to Roberts and also the race leader Luke Rinaldi. And by gee, haven't they got some superstar talent of XL ranks to hand over to, ladies and gentlemen. They're all in at once! They're all in at once! We're going to throw it down to Moz and we're going to enjoy the fun from here in Central Commentary. Pit leaders on the, 3 leaders on pit road. Simultaneously, things are going to get red hot here.
And
yeah, go for it, Moz.
Yeah, sorry about that, Zach. Very hard to hear you down here in the lane, but all three leaders are in the lane. And likewise for Brett Parrish and Josh Richards. So Parrish out, both of them in, Richards out, Whittington in. Here we go. I'll run. I wasn't prepared for them all to stop at the same place, so they're a bit far away from my position. I'll run up and see what's going on here. Whole lead earlier. A hive of activity in the B Pro stable. So Richards out of the car like a lightning flash.
It's interesting to note, Moz, that 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏 was the only one of the B Pro stable to stay out on the racetrack just now. So the others have all come in. Collins has gone an extra lap.
Now, interestingly, Roberts, or Kasha, who's just jumped in, might have a bit of a drama getting out here. It's tight between him and Rinaldi in the lane. Then Caleb Patterson is up the front. Rinaldi's out, he jumps Patterson. Then it's Kasha, he's gone.
So Connor and Kasha, Roberts and Kasha, the two Rinaldis, of course, on their way as well. Patterson too, not much separating them up here in central commentary as they re-enter the racetrack. It's going to be a dogfight right to the end, and the B Pro boys have left simultaneously as well. It's like watching poetry in motion, Moz.
Yeah, so very smooth operation down here at B Pro as I try and avoid getting run over by the 83 entry of Marsh and Gagan. So Parrish and Richards, I should say, their co-drivers went out. Tyler Collins is in now, and Beggs is trying to find his way in. They've got a bit of a booster set up here between Collins and Beggs. So Collins rips out his booster. Looks like 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏's in the lane as well. So 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏 is in the lane. Beggs is in the car. That's Riley Beggs, of course, doing the belts up, the nets up, the doors shut. Collins is back in the garage. Speedy stop for the 55 cars for us B Pro entry. We'll move on down now to the Grimsley and Davis entry. 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏's out the car, just helping Davis with the nets and so forth. Belts. Radio's getting plugged in. Tyre pressures are being checked. Net's gone up, door's going to close. Grimsley will be a smooth, back in the garage, smooth pit stop from them guys. And also the Collins and Beggs car just needed a little bit of a push start. To get going, but it's on its way back out as the boss is in town. Tony Quinn in the lane as well, keeping an eye on proceedings down here in pit lane. Back to you, Zach.
And no doubt enjoying the spectacle he's witnessing as well, Moz. Thank you to you, and hello to TQ. Always nice to have the boss on site here at Queensland Raceway. We've just had silverware dropped up into the commentary box, ladies and gentlemen. We've just had the trophies for today's top three dropped into central commentary. We'll, of course, distribute those in a few moments' time. No, I was going to say, who would be first, second and third out of us three? I'm not sure. I'm not going to have that fight at this point in time. Now, there's a lot more happening out on the racetrack. Tyler Collins, it'll be interesting to see where he slots back into it now that he's completed his compulsory pit stop. It doesn't seem to be that there's too many people that have strayed foul of the limits there of a minute and a half either, Jonesy.
It looks to me as though Tyler Collins has gained a little bit of overcut. I think he's gotten, he's staying out the extra lap. He's gotten a bit closer to the front runners. He's certainly very much further ahead of his two teammates in Parrish and Richards, who were the next two cars behind. So I think I think Tyler Collins has done best out of all of the front runners in the pit stops. I'm not sure that that's done him any favours in pushing him any closer to the top three, though, who have still, actually Patterson seems to be falling away. In fact, the top three are spread out quite now. Zane Rinaldi is now running away, it seems, from Ryan Kasha at the front of the field. And in the 101 car, Matt Boylett is not keeping pace. So that puts, and of course the 55 car of Riley Beggs in fourth place now. Yeah, so I think the purple B Pro car has probably done the best, but I don't think it's been great. In fact, I think what's happened out of the top 6 is that the number 1 and the number 54 cars of Jalen Robotham and Darren Whittington have actually probably suffered a little bit. I think they've been caught up a little bit in traffic on their out laps or on their in laps. Either way, it looks as though the gap from 4th to 5th has gone out. And the gap from there back to 7th. Warner is now 7th. I think Warner's done very well out of the pit stops in the 71 Racing Together entry, ahead of Marsh, ahead of McSwan. Well, Warner's co-driver as the Mazda RX-8 driver, Ace Buckley. So Ace at the wheel. And then chasing them, Max Gagan now. So that will be an interesting one to watch of the teams that have possibly put their second driver in. Maybe their faster driver at the wheel of the back half of the race. It'll be interesting to see how the 83 car, Josh Marshall and Max Gagan, goes. Now we're just looking at a couple of back markers in the field, though. That's the 44 car and the 28 car. They're currently fighting over, well, they're out in the 20s. Now that'll be Anthony Levitt, who's leading Craig Coleman. We're normally used to seeing Anthony Levitt in a big bad Benz, but today a significantly smaller car with maybe 1/4 of the engine capacity, half the number of cylinders. So they're deep in the field, those two. Here we go. Here's the number 8 cars here of Brady Owen, and this is the battle for 9th place on screen right now.
So, the closing stages. What's been a compelling afternoon here at the Paperclip.
And here's the battle for 5th place. It's the 2B Pro. No, this is for the back of the field. Sorry, this is still Brady Owen, who's leading the battle between the 72 and the 56. So that's Ashton Edwards fighting with Cormac Murphy for position as they go side by side, heading towards turn 6, chasing after the fleeing Brady Owen. And it looks as though Cormac Murphy's gone deep under brakes into turn 6 and has broken that battle. Just behind them is the Cody Grimsley car. They can't be on the same lap. Cody's was much further up the field in Aston Davis, so I'm wondering, or has Aston Davis lost I think Aston Davis has actually lost a bit of ground and he's fell out of the top 10. As we go back to the race leaders, and here they go, they're fighting hammer and tongs here. Zane Rinaldi doing his very best to keep Ryan Casher at bay, and Matt Boylett has closed the gap. Yeah. So once again, we've got the top 3 from before the pit stops have bunched up and are having the same battle all over again.
And this is quite interesting at this point because you've got Rinaldi in the mix for a championship here. He's got that to think about. You've got Patterson trying to claw his way back into the fight. You've also got Ryan Casher trying to hold on to the mantle that is World XL Enduro Supremacy, having won that last year. There is so much playing out here, and we've got another 12 laps of it to bring you, ladies and gentlemen. Moz has just made his way in, capturing he might have actually developed a little bit of sunburn down there downstairs on pit road. He was only there for about 15 laps. But,
this race is just that hot.
It is indeed. A little bit flush under the aircon he goes, and back into central commentary alongside me. Good to see you, mate. A hub of activity down there. A lot of drivers enjoying the spectacle, and you couldn't ask for a better scenario than this with the top 3 still duking it out at the end. I was just saying with Jonesy as you walked into the commentary box, you've got Rinaldi in the mix, right? You've got, they're very well versed in the way in which they go about their business. Rinaldi's in the mix for the outright championship. Caleb is also trying to claw his way back in. But Connor Roberts and Ryan Casher, despite holding onto the mantle or trying to hold onto the mantelpiece, they can throw caution at the wind because they don't have the all-season campaign to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, I'm back here in commentary now. It is hot out there, and you would have heard my chat with 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗃. She said it is super, super hot in that car, so she's chilling out as well, trying to get as much cool air as possible. Because, I was only out there for 15 laps or whatever it was, and I'm cooked.
Matt Boylett has lost a lot of ground in the 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗃 car. He's fallen down the field. Car's actually looking a little bit on the slow side. I don't know that it's wounded just yet. I'll get a better idea as we look at the lap times coming around, but he's no longer in touch with the two race leaders who have changed over. Ryan Kasher is the new race leader over the top of Zane Rinaldi.
Looking for back-to-back wins. No, I don't think anyone's ever won a back-to-back in the history of the XL Enduro. We have got two-time winners, but it's never been done back-to-back. They have to get it done today and back it up tomorrow to consolidate it. There's 100 points up for grab for the race winner today. That counts towards the overall championship as well as the weekend point score, ladies and gentlemen. So, final dozen laps or so coming up now at Queensland Raceway. That race hasn't been extended out to 48 laps. That was a typo earlier on, but it's been adhered to by the sounds of it, ladies and gentlemen, as we make our way around. Oh, what a big day it has been. It's not over yet.
Just seeing a demonstration on camera there of how stiffly sprung the 19 car is compared to the cars around, regularly lifting one of the rear wheels as they go through the corners. Ryan Kasher at the front of the race ahead of Zane Rinaldi. It now appears to be a battle into the 101 car, 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗃 car, being driven out there on the circuit by the moment by Matt Boylett, has fallen away from the leading pair. Now, he's not fallen into the clutches of Tyler Collins' co-driver either in Riley Beggs, who's currently holding fourth place. But here is our two race leaders here. Zane Rinaldi sticking right onto the tail of Ryan Kasher as they fly through turn 2 onto the back straight.
As you'd only expect them to do so, of course. So back straight again, a race in 2. It looks as though Patterson and Boylett are going to have to try and consolidate third. They've got 9 seconds over Tyler Collins, who's got 5 on Brett Parrish. He's got 2 on Josh Richards. We've reached that point of the afternoon without the safety car where things are going to spread out a little bit. We got 2 in the first half dozen laps or so, and now we've had a near 30-lap clean run. But that separates the men's from the boys in most instances, Moz.
Yeah, it does indeed. I'll tell you what, there's a couple of battles starting to form out there, but a good separation of the whole field. In fact, there is an XL everywhere on the racetrack here at Queensland Raceway. So the 3.126 kilometre circuit, no matter where you look, there's an XL on it. They're spread across the entire track, and the pit stop will do that. Good thing. I tell you what, I reckon they're keeping it pretty calm for their Saturday because they're going to do this all over again tomorrow. So bring it on tomorrow at around probably the same time if you're tuning in. Of course, it's live and free on West Bremer Radio, YouTube, and on air as well.
On our West Bremer Sport channel via the West Bremer Radio app, which is free to download from your preferred app store too, ladies and gentlemen. There's your cheeky ka-ching moment. You love a good plug, don't you, Moz?
I do indeed.
And our friends from the Willem Motors have already received a couple of them today as they make their way around once more. Connor Roberts, Ryan Kasher, 0.3 of a second the advantage. Can they withstand the pressure of Zane Rinaldi? And these are two guys that are very well versed in the caper. Zane, of course, front runner in the Nationals in WA a couple of years ago, front runner in the State Series in both campaigns actually. He nearly won both Series X3 and Track Attack in the same year in 2023, missed out marginally. Now he's got an opportunity to add his name to the XL Enduro Honour Roll against one of the best in the business, Ryan Kasher, who himself is an XL Nationals runner-up. So these guys that have achieved, they've ticked boxes along the way in their XL racing journey. They've gone on to tick other things elsewhere in other categories, but they're yet to win an XL Enduro. In terms of, the Rinaldis are yet to win an XL Enduro. So we've got a chance here to see those guys add their name to the honour roll, or Connor Roberts and Ryan Casher are going to get the first race win of the weekend after getting the second one last year, and that in its own right would be a back-to-back in some sense, but they've got to then back up and consolidate again tomorrow. Look at this battle, though. That's the battle.
That's the 101 car, third place car, lapping. Third,
getting through around the outside, lapping another positional battle out there on the racetrack. Quite extraordinary.
It's Neville and the Brennans.
Do we know who's on board the 101? Is it Caleb or is it Matty Boylett?
That'd be Boylett.
Of course, Boylett coming from the RX8 Cup field is an experienced operator, dominates in that category. Earlier in this year, I actually called a race that Boylett was in the RX8 around Queensland Raceway, and he dominated most of the weekend. So very, very cool. Ace Buckley's another RX8 young gun. He's on board the 71 Racing Together entry with driving with Carlo Warner this weekend. So where are we at? We're at lap 39. 8 to go, and the dying stages of this race, we haven't seen any more interventions from that Llewellyn Motor safety car. Thank you, Zach Cabot. I'll pay that invoice. And yeah, so let's see if we can go green to the finish, put on an absolute belter for all of those trackside and tuning in live on YouTube and West Bremer Radio Sport.
Yep, and McCulloch's been lapped there as well with that battle down the order, raging at the moment between Will McSwan and Josh Trappett. So Will McSwan, of course, holding on to 9th, Josh Trappett 10th. Cody Grimsley 11th, trying to get back into the top 10, but he's got a fair way to go about it. So that's another 8 or so seconds down the road. Roberts, Rinaldi and Patterson, their co-drivers, Casher, Rinaldi and Boylett. 1, 2, 3, they have been a cut above all afternoon, although Matty Boylett's not been able to bring this thing home in the same way. We've had dust kicked up at 1, so we've had a car wide but been able to resume through turn 1 as we watch our 2 leaders go through there and on to the back straight. This is compelling stuff, Jonesy. We've seen races come down to the wire here before. I think in the history of the XLs, at least 5, maybe half a dozen of them have been separated by a second or less in any guise.
But we're seeing demonstrated just how much the battles go on throughout the field. We've been watching the battle for 20th for some time there, the battle between the 44 and the 28 car. So there's battles everywhere you look in this field.
And the other fascinating thing about it too, when you look at what's played out before our eyes here, and there is McSwan under pressure from Trappett on the run down to turn 1.
Well, there'll be Brady Owen.
Yeah, Brady Owen, of course, as they make their way through. A little bit of a tank slap up. And, of course...
Cormac Murphy. In the 56, yeah. They're fighting over 9th place at the moment, these two.
Drafted in again was Cormac Murphy for Enduro co-driver duties this year. Connor Roberts, Ryan Casher, that's been a phenomenal performance from them. Can they go on and finish it off? But what's interesting, right, when you talk about the long game here...
Oh, hang on. Here comes Murphy on Owen. He's going to get it done, is he? No, not quite. Oh, this is
Owen's going to hang tough.
And there's a lap car in front of them, so the lap car will box in one of them. Or is it the lap car, or is it the 8th place car of the
Marsh.
83 Max Gagan?
No, it is Josh Marsh and Max Gagan. It's only 1.1 seconds up the road.
Still side by side.
Can they
here.
catch him? Owen down the inside. Murphy up at the outside. Nose.
Back to the race leaders.
Now, this is quite interesting because what I was wanting to say about these two, right? They've been able to maintain their pace in the long run. They've been able to go all day like scalded cats. Unfortunately, the pace on the Patterson Boylett entry has waned somewhat, and the result is they're 10 seconds down the road, and that margin is growing. So the durability, the reliability of the top two, a bit superior to third, but superior to everybody else as well, on a day where the B-Pro boys aren't even going to register on the podium. And there was a year here, Jonesy, I think it was 2019, where they locked out 4 of the top 5 finishing positions. So they've got a bit of turnaround to do in order to try and restore order tomorrow here at QR.
Mind you, this number 19 car has been quick ever since it joined the class.
Absolutely.
So, it's no disgrace for any of the B-Pro cars, although they will view it that way nonetheless, to have been beaten by Roberts and Casher.
5 laps to go now here at the 2025 Nankang World XL Enduro Connor Roberts and Ryan Ksha out in the lead by 0.3 of a second. So less than 0.3 separate them and the Rinaldi brothers, Luke and Zane. I imagine it'll be Zane in the car at the moment. They've skipped away from third position of Caleb Patterson.
Rinaldi's got a run here. Is he going to run out of back straight? No, yeah, he has, yeah. Just for a second there, you could see that Rinaldi was gaining on Ksha on the run down the back straight, but it's not going to work out. No. Ksha will hang on to it for the moment.
If he lines up the exit at 3 here, which he did nicely, he'll have a good toe down into turn 4, and I reckon we might see a good lunge here at turn 4. It's lining up.
He's not close enough.
It's all about breaks. Who's brave and bold in the closing stages of this race with less than 5 laps to go. We're down to about 4.5 now.
You know, right at the moment, I can't see a chink in Ryan Ksha's pace out there. No. He looks like Zane Rinaldi is attacking and not getting him. It looks like Ksha has just enough in reserve that he can hold off the Rinaldi car at will right at the second. Yep. It's going to need a mistake, I think, from the orange car.
100%. So, again, a piece of history unfolding here, a chance to etch your name into the record book. For Ksha and Roberts, it would be a second Enduro win with an asterisk next to it because it's part of a 2-part weekend in which the winner is crowned at the end of it. But still, they're going to bank some serious points here to put themselves in the best possible position to be in contention to stand on the top step of the podium as the XL World Enduro Champions tomorrow afternoon. Brilliant racing down the back straight. Rinaldi's close, but not close enough to have a lunge, and you'd have to be bold and brave to try and put one on Ryan Ksha down at that part of the circuit. They may contend with some lap traffic at the very end of the race here, but right now, Ryan Ksha's looking good, and we know this, right? In the way that he goes about his business in the Porsches, even formerly TCR, even the XLs when he was a regular there. The longer the race, the more he's in his element. He's showcasing that this afternoon. As I refer to him, because we chat to him a lot here on West Brother Sport, as our loyal listeners would know, we touch base with Fernvale's favourite son before every round of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia Series, like we did with TCR last year. And yes, it's one of those points that he rams home. He says, I love the endurance races, the way in which it evolves and plays out, and it really it appeals to my racecraft and the way I go about it. 3 laps to go.
You know, I think 4th place is live here right now.
Yep.
Riley Beggs has been roaming the circuit in 4th place pretty much since he took over the car. He was far enough behind the top 3 that it made no difference, but he has been caught by Jalen Rowbotham and his teammate. They're right behind each other on the Dick Johnson Straight right now, and Rowbotham is just mowing down the gap to Beggs.
Indeed he is. What an afternoon this has been, and I mean, probably good for organisers. Oh, here we go.
Change lead.
Yeah. Change of the lead. Rinaldi, no, not quite.
Not
he had a look. He had a look. He put one on the inside. He's setting it up. He's putting Ksha on notice. The leaders are on their way out of turn 3. They're side by side on the run up towards Snake Gully. Ksha's got his nose in front. Rinaldi's got the pace, but he's on the wrong side of the road for the first part of Snake Gully. Here we go. 2 laps to go at the line. Ksha's got a fight on his hands.
Tighten up your seatbelts, folks. And, yeah, as Tony Quinn says, tighten them and tighten them again, because we see this in XL racing every single time, and the Nankang World Enduro is no different. Ksha hanging on over Rinaldi as we see side-by-side battles further back in the pack. Now, Cade Davey told me that he wanted a top 10 result, and I don't think he's at 13 at the moment. 13th. So Davey and Wickham, they would have been happy with a top 10 considering the gremlins they're dealing with this weekend. So he's got 3 spots to get as we see Roberts and Ksha to go by. 2 laps to go. Rinaldi hot on their tail. Just over 6 kilometres of racing to go. Can Rinaldi do something? Can he respond on Ksha and Roberts' entry?
And of course, we've got a lap and 3/4 to run, and that brings with it another 10 overtaking opportunities for Zane Rinaldi, because there's one at every corner of this racetrack. We know that that's the sort of layout it is. It lends itself to side-by-side tight pack racing, NASCAR-esque, but with right-hand corners as well. Down the inside goes Zane Rinaldi, ladies and gentlemen, but Ksha hangs tough right around the outside. Ksha's going for it. He's got the inside running now as they head towards Straight Gully. There is a lap and a half to go, and there are barely inches separating first and second in the car race. But so dominant have they been that they've put 16.5 seconds on the rest of the chasing pack. This is clinical from the pair of them. Either one of them is going to earn the win, but the other one is also, on the same token, going to be desperately unlucky not to have done so. The last lap board will be in the air this time by.
Yeah, I tell you what, Ryan Ksha, we know he's an experienced operator. He knows exactly where to position that number 19 Hyundai XL, and he's got 3.126 kilometres to hang on to it. Can they go back to back? Connor Roberts, Ryan Ksha, they've got the last lap board. Here we go. Hang on to your hats. 3.126 Ks to go. Hey, Zach, bring us home here as we go into third place, which is held by the Caleb Patterson and Matt Boyle at entry, and then the scrap between the two B Pro cars.
Whoever said the battle for fourth was on was right. I don't know whether it was you or Jonesy, but Parrish and Rowbotham are right under the pump here from Riley Beggs, the fast finishing. Riley Beggs, so he's lost out to Rowbotham. Rowbotham and Parrish have gone up into fourth, and Collins and Beggs find themselves in fifth. Back straight, final time. And now Rinaldi goes for it again on the inside, but again, that's Ksha trying to set him up to get the run out of 3 and hang tough for the run to take the advantage in the inside, going up into turn 4. Rinaldi's got it this time, but this time round, they've got lap traffic to contend with as well. Who's going to be compromised here? They're squeezing on the inside. Ksha's got his nose in front. Stand by for a potential photo finish here, ladies and gentlemen. Rinaldi goes deep to the outside. Ksha consolidates. Ryan Ksha and Connor Roberts.
Clinical. We see it again every single time. The last 5 laps, we've seen the repeat. Zane Rinaldi has one more opportunity and needs to be decisive. Can he get it done at turn 6? Zach Cabin, bring us home for what has been a magnificent 47 laps.
It was win it or bid it. He decided to bid it, but he's got the bigger picture of his brother's championship aspirations in mind. Checkered flag in the air. Ryan Ksha and Connor Roberts have done it again. Ryan Ksha and Connor Roberts get the job done here at Queensland Raceway on a beautiful Saturday afternoon, and what was a scintillating two-way fight for outright honours in the opening instalment of the Nankang XL World Enduro for 2025. Caleb Patterson, Matt Boylan in for third. Fourth will be Parrish and Rowbotham. Fifth will be Collins and Beggs. And then we go back. Josh Richards and Darren Whittington in car 1. Lap traffic coming through in a mixed all of that as well, ladies and gentlemen. Carly Warner. What a great drive from her. Up into 7th position.
And Ace Buckley.
Angus Bales managed to get back out there even with those mechanical gremlins earlier. That was a good, actually, late pick-up from you, Jonesy. It was Ace Buckley, of course, drafted in for the injured Declan Fraser, and they've held their own very nicely for 7th. That's a great result. Will McSwan is the next one we're expecting through in position number 8. Or is he? Let's wait and see.
Yep.
No. He's been pipped at the line. Marsh has got him at the post.
Max Gagan
and Josh Marsh have come through in 8th. 9th has gone to Josh Trabbit. McSwan has dropped to 10th on the run home. Buster Bailey and Jackson Cooper, they were 11th earlier in the day. They stay 11th. And then, well, in behind that, it was Cade Davey alongside Oliver Wickham bringing that one home.
They wanted a top 10. They came from deep in the 20s.
Yeah.
12th will have to do, but a solid effort nonetheless.
And then you go back beyond that. Dion Jarvis in for 13th. Him and Nick Rangeley, very nicely done. Cody Grimsley, Ashton Davis in for 14th. James Simpson, and of course his co-driver, it was Kobe Tucker. They had a bit of a moment earlier in the piece, and unfortunately that meant that, and there's your points allocation too, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. There is your points allocation for today. They have taken up 100 points of Connor Roberts and Ryan Casher. I just wanted to mention, they had a moment on pit lane earlier. They had an unscheduled stop there, did Simpson and Tucker. So for them to recover and finish down in position number 15 is a very solid effort.
And additional credit to 𝗘𝘅𝗃𝗏, because he was the lap car that the race leaders came across on the last lap, and he got right out of the way and let them both go. They were both side by side, and Tucker just completely got out of the way, knew there were race leaders were coming. There was excellent racecraft from Tucker to completely remove himself from the lead battle.
The top three are downstairs. They've got trophies waiting for them upstairs. They're about to join us in our hosting position, ladies and gentlemen. And we will then, of course, wrap up the broadcast from there for day one in our coverage of the XL World Enduro. But do stay with us, because tomorrow morning I'm going to do my best running Brian impersonation once the presentations are done here, and that will lead our broadcast tomorrow morning, our roam of the paddock, wrapping up all of today's action. Moz has already departed because that was just one part of a double header for him today. He's got roll
Triple
racing.
Header.
Yeah, I know. He's got roll racing duties coming up tonight at Queensland Raceway. So the action continues here well after we finish on air this afternoon. Some analysis in all of that, Jonesy. The winning margin, 0.158. I'm not sure you'll find a smaller winning margin in the history of the Hyundai XL Enduro here at Queensland Raceway, which...
I get the impression, I've got it in my head that we've had finishes as close in the past. I couldn't pick one out.
No.
But it sounds... I'm having memories that we've had some brilliant brilliant finishes.
0.198. It's the second closest finish. Second closest finish in the history of the XL Enduro. 0.1925. 𝗫𝗫𝗄𝗏𝗔 trailing Butler and Hassel back in 2012.
My goodness.
Yeah, can you believe that? Second closest finish ever in a Hyundai XL Enduro here at the venue, if I've done my homework correctly, which is just extraordinary. And there have been 5 or 6 of them now finished or decided by less than a second. That is a magnificent performance. Righto, we're going to move into the hosting position. We're going to have drivers come up to have a chat to us in just a moment. We've got the trophy standing by here to present to them. I might actually see if there's someone, if there's no one from the event to present them, ladies and gentlemen, we might have to get Jonesy to do it, or even one of our West Bromwich radio crew. But nonetheless, that's been a lot of fun. We hope you enjoyed that as well. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in the hosting position for the presentation in just a few moments.
Afternoon here at Queensland Raceway, the first leg of 2 in the Hyundai XL Enduro, of course the Nankang XL World Enduro for 2025. Category Manager Brett Peters alongside me to present from trophies this afternoon. Some quick comments on that, BP. I thought we were in for a long afternoon with 2 safety cars in the first 10 laps or so, and I reckon there was a lot of cat and mouse going on with these guys waiting for a third one and therefore bailing to pit lane very late in the CPS window, but you couldn't ask for a better finish than that.
Absolutely sensational. I think it's maybe equals the closest finish ever, or just behind second closest. And once again, those boys were just absolute, and girls drove their hearts out the whole race. And once again, whilst this front 3 had an amazing battle, what I can't believe is just the battles going on through the field.
Exactly. On for thick and thin, on for young and old, it was terrific stuff from first until last. And such is the camaraderie of the category that they're all just sitting up there having their own Formula One style debrief at the moment. We might rudely interrupt that in just a sec, Brett. But the good thing about it is, I guess, the advantage we've got today, there are a few people that fell foul by the wayside as we went. At least they've got time overnight now to restore that, try and overcome the issues that they may have faced, and get ready to go again tomorrow when these guys have bought themselves a ticket to the top 10 shootout as well.
Absolutely. I mean, most of the cars did finish, and there's going to be some gremlins there. How old are these cars? And there's a sensor here, and there's a wire there, and a gearbox. All these different things. So, tomorrow will be bigger and better.
Shall we bring them over? Let's bring up our third place getters today. They had pole position. They won the sprint race. They've kept themselves in contention on points this afternoon with a solid drive to the podium. Caleb Patterson and Matty Boylan. Boys, congratulations. Well done. Stand on here. We'll get one either side, actually. That way we can... Oh, actually, no, both. Okay, no worries. Let's have a chat here. Started strong in the mix, but those 2 over there, combinations of Rinaldi and also Roberts and Cash, are just a little bit stronger on the run home, mate. But still, a podium finish, you're in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. We're happy. Well, I hope Matt is anyway, but yeah. No, I'm stoked to still finish on the podium. I think we dropped about a second off the pace. I don't know, when it was still my stint. Just didn't have the straight line there for a bit. So we'll tune her up, see what we can do, and hopefully we'll get that straight line handling back tomorrow.
Very tough out there condition-wise. I can tell you guys are sweating bullets at the moment. But at least, unlike last year where you had breakfast, XL Enduro 1, lunch, XL Enduro 2, afternoon tea, at least you got overnight to go back to the drawing board and try and work out exactly how to match it with these guys over the full distance tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I think we'll throw a scan tool on it, maybe take it up to the dyno and see if we can wean out the issue. Obviously a sensor or something's, I can't swear on here, but obviously a sensor or something has not gone to plan. So, we'll see what we can do.
And, of course, top 10 shootout, you're with the third last one out tomorrow morning. You'll take a lot of confidence from the pace that you had in qualifying today to try and do the qualifying double at least tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. If we can get the thing sorted out this afternoon, I'll be going into the top 10 shootout with heaps of confidence. We would have definitely been in the mix today with these guys by the end of the race, but sadly we weren't. But yeah, congratulations to the other guys.
But then, of course, you get to restore order after the shootout anyway, sit back and enjoy him in the Driver B race, and hopefully started on the front row of the grid once more tomorrow afternoon. I'll get you to come back in a moment so you can thank the team sponsors and so forth, mate. But, Matty, don't go anywhere. I want to talk to you. I just wanted you to swap around so I didn't have to... Anyway, congratulations, mate. Nice drive. Again, a podium finish, but that elusive XL Enduro victory still there, waiting to happen, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. Just, I don't even know what went wrong. Just no pace, and then hopefully we'll come back tomorrow.
Well, to be honest, it didn't necessarily go that wrong at all. I mean, third in a field of this calibre is nothing to turn your nose up at.
Yeah, no, they definitely got good cars, so hopefully we can contend with them tomorrow morning and see what happens.
The pace, how much did you enjoy watching that opening stint play out, watching those guys just go, wheel to wheel for the entire duration of that opening stint? It was really intense stuff.
No, yeah, the start of it, we were on. We were leading the race for 15 laps, and then Caleb started saying that he's got no power, so then it just got worse and worse. And by the time I was in the car, I just had to conserve and just keep the podium.
But I guess silver lining and all that, you guys are a little bit disappointed that you've had that issue, but at least it wasn't terminal. At least it didn't derail your weekend, because third place, the points that go with that, far better than what might have been.
Yeah, definitely still good for the championship for him. Still good to get a podium. Sucks we couldn't get the win, but see what happens tomorrow.
You can tell just how seriously they take this caper, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that they're a little bit disappointed that they're 2 steps away from where they want to be, but some silverware to show off for a marvellous performance nonetheless. Caleb, come back in, because I want you to thank all the people that make it possible for you guys to do what you do and that help you get that result this afternoon.
Yeah, I just want to thank the OTAP Racing team, the Organic Pro team, Roof Space Renovators, 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏 Performance, our signing group, and then also all Matty Boylet sponsors, so Zenith, Winds, Autobarn, Nautilus Aviation, Racing Hype, and Matthew Boylet Motorsport.
Matty didn't know that he was going to be used as a stage model just then, but very nicely done from you on the fly, Caleb Patterson. Good media awareness, media savviness from you. Very nicely done. Head on over there, boys, because I'm sure Matty Paul will want to take an all-in group shot of the top 3 in just a moment. Actually, on the subject, he may have not noticed this, and we may not have mentioned it either just yet, but courtesy of my previous employment here at Queensland Raceway, I had some XL content on file. You've seen them on the backdrops throughout the course of the afternoon in the social media content that we've run with. That's the work of Matty Paul from way back when. So he's still part of the furniture here now as well. Second place today, by the barest of inches, the 2 siblings that have won the sibling war as far as the 3 sibling combinations on the grid were concerned. But I tell you what, they can consider themselves rather unlucky that that wasn't 1 step higher up on the podium after a gallant fight every step of the way and a move on the final lap. But the racecraft of 𝗏𝗃𝗃 just supreme in the end. Zane and Luke Rinaldi. Well done, boys. One to the right, one to the left, please. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Great stuff. Okay. At what point did you attack the... Yeah, we can scoot that way. Yep, no worries. At what point did you attack the win it or bid it approach and think, hang on, I've got to worry about his championship as well?
When I left pit lane, I was like, let's not bin this thing because I don't want to be sacked. So...
Actually, that's a fair point. This is the first chance we've had to catch up with you blokes on air this weekend. Apparently, he's the king at the moment. There's a story to that. What is it, please? Because apparently you've been brushed on the outer, in your own opinion.
No, I spun a few times on a practice day, but I was pretty happy when we come here yesterday, and he was the one who spun it, not me. So, yeah, I'll take wins when I can get them. So,
absolutely. Apparently, he's number 1 driver these days, and rightly so, because the winning ways continue as far as your XL Championship aspirations are concerned, mate. You got one up on Tyler Collins in both races today, so you got a little bit more leverage to play with, but you at the same time, you probably can't afford to cough.
Yeah, just got to keep going consistent, and hopefully Taylor stays behind us. But he's been having a few clutch problems, but it's none of our fault, so can't do anything about that.
Got to take the wins when they're presented to you, mate. How much did you enjoy the intensity of that opening stint? We certainly enjoyed it from up here in Central Commentary. The top 3 going out at hammer and tong, cutthroat. These 2 are allowed to throw caution to the wind because they don't have a championship to think about, but Caleb's trying to claw his way back into the fight. You're trying to hold sway at the top of the pecking order, and you've managed to do that today.
Yeah, the first couple of laps, Caleb's running well. It just got a little hot. So it's said to Zane, careful of the heat, don't get up someone's ass and blow the engine.
Apologies to anyone that might not appreciate the adjective there at this time of the afternoon. That's okay, Luke, that's all good. Hey, now listen, talk to me about the plan of attack for tomorrow and going one better with regards to... He just did it again. I hope that wasn't audible at home like it was in my ear. Zane, talk to me about what's coming up, because tomorrow you've got the Driver B sprint race to worry about. He'll go out, no doubt, in the shootout, try and bank a number to put you in a good position for that, and then you get the chance to try and put you guys on a pole position for the Enduro tomorrow afternoon. How much are you looking forward to the 10-lapper?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I just hope Luke doesn't do what I do in a shootout and throw it away. So if he doesn't do that, we might be in a reasonable spot, and hopefully I can just claw my way somewhere to near these guys or something. So, it should be fun. Looking forward to it.
The running joke about, and by his own admission, he said it on there a few moments ago about being sacked. That is because he's been a little bit harsh on himself and his own performances in 2025. But I tell you what, you've restored that very nicely today. Very good effort from you. The racecraft. It was clear that you needed to get the job done at 3, but you were on the wrong side of the road to do so. The way in which that thing was gripped up and able to hang it around the outside and get you back at 4, just remarkable from 𝗏𝗄𝗃. How much did you enjoy the scrap with him?
Yeah, it was good fun. I was just struggling a bit under brakes with the rear hopping. I got a bit of a whack from a lap car on I think my 4th lap of the stint. He just broke himself and gave me a little bit of a whack. But no, it was good fun. I really enjoyed it. So I was just trying to make sure I don't throw away 2 championships this year and try and keep Luke in a good spot. So.
Yeah. And that's the thing as well, because every point counts this weekend. The Enduros matter more than ever before. It's interesting to see how that affects the plan of attack and the racecraft alike.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a long race, and that's why I just sat behind Ryan until he was like 3 laps to go, because, Ryan was doing good times and there's no need to throw any haymakers out there or do anything stupid, so I was happy sitting there. So.
The strategy, it was clear that you guys were all on the same, waiting for a third safety car to eventuate. It didn't happen, and therefore the pit window left to the very last.
Yeah, I thought we were going to have different pit stops, but we all came in at the same time. Don't know how. Obviously,
monkey see, monkey do, I call it.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know, we had a fast pit stop, got out there, pulled a gap on Ryan, or Zane did, and Ryan just put it in and overtook him. It's fair enough.
Indeed. Now, talk to me about tomorrow morning. Shootout, plan of attack.
Just keep my calm. Just go out there, do a qualifying lap and not lock up and throw it off. That's all I think about it.
And at the end of the day, it's not won and lost there, but it can certainly set you up for the Driver B sprint race, and you get to hand the keys over to this one. Good luck tomorrow afternoon, boys. Anyone you want to thank?
Just Simply Cool and Alien Tech Racing or Motorsport.
I was going to ask you what the ATR stood for. That makes a lot more sense now. Nice to be able to interpret the alliteration. Hey, very nicely done from you. Very nicely done from you. 3 sibling combinations on the grid this weekend, and these are the cream of that crop. Well played. Zane and Luke Rinaldi, well done. Thank you.
Thank Dad, Bot, and Mum for the pit stop as well.
Correct. I'm glad that you're picking up the pieces that he didn't. Very nicely done. Luke Rinaldi's contributing to the swear jar once or twice already this afternoon. That's okay. We caught up with these guys earlier. You'll see it on West Bromwich Sports coverage tomorrow, I dare say, because we're about to wrap things up this afternoon. But I tell you what, to go back-to-back in an Enduro is not an easy thing to do. It's never been done before. It's a 2-parter this year, so they haven't yet finished the job, but they've ticked the first box required to put themselves in the mix for tomorrow. And a faultless drive in the second closest ever finish in an XL Enduro at Queensland Raceway. Ryan Kārcha and Connor Roberts picking up exactly where they left off 363 days ago. Well done, mate. Great stuff. Cash, well done. Epic finish, mate. And again, I mentioned it on commentary, you just love, and I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it, and excuse the pun, you excel in these Enduros.
Knew you'd pull that out, mate. Yeah, look, the endurance stuff's definitely always suited me, and I've really enjoyed coming back and spending some time with Connor, and at the end of the day, it can't be understated, this guy made my job pretty easy. So after the pit stop, we rolled out, had a good crack, and I could just chip away and punch away with Zane. So, yeah, no, this guy did all the hard yards.
And for the car to not miss a beat at all, to withstand the pressure thrown at you in the early stages, you timed your run perfectly, mate. You sat there, you tucked in, you held your own, but you pulled the trigger at the right time to take the move, or make the move at least, go for the lead, then you get it, then you lose it, then you hand over to this guy and he finishes the job. That was a faultless opening stint from you.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, just chipped away at it and pushed where we needed to, and yeah, just kept going. Car kept holding on. It was great. It was good.
And how were the nerves? How much were you enjoying and sweating at the same time, watching the final few laps, watching Ryan do what he does best, but also knowing the pressure he was under at the time?
Oh, yeah. I wasn't too worried. I mean, he was going to do it anyway. Oh, I can't say I can't say that, but no, it was good watching the last couple of laps. It was good to watch. So, yeah.
Indeed it was. It was a spectacle for us in the central commentary position. I'm sure everybody at home enjoyed it as well. I mean, you had the lighter end of the workload this afternoon. No doubt, like these guys, like Patterson and Boylett, you're sitting there waiting for that third safety car that just didn't eventuate, which meant that these guys did a lot more of the opening stint than you might have otherwise expected. No doubt the whole field disappointed to see 2 cautions so early when nobody could take advantage of it, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, yeah, you can't really allow for things like that, obviously. So we just ran our own race and let everyone else do their own thing. And, yeah, look, it played into our hand quite well because Connor was able to punch away with the front 2 guys and pull a bit of a gap, which made things so much easier. We didn't have to worry about pressure from behind. So, yeah, mate, look, it is what it is. And, yeah, we just made the most of what we could.
My car's being called to be moved at the moment, so I might get somebody to take my key down to Moz at the end of this broadcast and get him to move it for me. In the meantime, let's continue on here at Queensland Raceway, the post-race show, our coverage of the XL Enduro, by talking to the race winners, 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗲𝗏 and Ryan 𝗏𝗂𝗃, tomorrow. No doubt you'll go back, you'll evaluate, you'll look at the tape, but if it's not broke, don't fix it. So how little is the workload in readiness to turn it around and go again tomorrow and try and back it up?
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't see there being too much of a drama. Obviously, we'll do the simple stuff of looking after it, stringing it and whatnot, but, mate, from a setup standpoint, we're pretty happy. So, I mean, obviously, we've still got to do our debrief and go over things, but, yeah, at this stage, there's no complaints so far.
All right, very nicely done. I'm not sure there's too much actually left to ask you guys, except to talk about the racecraft there. You knew, didn't you, if Zane was able to put it down the inside at 3, you knew you had the car and the confidence in the car to hold tough out there to get him back at 4.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Zane played a good race. He stuck in there and had a couple of cracks, and if he could have pulled them off, it would have been perfect for him. But yeah, I knew that obviously if we're in the lead, I could control the race, and from there we could just punch away and do what we needed to do. So yeah, there's a couple of moves there. I had to defend a bit, and Zane got a little bit unlucky with some lap traffic, but look, we made the most of what we could, and the car's really fast. It's in the window. It's what we need, and yeah, everything kind of played how we'd like it.
Anything else to add to that, Connor? I mean, the faith and confidence you guys have in each other showed out there today. The car, I mean, it was hooked up 3 weeks ago at Morgan Park in Warwick. It's essentially as though you picked up where you left off, not only there, but also here this time last year. It was faultless.
It was, yeah, and we're just going to do what we did today, tomorrow. Yeah, have another good day. It should be right.
All right, very nicely done. Before my car gets towed, I better wrap this one up. Some thank yous from you guys before I let you go.
Oh, just mum and dad, Arrow Transport Repairs, Castrol. Yeah, it's about it from me.
Yeah, well, for me, the big thing is the 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗏𝗏 family. They've put me up a few years now in their car, and yeah, mate, I've really enjoyed it, and spending time with Connor's always been great, and we do well. So, yeah, big thank you to the Roberts family and all of my sponsors, Local Hire, Mr. Wong, for always looking after me.
Now, the other thing as well, considering that you've got the Driver B race ahead of you, who qualifies in the shootout?
Haven't thought that far ahead of that.
Oh, okay, right. You got about 16 and a half hours to work that one out. Gentlemen, congratulations, a great performance today.
Cool. Too easy. Thanks,
Cheers.
There they are, 𝗘𝘅𝗰𝗏𝗏𝗏, Ryan 𝗏𝗂𝗃, ladies and gentlemen, winners of race 1 of the Enduro portion of the weekend, race 2 of round 4 of 6 in the 2025 Peters Motorsport Promotions Yankang Queensland XL Cup competition. That's about it from us today. It's been about 7 hours here on the platforms of your home of sport and Ipswich, West Bromwich Radio and West Bromwich Sport, across the website, the app, Amazon, Alexa, Google Smart Speakers, and also on our YouTube channel today. We sincerely hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. Pulsating stuff, particularly in the opening stages with that cracking 3-way scrap in the opening stint, waiting patiently for the pit stops to play out, and when they did, We got fireworks right to the very end with a two-way fight that left us with the second closest finishing margin in the history of XL Enduros under the Peters Motorsport Promotions guys here at Queensland Raceway. Magnificent stuff, and it just whets the appetite for so much more here again tomorrow. We get a little bit of a sleep in tomorrow morning. Well, you do, not the production crew. We'll be here nice, bright and early, but we are on air 10:15 a.m. Eastern Australian time. That's 8:15 on the West Coast and 9:45 in central parts of Australia. To do it all again, the Enduro tomorrow afternoon, scheduled for around 3:15 Eastern time, and of course after that we'll be on the podium out here, centre stage at Queensland Raceway, to bring you the presentations. There'll be a lot to look forward to there as the 2025 Nankang XL World Enduro continues. Of course, it is the 14th year, the 13th year, I should say, of the Enduro, the 14th edition of it. The opening stanza has whet the appetite for what's to come, and there'll be a few people tonight chasing their tail, trying to make some inroads on that top three who just took off into the sunset this afternoon, and the top two particularly dominant. On behalf of all the broadcast commentary and production crew here at Queensland Raceway, the motorcycles going in full flight at the moment. It's not too late to come out here and be a part of what's left on the program this afternoon, but as far as our offering is concerned, we're done. We hope you enjoyed what we brought you from the paddock, the Nankang Hub, all the on-track activity as well for Moz Rudge, Mark Jones and our crew. I'm 𝗥𝗰𝗲𝗄𝗏, until we see you tomorrow morning, 10:15 Australian Eastern Standard Time. We'll turn our attention to the other big sporting events of the afternoon, not least the AFL Grand Final. We look forward to your company back here tomorrow. Until then, it's bye for now.